O da mı online olacak?
Online
İlk
olacak.
o sonra bu değil mi?
Evet.
Our valuable guests, the program is about to start. We are welcoming you to the hall. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the session 4, day 2, session 4. In today's session, our first session is about the role of Islamic finance in production to consumption. For this session, I would like to invite our speakers. I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Yusuf Dinç from Sabahattin Zaim University, Dr. Tawfik Azrak from Social Sciences University of Ankara, Mr. Mohammed Zubair Mukhal, the founder of Chief Executive from Al Huda Center of Islamic Banking and Economics, Pakistan. Welcome our speakers. Welcome. I would like to invite our first speaker, Associate Professor Mr. Dinç, Associate Professor Dr. Yusuf Dinç, I'm so sorry. Associate Professor Dr. Yusuf Dinç started his Islamic finance career at Al Baraka Türk Participation Bank in 2017. He joined Duke University Law School in 2014 and held a PhD degree from Marmara University. Professor Dinç is the director of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University Management, Entrepreneurship and Leadership Research Center. He has numerous books, essays, and research reports and papers on Islamic economics, banking, shadow banking, and Islamic banking and finance. He is advising a number of Islamic finance institutions and intergovernmental organizations. Mr. Yusuf Dinç, please welcome on stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Selamun alaikum. Thanks indeed for
inviting me to this prestigious event, and I congratulate the organizers for gathering us today here, even under pandemic conditions. So what I will discuss today with you is how we can reformulate some Islamic financial models for investment financing. I will give some deeper insights for the economic system and the current practices, and I will bring a very practical solution, inshallah. Let me start. Yeah, again, thanks for introducing me. So the outline of my presentation is, I will give brief introduction and literature review. Then I will discuss the findings and results. Then I will conclude, inshallah. So what is our challenge? Our challenge is, or most of the developing economies, challenge is financing the consumption, since we need investment or financing the investment, but the economic model finances only consumption. That happened after the first major economic crisis in 1929. So the capitalism has a systematical problem. It ignores fair income distribution. That income, what it ignores actually, our purchasing power. Since we cannot purchase, even we have strong demand, capitalism faces demand crisis. Actually, those demand crises should be considered as distribution, income distribution crisis, but somehow it is called demand crisis. So what it brought as a solution? It brought financing the consumption. It quit even the financing of investment, since the main role of financial system is to collect funds from fund suppliers or households and to distribute, allocate to the companies for the investments. But what we see is retail finance and the financing of consumption of businesses. So I can discuss that capitalism have 5 phases. If we consider the before the beginning of 19th, we can call it soft capitalism. What happened during this period? The capitalism converted its main purposes from contributing to the wealth of nations to investment for profit maximization. Then we see the capitalism, it is mostly neoclassical dönem, neoclassical period. What happened during this period? Interest is engaged with the system, economic system, and the fair income distribution is ignored. During the soft capitalism period, Ricardo even emphasized that the main role of economists to bring fair income distribution to the system. So the third era is white capitalism. This is mostly Keynesian era. During this era, what happened? Advertisement industry has showed itself, and what we can say, fictitious inflation, handmade inflation is introduced during this period. Then we see the financial capitalism period after the end of Bretton Woods. So we are still experiencing financial capitalism. What happened during this period? The finance came to the center of the economic system. And what is my expectation? To see data capitalism as the fifth era of evolution of capitalism. During, I guess this is the only way for capitalism to be monopoly, as mentioned by Schumpeter. We'll see. Let me proceed. So what we are doing now, we are satisfying modernity. Modernity introduced a society for consumption. So, and it tries to protect its current market instead of new investment. So this is a distribution of Islamic financial institutions credits for different segments or different needs for the economy. So what we see, the Islamic financial institutions, even in the world, also in Turkey, is financing working capital only. I mean, the consumption of businesses. For investment, there is only 5% credit for the last quarter in Turkey. So that seems as a problem. We need to increase the investment. How we can solve this problem with Islamic finance. So I want to discuss a new perspective for partnership contracts. When we talk about them, we always talk for 7 years, 10 years. When we consider Mudaraba, Musharaka contracts, we start thinking from long-term investment. But I guess it can be used for very short-term investments as well. So what we did, we made a literature review. They was mostly focused on the financial institutions, but I guess we need to focus on the real sector. So in the real sector, we interviewed with some companies from classical production and new business style like recycling and digital marketing. So what we found, those companies is operating in their businesses in very short term. Even those investments are processed or are managed in hourly reports, with hourly reports. They do develop their projects for a short period of the day even. So interest does not allow for such investments to be financed, since interest needs one day at least for it is financing. So they need even for investment mostly short-term financing. How we can solve the problem? We have discussed with the Islamic financial institutions from all around the world, and what we found that can bring some discussions, but from my analysis, what I understand, there are two approaches in the world. One is Sharia compliance. So who is representing this approach is Turkey, Sudan, Nigeria, and Pakistan. And what is the characteristic of this approach is to comply the practice with theory. There is another approach in the world, like GCC countries, South Asia, North Africa. This is, they mostly focus on market share. So when Islamic financial institutions or the system of Islamic finance focuses on market share, it needs to sacrifice from compliance. So the main characteristic of those economies is theory needs comply with the practice. So what I am offering to introduce a new approach like real sector compliance. If we focus on real sector compliance, we automatically will secure the Sharia compliance as well, because real sector businesses mostly Sharia compliant. So what products we have in Islamic finance? Main products, Murabaha, many countries use Tawarruk, and Vakala. Those three contracts are used very common, and we can say that those contracts for financing the consumption. For investment, what we have, Ijara, Mudaraba, and Musharaka. Those three contracts are even used less in the system. So if the company is seeking for very short-term investment, why we should consider Mudaraba and Musharaka in a long-term as a long-term contract? Like if you search for the literature, you will find that Musharaka, Mudaraba means 7 years, 10 years, 15 years. Not actually. If we can have another perspective for those contracts, we can understand that we can develop partnerships even for 1 hour projects, even 10-minute project, even 1 day, 1 week project. So what is my proposal is to rethink these partnership contracts in a short-term perspective, because the world is accelerating with technology. So the companies are changing their behaviors in investment. So we need to respond that need of the real sector. And it's Islamic finance, starting from Western countries, developed economies. The risk-sharing contracts or risk-sharing business models is coming to the center of the economic system. So Islamic finance is in a correct position now. We need to think carefully for the real sector financing and for financing the investment of the companies for developing economies. That's what I want to conclude. I guess there no need for very complicated models or discussions. Just rethink about these contracts will solve many problems for many economies. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your valuable speech. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Tawfik Azrak from Social Sciences University of Ankara, Turkey. Dr. Tawfik works as an assistant professor at Social Science University of Ankara. Early in his career, he worked at International Sharia Research Academy for Islamic Finance for 2 years and did a practical training in Sharia department at Asian Finance Bank. He had published several articles and research papers dealing with various issues related to Islamic banking and finance, both in Arabic and English languages. The stage is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of World Halal Summit for organizing this important event at this sensitive time of the pandemic. And it's very great opportunity for me to be with you here in Istanbul today. So as the chairman said, I am Tawfik Azrak. I came from Ankara Social Science University, Faculty of Islamic Religion. And my topic is about the integration between the halal economy and Islamic finance, growth and opportunities. Basically, this is my outline. First, I will discuss the introduction of global halal economy, overview of Islamic finance, then the global halal economy and opportunity in Islamic finance, and then what happened when this COVID-19 affect our lives, and the opportunities for Islamic finance industry after this pandemic. And then we will have some conclusion. So the first point, the global halal economy. Okay, actually it's become well known to each one of us here that this halal market, we mean it's not only for Muslim and it's not restricted for Muslims only. Actually, it's flourishing and spreading in all over the world. For example, in Europe now, in China, in Japan, we have lots of halal products there. So, the beauty of this halal economy, as it derives from the principles of Sharia, from this Islamic law, which is spreading the Islamic values into the entire global world. So these Islamic products and services are spreading the Islamic values, which is attractive for non-Muslims as well, since it's focused on the real economics sector. It was mentioned in Al-Quran also, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا كَافَّةً لِلنَّاسِ بَشِيرًا وَنَذِيرًا, which means that, O Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we sent to you to all human beings, regardless whether they are Arabs or non-Arabs, black or whites, etc. So this is the beauty of our religion. Now, based on those Islamic values, the industry has grown rapidly to reach around 2.3 trillion USD, excluding Islamic finance. Growing at estimate rate of 20%, the industry estimated to be around 560 billion USD a year. Of course, this growth supported by current Muslim population, which is around 2 billion and represent around 28% of total global world of the populations. At the same time, the Muslim average per capita income GDP has risen from USD 1,700 almost to 10,700 USD from 1993 to 2005. And the 57 OIC countries have a combined GDP of USD 27 trillion. Now, all those interesting numbers and growth came from demand and supply side, which we can call it as the global halal economy drivers. So for example here, as you can see from the screen, on the demand side, we have interesting increasing also Muslim population, as we mentioned. And for your information, it was indicated that 60% of Muslim population, their age is between 15 and 59, which means they are young. In addition, also to have the Islamic value deriving the lifestyle practices. Also, we have the digital connectivity playing a very important role, okay, in establishing the cross-border e-commerce among the OIC countries. While on the other hand, on the supply side, also we have, alhamdulillah, the government regulations and support, which is increasing the awareness of those halal products among the society. Also, we have the trade growth between OIC increasing as well. I will not take lots of time. Okay. The second point is about the Islamic finance. Of course, this sector is part of this success, as Global Islamic Economic Report of 2020 indicate and estimate the value of Islamic finance assets to be around 2.88 trillion USD. So this includes different sectors, of course, in the industry, like takaful and sukuk, which actually become one of most prominent Islamic finance funding used in the last 10 years. So those here, some indicators for this success. So far, we have almost 1,462 Islamic financial institutions globally, while the value of Islamic funds is estimated to be around 137 billion USD, while we have also 536 billion USD, the value of outstanding sukuk. Now, the important point, how about the integration between the halal economy and Islamic finance? Of course, this relationship is beneficial for both parties because, for example, Islamic financial institutions have the opportunity in investing in these halal products and services now. They have more opportunities. While on the other hand, we have for these halal companies have the chance to utilize Islamic finance facilities to achieve A to Z Sharia compliant status. Okay? So for example, I just give one example. Several companies whose core product is halal might be classified as non-compliant by Sharia screening body if they borrow or invest certain percentage in one of the conventional banks. And as you know, of course, there are lots of financing needs for each of those halal products. For example, we have the capital investment, trade financing, risk management, hedge, instruments, hedge products. All those we can use the Islamic finance instruments in order to facilitate or to use those financing needs. Now we come to 2020, when this COVID-19 happened, and it's changed our lives. And as we know, our life before this COVID-19, it will not be the same as after this COVID-19, because the IMF, International Monetary Fund, they describe this pandemic as crisis like no other. And both IMF and EIU said the global economy in general, it's around to contract or reduce by 5% in 2020, which is worse than the global financial crisis, which happened in 2008, 2009. Of course, this is here, just I put one figure. It's compare the global recession of this current financial crisis with the financial crisis of 2008 and into 1991. So you see the difference. It's have bigger impact on the global economy. And based on World Bank, they mentioned and they said that this crisis highlighted the need for urgent actions to tackle health and education and economic issues, okay, until we can set the stage for lasting recovery. Of course, at the same manner, Islamic economics was not isolated from this effect. Also have big effect on Islamic economic sector. Many Islamic economic sector have affected of this COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic forecasted to result in reducing the Muslim spending by around 80% for different Islamic economic sector. And as we know all, for example, the travel sector was among the biggest loser, as Muslim expenditure in this sector reduced from 194 billion to 58 billion USD. Yes, I can finish. Now we come to the finish, 2 minutes. At the end of the day, of course, we have Arabic said, it's called وراء كل ضيق فرج واشتد أزمة فرجي, which means that in every crisis or struggle in our life, there's an opportunity. And this is what we believe as Muslims. So at conclusion, Islamic finance installment could be part of this integrated pandemic response planning, because we have much product like awqaf, zakat, sukuk, and as Dr. Yusuf just mentioned now, will help us to recover fast from this pandemic. So inshallah, by focusing on the social rules and meaningful adoption of financial technology, this will enhance, and it will enhance also the industry at the end of the day. At conclusion, we believe that Islamic financial institutions should now focus more on the impact financing, green and sustainable sukuk, in addition to fintech, which has interesting benefits for industry, like smart contract, digital banking, and crowdfunding platform. And of course, there are lots of challenges coming on, and each one from us have to work from his side. And until that time, when we have the required level of this industry, there are lots to do and no moment to lose. Thank you very much for your attendance. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your valuable speech. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Mohammed Zubair Mukhal, the founder and chief executive from Al Huda Center of Islamic Banking and Economics from Pakistan. Mr. Mohammed Zubair Mukhal contributed his expertise of Islamic finance in more than 50 countries with different local and multilateral organizations. He has 12 years experience in his field with the specialized expertise of Islamic micro-financial engineering, poverty and elevation strategies, training research, structuring of Islamic macrofinance products, and Islamic financial publication. Apart from the Chief Executive Officer of Al Huda Center of Islamic Banking and Economics, he is also founding director of Islamic Microfinance Network and chief editor of the Islamic Microfinance News, a dedicated magazine on Islamic microfinance. Dear sir, the stage is yours.
नाबदू नसल्ली अला रसूलिल करीम अम्मा बाद फ़ौज़ बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम अस्सलामु अलैकुम and very good morning. I would like to thank to the organizers to give me opportunity to speak in this Apex Forum related to Islamic FinTech. As by my given topic, I will be discussing about Islamic finance, and I will link Islamic finance with the technology, which is called Islamic FinTech. Before start to my presentation, let me clear one thing, that how we derived Islamic financial products, or how we derived Islamic financial technology product. Basically, we have derived Islamic banking and financial product from 4 sources, which is called source of fiqh as well. Either we derived Islamic banking products from Quran, almost 30% product which we are being utilized in Islamic banking and finance industry, we derive those concepts from Quran. The second source of Islamic financial products is Sunnah. We have been derived a lot of Islamic banking and financial products from Sunnah, like Mudarba. Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam did Mudarba with Hazrat Khadija radhiyallahu anha. We derive Wakala from Sunnah. We derive Istisna from Sunnah. And while the third source of Islamic financial product is Ijma and Ijtihad. So these are the sources from where we derive Islamic banking and financial products. As per concern about the size of Islamic financial industry, the total size of Islamic financial industry is about $2.9 trillion as per the latest statistics of 2020. In $2.9 trillion industry, 82% of Islamic finance industry belong to the Islamic banking. About 9% Islamic financial industry belong to the Sukuk and Islamic capital market. About 2% Islamic financial industry belong to the Kafur. 1% Islamic finance industry belong to the Islamic microfinance. So this is the segregation, that how we segregate Islamic financial industry, which is about $2.9 trillion right now. And it is expected that it will be $3.4 trillion till 2023. As per careful estimate, right now about 1,500 Islamic financial institutions are working in 125 countries. You can see that there are a lot of Islamic financial institutions in Middle East, in Africa, in Europe, even in America. There are 43 Islamic financial institutions only working in US market. So Islamic financial products is not only for Muslim countries, but that is equally popular in non-Muslim countries as well. Notable investment in Islamic fintech during 2015 and 2020. Islamic finance now becoming emerging not only in Muslim countries but in non-Muslim countries as well. And the global development is very good. Right now, all the multilateral organizations, all the international banks, they are recognizing Islamic banking and financial industry as a sustainable solution, because after the international financial crisis, they learned a lesson that financing without backing of asset is always risky. Therefore, now those organizations are coming towards Islamic finance. Right now, World Bank have a dedicated department for Islamic banking. United Nations have a dedicated department in their different arms, like in UNDP, UNCHR, and many other institutions belong to the United Nations. USAID, European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, they are utilizing Islamic banking and financial products, not only in Muslim countries, but in non-Muslim countries as well, as a sustainable system. Why we talk about Islamic banking or Islamic fintech? The foremost principle of Islamic fintech or Islamic finance is prohibition of interest. Basically, interest is prohibited in all the divine religions, not only in Islam. But in Islam, we have a very strict verdict against riba, against interest. Therefore, in Muslim countries, Muslim people do not utilize interest-based financial system and remain excluded from the financial access. If we want to include them into the financial inclusion, then solution is Islamic finance. Until and unless we do not have a such product which are according to their religious and social belief, they will not utilize banking and financial product. Then what would be the ultimate result? That Muslim community will be excluded from the financial access, and that is the cause of the poverty. According to the World Bank report, that 46% of the world poverty reside in Muslim world, while our total population, Muslim population in the world is about 23%. Why we are at the high risk of poverty? This is the reason that we do not have a such financial product which are according to their religious belief. So for the financial inclusion, we have to design Islamic financial product so that Muslim people can consume such product and come into the financial inclusion. Asset-based financing, yes, one of the uniqueness of Islamic finance that we have asset-based financing. And whenever you have to finance with the asset with the poor, basically that asset creates a positive economic impact in the lives of the poor. They have to graduate from poverty to the next level, then out of the poverty. So that is a uniqueness in Islamic finance. And I am very much optimistic that Islamic finance will be a fuel for the development of halal industry as well. Because sometimes we believe in Pakistan we have one certification agency which is owned by Al Huda, Halal Research Council. Whenever we have to do audit, halal audit, we have to see either their financing is Sharia compliant or not. And we have to request them that your financing should be Sharia compliant as well. And I believe that when we will increase the share of Islamic finance, then ultimately halal industry will be emerged as well. By the way, currently we do not have a dedicated definition for Islamic fintech, but we can say that fintech is a combination of different type of technology which we are being utilized in financial and banking industry. Fintech is the combination of the artificial intelligence. Fintech is the combination of the robo-advice. Fintech is the combination of the crowdfunding. Fintech is the combination of P2P, that peer-to-peer payment network. Fintech is the combination of blockchain. So basically in fintech, we have to utilize all these technological elements and design such products which are according to the religious belief of Muslims. So that is called Islamic fintech. And I believe that by having the financial technology, we can do a lot of work. We have to do a lot of things. We can increase the financial inclusion. Let me give you an example of Pakistan. We have about 220 million population. And you will be surprised to know that our people who have a financial account or who are financially included, they are only 19%. 81% population of Pakistan do not have any formal banking and financial account. But 97% of the adult population of Pakistan have a mobile account. If we include our banking and financial product with the technology, then our outreach will be at the higher pace. So what is Islamic financial technology? To utilize Islamic banking product with the technology under Sharia parameter. And one of the uniqueness of the upcoming products might be after 5 years that mobile technology will be replicated by blockchain technology. Blockchain will be the future. Our halal industry ultimately will convert to the blockchain. Blockchain is the validation system. And then with that validation system in the halal industry, then the halal certification will be very easier. And similarly, when the blockchain will be in the banking and financial industry, then we have a unique products. We have a product like cryptocurrencies. We will have a digital currencies and etc. So these are the some product range of Islamic financial technology. We can segregate them for the financing like the crowdfunding, and there are different types of the crowdfunding. Then we can segregate as asset management companies, and then the payment P2P networks, and then other fintech entities like insurtech, like many other things. Insurance technology is also part of the financial technology. By the way, financial technology or insurtech, insurance technology, they are facilitating the banking and financial industry. Let me share one experience of you. When I was a child, I was in my village in Pakistan. At that time, when insurance professionals came to my village to insure the livestock, they have to put one permanent tag in the ear of the cow or buffalo or livestock, and it means that cow is insured now. And whenever that cow is died, farmer cut their ear and bring that ear to the insurance company that my cow is died and take the claim.
Sure.
And I'm the eyewitness.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay. And I'm the eyewitness that I saw a lot of cows in my village without ear. It's mean they cut their ear and take the false claim. But by having the financial technology or insurance technology, what is the mechanism of insurance? They put a GSM SIM in the stomach of the cow, and when there is any claim, they have to check by the system either heartbeat is beating or not. Where is the geographical location of that animal, either that is moving or not moving. And it's mean the false claim has been finished. Therefore, the insurance rate for the livestock has been dropped. So it's mean that technology is facilitating to them. Anyhow, insurtech is also part of financial technology. What is the feature? Convenience, improved and efficient and scored payment system, speed with accuracy, innovation, user-friendly, efficient time management. This is the global map that how financial technology is emerging. Yes, Asia is emerging. A lot, you can find a lot of Islamic fintech companies in Malaysia, Indonesia, in Middle East, in Pakistan, even in Turkey as well. Then Africa and European market, and then American market. So why Islamic fintech is necessary? Because 2 billion people are unbanked right now. If we want to reach there, then technology is necessary. More than 50% adults in the poorest household are unbanked. Majority of them are in Muslim countries. 72% Muslim population in the world are financially excluded, because in some Muslim countries, they have a geographical distances. They do not have a bank branches or financial institution in every villages and small cities. So how can we serve to them? By technology. So these are some statistics that how it can be helped for the financial inclusion. United Nations Development Program launched Sustainable Development Goal, and the Islamic fintech can help out to them. These are some conclusion remarks. Thank you very much for listening. Jazakallah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohamed Zubair, for your valuable speech. Now we are connecting to Malaysia. I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Mohamed Iskandar Shah Mohamed Rashid, Associate Dean School of Graduate and Professional Studies in SIF, Malaysia. Selamat datang, dear sir. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me loud and clear? Are we?
We do.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just share and then. Okay, can you see my screen as well right now? Okay. Okay. All right. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much to the organizers. I think the technology allow us to connect from Malaysia to Istanbul, even though I love to be there. In fact, this is probably the only year I miss traveling to Istanbul in the last 5 to 6 years. But anyway, this is probably the other way of connecting to Istanbul through technology. That being said just now from Dr. Yusuf and Dr. Taufik and also Brother Zubair as well, my presentation is more of talking about the pillars or more of the macro side or the ecosystem to build a sustainable halal ecosystem. And specifically, I want to also highlight the role of Islamic finance as well. Obviously, when we talk about sustainable ecosystem and also the role of halal Islamic finance, I mean, it's going to be, it's a big topic. It's a huge amount of literature actually being written in this area. But I'll try basically my level best to cover a few aspects from the sustainable point of view, from the inclusion point of view, and also supporting business through SME. And last but not least, talking about the talent development as well. So I just have 4 points to make in my presentation. So I'll try to basically make my points clear and concise, so that everyone get the message about what exactly that we are talking about today. Okay, so just a quick introduction. My name is Dr. Iskandar. I'm currently the Associate Dean of School of Graduate and Professional Studies. I'm from INSEF, Malaysia. INSEF is a university dedicated to Islamic finance, established by Bank Negara Malaysia. And I'm sure people who are in the Islamic finance fraternity, they probably have heard or probably they've spent some time with INSEF as well. I think a couple of speakers just now, Dr. Yusuf and also Dr. Taufik, are also in a way associated with INSEF, either as a visiting professor, and I think Dr. Taufik actually got his master's from INSEF too. So we are a university which is dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge and advancement of knowledge in Islamic finance. Okay, so as I said just now, I'm going to talk about 4 things. The issue of sustainability. Second one, I'm going to talk about SME financing. The third one, financial inclusion. Last but not least, about talent development. So, but before I start, let me just give you an overview why I exactly choose these 4 pillars. Okay, so the point is that when we talk about halal economy, we probably have to look at the real side and also the financing side. So the data that you are looking at it right now, for example, it shows that currently perhaps the financing side are slightly or marginally bigger than the real side. But eventually this is going to be, just a matter of time before the real side going to take over as well. The point that I'm trying to make here is that what you can see and what you can observe is that the growth of the financing side are becoming parallel or in tandem with the growth of the real side. So in other words, in order for us to build a complete ecosystem, not only we have to talk about the growth of the real economy, which is driven and propelled by the halal industry, not just the food, but you can go beyond by looking at pharmaceutical. You can also look at halal tourism and also media, so on and so forth. But obviously food is pretty much dominant because we are concerned about halal food. But then you probably look at it and you realize that the growth of halal industry seems to be making a pathway, for Islamic finance to grow, but more importantly, to propel the economy of the Muslim countries. I think this is very important, because if you look at the size of the global Islamic economy, that what Dr. Taufik has presented just now, is roughly about 26 trillion US dollar. All right, relative to the global economy, this is in fact very small. So just to give you a perspective, America alone, the global size economy is about 20 trillion US dollars. And America only has about 300 million people who are living, or 330 million people living in that particular country. But in the context of the Muslim world, we are probably looking at about 2 billion people. And 2 billion people and our GDP is roughly only about what? 27 or 25 trillion US dollar. So in other words, we might have a population 6-7 times bigger than America, but relative to the population, our size of economy is actually quite small. And one of the ways that we can propel our so-called economy is basically focusing on what I said, building a sustainable halal ecosystem. All right, and my point here is that we should not just be looking at traditional form of halal, we probably have to define and expand the scope of halal itself. So why do I say that? Okay, look at all these countries. Okay, these are the top 10 countries when it comes to halal economy. So Malaysia obviously at the top, and then you got Saudi Arabia, you got UAE, you got Indonesia, Jordan, Bahrain, so on and so forth. So these are the same countries that consider as probably the superpower in the Muslim world. And obviously Turkey might not be there here when it comes to halal economy, but overall Turkey is basically one of the top G20 countries as well. So in other words, and all these countries, you look at it, the GDP per capita is still very small. Okay, maybe we are looking at probably Qatar obviously might be big, but you have to exclude Qatar because they are quite unique. But if you look at the big economy, for example, like Malaysia, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, so on and so forth, our GDP per capita is probably around 10 to 12,000 USD per annum. But relative, for example, to other European countries like Spain and Italy and even America, or even you look at, you know, big economy nation, they're probably about 20 to 25,000 USD per annum. So in other words, what I'm trying to say here is that the largest Muslim economy have so much potential and so much room basically to grow. And when the Muslim population have greater purchasing power, obviously they have a greater spending ability. So when they have a greater spending ability, where the money going to go? They're going to basically demand much more halal product, which covers ranging from food, industry,
Dear sir, do you hear us? We cannot see your slides. Can you please check with it?
You cannot see the slide?
Yes, it's stuck on the first slide.
Oh, okay. I can see the slides are moving, but you can't see my slides are moving, is it? Okay, can you see the slides moving now? No.
Still same slide on the first slide.
Okay. Just a second. Can you see the moving now? No.
No.
It's technical. This is okay. So, is the organizer have my slide? Can they share? So, hold on a second. Let me.
I'm telling them now. İlgilenebilir miyiz?
Tabii ki. Sir, please share again now.
Okay, let me share again. Okay, can you see in the slide now?
Now, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see now. Thank you.
Okay. Is it moving now?
Yeah, it's moving now.
So is it moving? Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So
Thank you.
So this is where I'm at right now. So I'm talking about the 10 top Muslim countries in terms of the halal prospects. And I was talking about the fact that all these countries, the GDP per capita are still roughly around 10 to 12,000 USD. And relative to compare to other European nations, you can probably see that there's so much of potential. And obviously, when people start earning more, they will basically spend more, and the demand of this will basically, it's just like one-way traffic is going to be upward. But however, we need to really look at the definition of halal, and I'm suggesting in my presentation today, we probably have to broaden the concept of halal itself. Okay? So why I say so? Because, is it moving now? Can you see the new slide now? Yes?
We can see it, sir. Sir, by the way, you have 3 minutes left.
Oh, all right. Oh, 3 more minutes. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. All right. So let me just go very quickly. So the first broaden the concept of halal. Not just we have to look at what we are wearing and what we are eating as well. We probably have to broaden the ecosystem by looking at the environment issues as well. So, for example, what we define by a green technology has to be included in the concept of halal as well. Because we feel that what is the definition of halal, it means that it's a good for people. So when we are investing in renewable energy in terms of making an environment friendly, because that will be a key important things when it comes to halal economy. And why so? Because when you talk about concept of sustainability, even just from environment and climate risk, you're probably looking at an economy which is probably roughly about 80 trillion US dollar just from the investment side. So and you put it in the context of halal, it's only about, for example, 3 trillion or 4 trillion. So if you have a larger message and a broader concept, and you are trying to basically include a larger pillars, then probably you can see that you're going to attract a lot more investment, and not only you can expand the real side, but more importantly, you can also expand the financing side. Okay, so that is basically my point. And also we have to look at energy as well. Of course, I don't have to say, and this is a halal energy, but we are talking about the green energy, which is now with the battery technology, you know, with the micro scale production, can actually alleviate a lot of poverty problems in Malaysia as well. So when we broaden the concept of halal, it can actually make halal much more viable and much more practical and much more solution oriented rather than what we eat and also what we wear. Okay, so that is basically my first point. Okay, so if I can move quickly, and then Islamic finance automatically will come in and will finance all these things. So in other words, by pushing the real side, you're also gonna pushing the financing side as well. So the second pillar, if I can go very quickly, I just realized that I'm running out of time. The importance of small and medium enterprise. Okay, because for the halal industry to grow, and we know that majority of the halal industry are much smaller scale, so the small and medium enterprise has to be the main pillars of the economic growth in any nations. In Malaysia, for example, 40% of the GDP are driven by small and medium enterprise. However, lack of supports are given in terms of building the supply chains, building the logistics infrastructure, and this is always going to remain a big issue because we are not investing enough when it comes to infrastructure development in the Muslim world. Not just the energy, but the infrastructure in terms of road, facilities, ports and everything has to be there in order for us to support and facilitate supply chain when it comes to, for example, supporting the SMEs as well. Because all these things are actually parallel to the growth of the Muslim economy. And more importantly, customer relationship through digitalization. Unfortunately, when we have COVID, we see a lot of emergence of the tech companies. Nonetheless, the tech companies are mainly listed in the American stock markets, you know, in Japan and, you know, in Singapore, so on and so forth. We are not seeing the rising of emergence of the tech companies in the Muslim world. So with that, it's very hard to support, for example, the growth of halal economy too. So if I can move on quickly, the last 2 points, just 1 more minute, if you allow me. The last 2 points is that what is the problem with today finance, and we should not be repeating the same mistakes that we are been doing right now and also been doing in past. We are not making finance inclusive, and we really have to make finance inclusive. So what we have been said by the previous presenters, if you are make the finance more inclusive through Islamic finance or even fintech, so on and so forth, that can actually solve a lot of issues in the Muslim world. Because without finance ecosystem, without takaful protection, without access to financing, so on and so forth, it's very hard to build the Muslim world. So we cannot make finance only for the very rich, but we have to actually make finance for the masses as well. Again, under the banner of halal, we can also promote Islamic finance too. And this will be in tandem in terms of creating a much better ecosystem and to build a better economy. Okay, so and this is what we're seeing in the Muslim world. You know, there's so much of inequality, and whatever policy that we are trying to push are becoming meaningless and also useless because we are not able to create a greater and viable ecosystem. So last but not least, I'm sorry I have to run out of time. And all the things that I've been said just now will not be possible if you're not able to produce the right talent. Okay, unfortunately, in the Muslim world today, none of our Muslim world are probably ranked in the top, none of the universities are probably ranked in the top 10 or even top 20 or even top 100 in the world. And we are lacking behind in terms of science and innovation, so on and so forth. So this is a big problems that we are facing right now. We have the potential, but we don't have the ambassador and the right people to carry this potential to the greatest level. Let's not even talk about science, for example, even basic things about leadership, you know, about, you know, talent for financial system, we are still lacking behind. So in other words, what I'm trying to conclude here is that, apology, organizer, I'm running out of time. I just want to make make my conclusion here, that without considering a greater macro enabler, we may not able to achieve our objective to build a viable halal ecosystem. So I've just presented 4, and I'm sure Prof. Kabir and many others have many more to add to it. But let me stop here for now. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you so much, dear sir. We are pleased to have you on World Halal Summit stage today. Now we have another online connection. I would like to invite Dr. Kabir Hassan from University of New Orleans, USA. Dr. Kabir, welcome on stage.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. It's 2 o'clock in New Orleans, and good afternoon and evening to the rest of the world. Well, Dr. Yusuf,
Kabir,
Dr.
Can you open
Yes.
your camera?
My camera is not open?
Yeah.
What is my camera?
Left.
Okay, can you see me?
We can.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
So what I was trying to say is that the stage was set by Dr. Yusuf, Dr. Tawfiq, Dr. Zubair, Dr. Iskander. So they have a pretty much spoke in a holistic way and different aspect of halal economy, microfinance, talent development, and so on. So I'm going to take a different route. I'm going to do a sort of empirical work that I have done. So how this fintech can contribute to the financial stability and as a consequence of financial growth. So what is the motivation of my presentation? So digital financial inclusion, I'm not talking about the normal financial inclusion, digitally financially including, how that is included to financial stability. So digital financial inclusion is the extension phase of financial inclusion that can bring a revolutionary development in the overall financial sector of the world. There's a paper written by Ozili 2018. It also refers to the wider inclusion of financial services that are easily accessible by minimizing cost, asymmetric information, and promoting stability. And there is a series of papers written in this area as well. The recent COVID-19 pandemic has heightened the application of DFI in full swing as it helps people to maintain social distancing to break the chain of virus. And how is DFI and bank stability are connected? Many Islamic banks globally have launched digital finance services in a minimum range, and others are paving the way to go experience since wider exclusion of easily accessible financial services, which can help banks to attain stability. An Islamic banking sector is considering the inclusion of digital financial system as it ensures banking stability, which conveys the message of economic stability of any country and consequently leads towards the sustainable development goals. And it is expected that DFI will ensure Islamic banking stability as after the global financial crisis, Islamic financial institution played a great role to ensure Islamic banking stability. Now, in order to do any empirical work, so we have to look at what is the data available. So reckoning the undeniable impact and importance of digital financial inclusion, the prominent Islamic banking sector, one of the well-known dominating sectors of the world economy, is also in its way of implementing digital financial system. For example, fintech, e-wallet is very popular in Malaysia and other cashless transaction in a full force. As digital financial systems are more efficient, productive, faster, and cheaper than any other conventional methods of financial services, many Islamic banks globally have already launched digital financial services in a minimum range, and others are paving the way to go more experience. As financial institution was seen successful in retaining Islamic banking stability after the GFC. Hence, after the current pandemic, DFI is sought to be a recovery measure for the Islamic banking industry too. So financial inclusion, Islamic banking, and financial stability, that is the crux of my paper. So impact on proposed DFI, this is some of the figures that comes from McKinsey. So there are digital financial inclusion can boost the world GDP by 6% by 2025 by the amount of $3.7 trillion, and it will create 95 million new jobs. So what are the threats and constraints of this digital financial inclusion? High-speed internet is required for the smooth operation of DFI and is still unavailable in many countries. Account hacking and ATM or SIM card cloning by the hackers are considered as acute threat to DFI. So we are talking about cyber security, fake cards, card jamming, duplicate ATMs, card swapping, lack of digital literacy hinders the advancement of digital financial inclusion that many countries still cannot ensure in full. So what is the major objective of my research? This is an empirical work. Both the negative and positive effect of digital financial inclusion bring the question of whether the proper implementation of digital finance in Islamic banking sector can be a solution for attaining inclusive financial growth, economic growth or not. To investigate the influence of DFI on Islamic banking stability in countries operating Islamic banking, to examine how DFI promotes sustainable economic growth through ensuring Islamic banking stability. And we say our contribution, how the proper application of DFI ensures Islamic banking stability that leads to sustainable economic growth and helps attain the SDGs, especially in the post-COVID-19 pandemic. So in order to do any empirical work, you need data. So we have annual data of 183 Islamic banks over 222 countries. We have 1,464 bank care observations. We cover 22 countries having Islamic banking in different regions: East Asia and Pacific, Central Asia, Middle East, North Africa, South Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa. Our data runs from 2011 to 18, and sources of data multi-sources, Orbis Bank Focus, Financial Stability Report for IMF, Findex, and World Development Indicators. So how do you measure bank stability? So this is a Z-score. This is something very used very commonly in order to show whether the system is stable or not. And 3 proxies of digital financial inclusion. So these are also used in other studies: the number of mobile money agent outlets per 100,000 adults, the number of mobile money agent outlets per 1,000 square miles, the number of mobile money accounts per 1,000 adults, the number of mobile and interbank transactions per 1,000 adults. To this study, also consider made or received digital payments in the past year, age 15 and above, as an alternative DFI proxy for the robustness of the study. As you know, most of the Muslim countries, the significant number of population falls under the 15 to 25 age category. Those are also digitally very savvy. To examine the impact of DFI and interaction effect with GDP on Islamic banking stability, the following baseline regression is used. So on the left hand side you have the GDP, on the right hand side you have DFI, and you have the interaction term. To reduce the prevailing sequential correlation and cross-sectional dependence problem. So these are some econometric jargon, so use some of the econometric technique to take care of this problem. We also take care of the endogeneity problem: what is causing what, whether A is causing B or B is causing A. So use two-stage least square instrumental variable technique. For further robustness study, we also use alternative proxy for digital financial inclusion. So this is just one empirical table. So if you look at the main variable that are looking at GDP across DFI, the interaction of economic growth and digital financial inclusion. For Z-score, it is significant positive. For standard deviation, negative. So how do you interpret this number? So this study has found a positive association between economic growth and Islamic banking stability, and negative growth with the volatility of area as growth influences banking stability. The results, however, also show that GDP alone has a negative effect on Islamic banking stability and positive effect on volatility. But when you combine, is positively and significantly related to Islamic banking stability. The interaction effect of DFI with GDP growth is considered because this shows how DFI contributes to achieving inclusive, sustainable growth by improving the stability of the banking sector. The economic impact of the results in particular suggests that including digital finance may help Islamic banks to enhance efficiency and productivity by minimizing operational costs through maintaining minimum paperwork, documentation, fewer physical bank branches. The study does robustness tests following KIM, two-stage least square. It also categorizes countries based on high income, South Asia, Europe, Central Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, East Asia, Pacific, and the Middle East North African region. We argue that the banking operational cost as well as physical and financial infrastructure deficiency can be reduced through good communication infrastructure and excessive use of the mobile phone. In addition to that, the study also considered percentage of adults borrowing from friends and family as an instrumental variable. Only 9% of the adults borrowed from formal financial sectors and 29% of the adults borrowed from friends and family. The higher percentage of adults borrowing from friends and family may influence digital financial inclusion without directly affecting bank stability. So there is another robustness table. The main findings remain the unchanged. The findings suggest that inclusive digital financial system has a strong positive impact on Islamic banking stability in the sample countries. The study also considered the percentage of adults made or received digital payments in the past year as an alternative proxy for DFI from the Global Findex Index. And the result shows that with an inclusive digital financial sector, Islamic Bank enjoy greater financial stability. And overall, the country promotes sustainable economic growth. So what can you conclude from this little empirical work? So DFI brings banking stability and integrated inclusion of digital finance by Islamic banks is not only a phenomenon for attaining the banking stability, rather it ensures inclusive and sustainable economic growth that helps achieve financial sustainability that ultimately leads to achieve the sustainable development goals. So what are some of the policy implications from this study? People should provide with digital financial literacy, they must know how different technology works and make sure their electronic devices are supported with latest technology with uninterrupted internet connection. Poor households who are unbanked now should be bankable through the use of digital technology like cell phone and mobile phone technologies. And there are a number of case studies, showcase case studies all around the world that shows that. Time-tested and time-demanding digital financial system, fintech using artificial intelligence and machine learning should be implemented properly. Islamic banks to tackle the cloning of ATM cards, debit card, credit card, hacking, and other technological threats should implement updated software and database so that hackers cannot breach the data. QR-based ATM withdrawal. Banks must have a strong and standby team with vast and sound technological knowledge, need a strong, independent, proficient, and unbiased regulatory body who will supervise all the activities in terms of DFI, digital financial inclusion, and adopt innovative and time-tested policies to make it a successful economy. Two more points to end. You probably heard the story in the news that American system has been hacked by the Russian hackers. So one of the major concern for anybody, whether you are business and government, is hackers and cybersecurity. And second, some of the Muslim countries are way ahead in this digital economy and digital finance. We can learn the examples from both regulatory perspective and the practice perspective that innovation that is happening right now in Malaysia. So these are some of the other robust tables, and that's all I want to say. Thank you very much for listening to me. I hope I'm within 15 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Kabir. We were pleased to have you on World Halal Summit stage today. Okay, now we are going to have question and answer session. Do you have any questions to our speakers? If you don't have any questions, I have one question to Mr. Mohammed Zubair Mukal. Sir, as a halal travel influencer, this year I haven't traveled anywhere. So meanwhile, during this pandemic season, I decided to learn about blockchain system and Bitcoins. Since I have been training under this blockchain system, it looks like the world is going to, it's going to impact the world very soon, that we are not going to use paper monies, but Bitcoins. In this sense, I'm just wondering, how can we differentiate halal or haram Bitcoin? As I understand, we are just buying and selling and earning from that. So what is, I mean, if it's not too detailed, I'm just wondering the differentiate what is haram or halal for this blockchain system and Bitcoins. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Basically, blockchain is the validation system. You have to validate anything through the blockchain. When we talk about cryptocurrency, for example, cryptocurrency is a mechanism to validate the electronic codes for a specific currency. Similarly, in the future, our education system will go to the blockchain. For example, I started my education from Pakistan. Then I moved to UAE, for example. Then I moved to UK. So in the blockchain, my education will test out from scratch to my PhD or master level. And our health system will be go in the blockchain as well. For example, my daughter born 3 months before, and we have a vaccination for her. So when her vaccination at the blockchain system, till the age of 50, whatever medication she have to utilize, it will be validated in the similar system. So therefore, for the halal industry, when we have a concept of farm to fork, so when a farmer will sue something, what they have, what type of seed they have to sue, the blockchain start from there. Then what they have to grow, how that is packed, how that is transported, how that have a value addition, and how that is packed, and how that is in my plate. Each and everything will be at the blockchain. So for the traceability for the halal and haram will be very easier in the blockchain. So I'm very much optimistic that within 2 to 3 years, the certification agencies will utilize the blockchain for the certification system as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Zafer Soylu from Halal Accreditation Center to give for a plaque giving ceremony. Can we have you on the stage, please, all together? We would like to thank you all for coming and honoring our session today. Ended session 3, second day session 3. We are going to have the next session after 50 minutes. Now we have a break. Thank you. Rahim. Now we are starting to session 5, halal lifestyle. For this session, I would like to invite our valuable speakers, Ms. Barbara Ruiz Bejarano, Director of International Relations from Halal Institute, Spain. Miss here. Dr. Emine Akın, Clinical Biochemist, founder of Alkali Life Center, Istanbul, Turkey. And I would like to invite Professor Dr. Saffet Köse from İzmir Katip Çelebi University, Turkey. Please welcome on stage. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Saffet Köse is on the way coming. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Barbara Ruiz Bejarano, the Director of International Relations from Halal Institute, Spain. Dr. Barbara Ruiz Bejarano is Honorary Professor at the UNESCO University of Alicante Chair, Islam Culture and Society. She holds a PhD in Islamic Studies, and her main research is focused on Muslim communities in non-Islamic societies. She is also the Director of International Relations of Halal Institute, halal certification body with headquarters in Spain and Mexico, which has institutional and trade relations with more than 80 countries. She works mainly in global Islamic economy and halal markets, and occasionally delivers lectures or takes part in projects that is related to policy making, Muslim minorities in Europe, Islamophobia, economic development, female and youth empowerment, or regional cooperation. She formerly worked in several European programs for research, development, cooperation, and education. Ms. Barbara Ruiz, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. The topic I have chosen for this halal lifestyle session is anti-halal movements in Europe. And the reason is the recent bans on non-stand halal slaughtering in different countries in Europe. And I would like to explore a little bit further the reasons behind this and the potential consequences. I don't know if you are familiar with Edward Said. He was a scholar who wrote a much acclaimed book called Orientalism. Orientalism is the way the West, between brackets, looks at the East or the Orient. And the way that the West look upon the East is from up to down. And if you look at this description, these are the thoughts of many Europeans about Muslims, especially in the topic of terrorism. You know, when you talk about Islam or halal in Europe, people do not imagine fair economy or good food or healthy habits. They immediately connect with terrorism. And this is something we still need to change, and we haven't done much to change. So Orientalism is a construction, a cultural construction that tries to place in front of us the other, the one who is different. And to do this, we invest in the other certain characteristics, right? So their culture is always worse or less than ours, ours being the West. So it is our duty as the West to occupy their territories, to change their culture, and to change the social norms. This is the supporting culture behind colonialism, for example. And the position always is that we, the West, are superiors, and we are here to teach, even to tell the East who they are and what they have to do. So I'm going to start from this Orientalistic vision to explain what's happening at the moment with the halal industries in Europe. So at the moment, there are many anti-Muslim movements in Europe. We will discuss two of them briefly. I will provide some more information in the paper, but in 12 minutes, we don't have time to go much into it. So these movements are designed to exclude Muslims from society. In the previous panel, we were talking about how Islamic finances not being allowed or not being accepted in some countries are excluding Muslims from mainstream banking products. In the case of anti-halal movements, it's the same target, to exclude Muslims from society. In the case of Europe and halal, there is also a parallelism with kosher and Jews. The same bans for halal apply for kosher, and the same target is applied here. They are trying to exclude this community from society. So anti-halal campaigns are part of a very large anti-Muslim propaganda, which is spread in Europe and other territories. And it presents Muslims as a threat to a way of life meaning the freedoms we have in Europe. For example, if you look at the photos from demonstrations, you will see people depicting Sharia in a very horrific way to warn other Europeans that if Sharia is implemented here, we will lose everything we have, we will lose our freedom. Also, what happens is that Muslims are growing in numbers in Europe, some from immigration and some because they convert to Islam. And the more Muslims there are, the more the fear they feel that they are going to change their lives. Why? Because Muslims stick to their lifestyle. They do not fit in because they do not change. They do not become apparently Europeans. They do things differently. And then they continually pose a threat to the European lifestyle. And the third is when they are aware that Muslims or immigration, particularly immigration, arrive in Europe, they immediately request money from the welfare system. I don't know if you are familiar with the welfare system, but refugees, for example, political refugees, war refugees, have a right to ask for some money from the government, which we all pay, all taxpayers. And then the people who argue about the Muslims invading Europe or using our resources, which are normally far-right groups, they also say they are an economic burden and we should stop Muslim immigration into the continent. So what happens? Any distinctiveness, anything that you do because you are a Muslim, if you wear the headscarf, if you wear a different outfit, if you talk a different language to your kids, if you go to the halal butcher, whatever you do which is different and you don't fit in the mainstream culture is seen as part of an attack. It means if you cannot fit into European culture, you are actually attacking European culture. So this is the base for the anti-halal movements we're going to see. So when you are living in Europe and some, for example, some universities or some organizations organize debates or conferences about Islam, these are two posters to show how they see Muslims, right? They never choose a picture like this. They never choose colorful, happy people. They always choose gray, dark, poverty. They choose to show the worst side of some Muslim societies, and also they choose to connect it with violence or terrorism. So there's always this concern in the European mind about safety, because the growing image and the growing culture behind depicting Muslims in Europe is based on this kind of images and this kind of messages. So in the end, you believe this is how it really is. Right. Right, so basically, I'm going to concentrate on boycott halal and anti-halal movements, but there are other movements. There is a Stop Islam big horizontal movement in Europe. It mainly concentrates far-right and right spectrum political side parties and activists. What they do is they do demonstrations. For example, they do not want to aid immigrants. They don't want immigrants to be an economic burden for welfare systems. And they don't want to give jobs, for example, for Muslims. They don't want to rent flats for Muslims, and so on. So there is a whole spectrum of ways they can actually exclude Muslims from society. So let's have a look at some of the anti-halal movements. I think, is this my time? No, maybe I have, huh? 3 minutes, okay, then we have time. So, okay, when we talk about anti-halal movements, do not think it's people in the street shouting with a poster. No, it's even in the European Parliament. So if you look at all the strata of society, from the European Parliament, the European Commission, some of the governments, and lastly the NGOs or the activist organizations, you will see anti-halal movements all across the spectrum in Europe. So this is an example from the European Parliament. And this question is that some people are not happy because some birds, meaning poultry, are killed, are slaughtered in the halal way, and then no stunning is used. But this is not reflected in the label. And then some particular consumers, of course, always linked to this macro movement, they request that this is shown in the label. We will explain the consequences of this later. So they also want to know if an imam can be the person who slaughters the chicken, because obviously there is a regulation requiring that the slaughter people have some certification and some training, and maybe an imam is not fitting in here, so they're sending this question to the parliament, and then, well, this is the answer. If you go to European Parliament and you type halal, you will see many questions connected with poisoning, with labeling, with funding terrorism. You will see these representatives of far-right parties, how they are dropping these ideas in every parliamentary debate. So in Europe, the qualification for halal products is not regulated. Only slaughtering is regulated. And slaughtering in Europe, compulsory is with stunning, except in the case of halal or kosher. But it is up to the member states, meaning the 28 countries, to decide whether they want to ban completely halal and kosher or not. And this is what's happening now. So more and more countries are banning halal without prior stunning. This is one of the things that we should be very worried about. Animal welfare activism? Animal welfare activism in Europe it tries to put animal rights at the same level as human rights. And therefore, there is a very strong movement, although not very numerous yet, that says animals should not be used in any way for the benefit of humans, meaning you should not consume meat or eggs or milk or use fur or leather or any product coming from an animal. But as you can imagine, a lot of the industries in the world and a lot of the products we consume are connected with animal origin. If we make equivalent human rights and animal rights, obviously the whole world is going to be a lot different. So this is the first sentence in Europe that declares that if you slaughter an animal without stunning, meaning halal, you cannot label it as organic. And as you know, organic is a big consuming trend growing up in all the world. This court case was promoted by this organization for supporting the animals being killed in slaughterhouses. And it says that if your animal is slaughtered without pre-stunning, it cannot be labeled as organic, no matter it meets the other organic regulations. And this is a big blow for halal, because step by step, and this is the Supreme Court of the European Union. I mean, there's no going back with this. We cannot undo this. Which means if they start winning court cases against halal, in the end, halal production, halal consumption will disappear from Europe. It will be totally banned. You can find it, I mean, the reference is there. You can find this case in the internet with all the detail. You see, so the complaint started with this case of a product being certified halal and showing the indication organic farming, right? So in the end, they managed to ban these two labels at the same time. Now, this is very fresh, 17th December. The European Court rules authorities can ban kosher and halal slaughter in Belgian region. As you know, there are some countries already banning halal without pre-stunning, and this is growing. I'm going to show you the map somewhere here. Yeah. So at the moment, in red, you can see the countries that allow religious slaughter legally in Europe. In yellow, the countries that require pre-stunning. Belgium was the last one. There was half of the country wanted it to be banned, and the other half of the country didn't want pre-stunning to be compulsory. Then other cases like post-cut stunning and concurrent sedation in blue. It's only the case of Finland. So as you can see, the map has changed in the last few years. In 10 years, this has changed. In 5 more years, you will see more countries in yellow. Now, I'm going to go back to explain some more about boycott halal. So what happens if these groups succeed and labeling with the method of stunning and slaughtering becomes compulsory? If it becomes compulsory, many people would be capable of identifying non-stunned meat, and then they would reject to buy it on ethical grounds, which means a lot of the trade will be lost. This is going to impact directly not only the producers, but everybody consuming halal in the world. It will also affect exports, right? Now, this picture that you see here is a study of a newspaper, The Guardian, responding to consumers' concerns. And this is also very recent. It has maybe 4 or 5 years. Before this, nobody cared about how they killed my lamb or where my hamburger comes from. These questions were not in the public. This is the result of a campaign, and it's happening now. Sorry? Yeah. Right. So I'm going just to go to the point. Right. This is one of the points. The argument is that they are forced to eat halal when nobody forces them to eat halal. So the strategy is very simple. They want to identify halal, make everybody aware of what halal is, make everybody boycott these products, so halal sales and production will drop. And this is an effective way of excluding Muslims from society, but also is going to impact the whole halal trade. Right? So just to sum up, because we run out of time, there is a network of organizations behind this. This is not casual, this is not coincidental, this is intentional, and there is a network of different kinds of institutions pushing for this. So my point here in the end will be, we are not aware of this. We in the halal world are not aware of this. We need a roadmap or a strategy. We need to resort to some OIC or official representative of Muslims to defend halal in the European Union territory. We need to promote a campaign explaining that halal is not something horrible and that in fact most animals are slaughtered in the same way, in very similar ways. And we should refuse compulsory labeling on the grounds that halal certification is voluntary. And lastly, we need to make a campaign to explain that all these campaigns against halal have an effect on freedom of religion and freedom of belief in Europe. So the ultimate goal is not to stop halal slaughtering. The ultimate goal is to stop Muslims being free in Europe. So that's that one. So these campaigns are global, and it will affect everybody sooner or later. So I just wanted to make everybody aware of this. And if you have any other ideas, please share with me. I'll be very happy to start some sort of group for discussing this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barbara, for your valuable speech. Now, I would like to invite our second speaker, Dr. Emine Akın from Alkali Life Center, Healthy Life and Education and Consultancy Services. Dr. Akın is a medical doctor specialized on clinical biochemistry. She received trainings on functional medicine and medical nutrition, alkaline life regulations, detox programs, and healthy kitchen in UK and USA. Dr. Akın continues her work in Alkali Life Center, Healthy Life and Counseling and Training Center. She focuses on the cellular levels of the diseases and provides individual consultancy for improvement of health with personalized applications. She has written 2 books about healthy living. Dr. Akın is also a healthy kitchen chef, and we would like to invite on stage. Thank you, sir. Welcome on stage, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum. Late but good morning. Subuh bikhair. Sabah an-nur. Buenos dias. Salamat pagi. Hope you are well in our second day. First of all, I would like to thank to the organization committee for inviting me here. And it is a great honor for me to be here with all of you from many countries. And I want to say welcome to all you to Istanbul. In this summit, as we know, our headline is halal for all, halal in all aspects, from production to consumption. So under this heading, I would like to present you in a different perspective on halal food, the role of halal food in healthy life. But before I start, I would like to ask you a question. What do you think about this number? Please, can you guess? But could you please raise your hand before you answer? Yes, please. Yes, please, guess, please. What about A or B or C?
I guessed it.
Yes? What about? What's the answer?
I guessed it. Yeah.
So, which one?
It's C.
C. Yes, you are correct. And I have a little gift for you. Thank you.
Really? Thank you. My.
You missed the gift.
No. It's okay.
So, the correct answer is C. The number of people aged 60 and over in the world population in 2050, according to United Nations data. So today, healthy life and healthy aging have become much more important all over the world than ever before. Especially with COVID-19 pandemic, we understood better. Awareness of healthy life has increased significantly. So when we look at the world in general, we can see that the populations of the countries are aging rapidly. So when we see in this graphic, the world population is predicted to be around 10 billion by 2050. Therefore, this shows us that at least 1/5 of the world's population will probably be people aged 60 and over. So in short, the aging rate in the world is quite high. In addition to that, when we look at the numbers here, we can see the chronic diseases, such as diabetes, will be increasing considerably in the following years. According to International Diabetes Federation, the number of people with diabetes will rise to 700 million people in 2045. So we can see these figures, from these figures, that the health expenditures will increase in connection with the rapid aging and rapid increase in chronic diseases in the world. So here is an example of predictions for number of diabetes in 2045. Due to all these alarming changes, the World Health Organization has declared between 2020 and 2030 as the decade of healthy aging. Last year, in July, I was also invited as a speaker for a meeting on the Year of Healthy Aging in United Nations in Geneva. In addition to that, my active participation to these meetings, I have written 2 books about healthy living and healthy aging, which focus on these similar issues. And we apply integrative medicine approach for healthy living and in treatment the disease in our clinic. In other words, we are making very effective and important changes in nutrition and lifestyle of our patients to maintain healthy life and for curing diseases. Now, let me tell you about something more. What is vital for healthy life and healthy aging? The first one is healthy nutrition, and the second one is healthy life habits. For healthy aging, we need to manage these 2 indispensable factors carefully. Healthy nutrition and healthy lifestyle are very crucial in preventive medicine because, as we know, Hippocrates said, food is medicine. Of course, prevention of disease is easier than cure. The nutrition is also important for the integrative medicine approach and very effective. Nutrition is actually a very powerful tool and also a very powerful transformation tool and also a transformation process for our health. Because with every bite we eat, we have the power to transform our cells and our body. When we look at the research, there are many studies on the importance of nutrition, especially in the treatment of chronic diseases. Especially in the last 2 decades, we can see an increase on studies in preventive medicine and integrative medicine also, because people want both to be healthy and to age healthy. Although there are many sub-factors, changing the diet allows us to get very effective results in the body for the treatment of the disease. We can see this clearly in our own clinical studies. Here I want to share one of my patient's results. He had overweight problem and other problem related to this issue. Just 40 days, these changes. It is very clear that somebody change his or her diet, their health conditions get much better. When we look at the nutrition in this context, the concept of halal food creates a very safe, clean, and protective area in the nutrition. So the implementation of the concept of halal food has already been going on for centuries in Muslim societies. As a result of the implementation of halal food concept, first of all, it has provided a healthy nutrition and also has significantly protected communities from infectious disease for the Muslim societies. For this reason, halal food has also been a very important factor in healthy aging in Muslim societies for the centuries. After all this information, we can clearly see that the halal food is very closely related to all these factors. In the 20th century, as a result of industrial and technological developments, food and nutrition areas are also affected. Food production patterns have changed and production processes have become more and more complex. Today, with all these changes, the importance of the concept of halal food has increased even more. For example, there have been fundamental changes in agriculture and farming. In addition to that, many food additives began to be used in nutrition and food production. Today, the use of a large number and variety of food additives in food production has gradually been increased. Of course, we have seen the important results of these changes all over the world. With these radical changes in food and food processing, diet-related chronic diseases also increased, especially in the last 2 decades. We can see the numbers. Because the partial or complete deterioration of the naturalness of food can lead to negative consequences for human health in both short and long terms. When we look at again all these data, we need to think beyond the concept of halal food for a healthy life and for healthy aging. Our first and basic measure in nutrition is halal food, but is this halal food healthy or not? We need to think about it deeply because as we change our food, these food also change our body. As the conclusion, halal food should also have a positive contribution to our health. We should review the food production processes according to these purposes, and we should aim to preserve the naturalness of food in production. It's very important to explain halal food concept to the rest of the world. The importance of healthy and clean diet is now understood all over the world. In this context, the World Health Organization declared the period between these years as Nutrition Action Decade. So it will be beneficial for the whole world and all humanity that the concept of halal food has become not only a religious requirement, but also an extremely important health policy for a healthy life by carrying this scope further. So I wish this hour of this day and this speech to be a start for this beautiful and useful action. I'm now calling for this to be the beginning of the transformation into a healthy life and beautiful life for all countries of the world and all humanity. Thank you.
I hope we can start living healthier to achieve this pandemic station. Thank you, Dr. Emine Akın, for your valuable speech. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Saffet Köse from İzmir Katip Çelebi University, Turkey. Sir, the stage is yours. Professor, the stage is yours.
Bismillah ve elhamdülillah ve salatu ve selamu ala Resulillah ve ala alihi ve ashabihi ve etba'i febat. Sözlerime başlarken muhterem hazirunu hürmetle, muhabbetle selamlıyorum. Beni bir toplantıya davet eden organizasyon heyetine şükranlarımı sunuyorum. Ben 10 dakikalık süre içerisinde helal kazanç üzerinde durmak istiyorum. Genelde helal denildiğinde bir maddenin, gıdanın, hizmetin ve benzerlerinin helal olduğu üzerinde duruluyor. Bu önemli bir nokta gerçekten. Fakat en az bunun kadar önemli olan bir başka şey daha var. O da helal kazanç. Yani bir şeyin helal olması yetmez. Onun elde edilişi, kazanılması da helal olması gerekir. Helal Müslümanı ilgilendirdiğine göre Müslümanın hayatında kazancın da helal olmasının büyük etkisi var. O sebeple Hazreti Peygamber talebül halali feridatun ba'del ferida buyurur. Yani helal peşinde koşmak farz üstüne farzdır. Farz deyip geçmiyor Hazreti Peygamber. Farz üstüne farz. Çünkü terazisi düzgün olmayan, ölçüsü düzgün olmayan bir milletin, bir insanın hiçbir şey düzgün gitmez. Bu noktada kazancın helal olup olmaması ibadetlerin kabulünde, davranışlarda ve kazancın bizim bereket dediğimiz manevi gücünün oluşup oluşmamasında büyük etkisi var. O sebeple Kur'an-ı Kerim'e baktığınızda bütün peygamberlere, bütün insanlara ve bütün müminlere Cenab-ı Hak helal ve tayyibattan yemelerini emrediyor. Şimdi ayet-i kerimelere bakarsanız, bakın ya eyyuher rusul, bütün peygamberlere sesleniyor. Külü minet tayyibati ve amelü salihan. Ey peygamberler, tayyibattan yiyin. Şimdi tayyibat ne, helal ne? Onu biraz sonra açıklayacağım. Tayyibat ne, helal ne? Tayyibattan yiyin. Bunu peygamberlerine söylüyor. Peygamberlere söylediği şey konusunda diğer insanlar çok daha dikkatli olmak zorundalar. İkincisi, bütün insanlara yine aynı şeyi söylüyor Kur'an-ı Kerim. Ya eyyühennas, külü mimme fil erdi halalen tayyibe. Yeryüzünde bulunan şeylerin helal ve tayyibattan olanından yiyin diyor ayet-i kerimede. Aynı şeyi müminlere söylüyor. Ya eyyühellezine amenu, ey inananlar, külü min tayyibati ma razaknakum. Size rızık olarak verdiğimiz şeylerin tayyibatından yiyin. Devam ediyor. Ve külü mimme razakakumullahu halalen tayyibe. Size rızık, Allah'ın rızık olarak verdiği şeylerin helal, tayyip olanından yiyin. Şimdi burada bir ayrım yapıyor Kur'an-ı Kerim. Bakın hep tayyibattan bahsediyor. Hep tayyibattan. Helalı zikrederse tayyibatı da zikrediyor. Buradan şöyle bir anlam çıkıyor. Her tayyibat helaldir ama her helal tayyibattan olmayabilir. O zaman Kur'an-ı Kerim neyi söylemek istiyor? Ben bunu araştırdım. Şimdi bakın, Ebu'l Beka el-Kefevi diye bir alim var. Bunu şöyle ayırıyor. Diyor ki, helal görünüş itibariyle bir müftiye sorduğunuzda size helal dediği şeydir. Görünüş itibariyle. Ama tayyibat dediğiniz şey مَا اَفْتَاكَ kalbuk en leyse fihi günah. Vicdanının sana helal dediği şeydir. O zaman helal fıkhi olarak meşru olan şey demek. Ama bu yetmiyor. Vicdanın da helal demesi lazım. Eğer vicdan helal demiyorsa o tayyibattan olmuyor. O yüzden Hazreti Peygamber'in şöyle bir hadisi vardır. İlahiyatçılar bilirler. İstefti kalbek ve neftekel müftün. Müftüler fetva da verse fetvanı vicdanından al. El ismü ma hake fi sadrik diyor mesela Hazreti Peygamber. Günah senin vicdanını rahatsız eden şeydir. O yüzden helal olması yetmez, vicdanen de helal olması gerekiyor. Bu önemli bir şey. Peki vicdan nedir diye sorulursa Nurettin Topçu merhumun bir tanımı var. Diyor ki vicdan Cenab-ı Hakk'ın, yani Allah Teala'nın kalbimizdeki sesidir. Kalpteki ses. Ona riayet etmek gerekiyor. Çünkü insanları hukuk yoluyla kontrol altına alamıyorsunuz. Kalbine hakim olmanız gerekiyor. O yüzden işte Kur'an-ı Kerim tayyibatı hep öne çıkarıyor. Helal dediğinde de tayyibatı ona ekliyor. Tayyibat helali kapsar ama her helal tayyibattan değildir. O yüzden vicdana sormak gerekiyor. O yüzden helal kazancın ve vicdanın helal dediği şeyin insan üzerinde büyük tesiri var. Kul la yestevil habisu ve tayyib diye ayet-i kerimede devam ediyor. Yani bir şey çok da olsa, bu çokluk hoşuna da gitse ona bakmayacaksınız. Tayyibattan olana bakacaksınız. Yani vicdanınızın size helal dediği şeylerin çok olup olmamasına bakacaksınız. Bunu söylüyor Kur'an-ı Kerim. Şimdi bu niye böyle? Çok önemli bir şey bu. Bir kere kazancın tayyibattan olması ibadetlerin kabulünden insanın davranışlarına varıncaya kadar, çevresiyle ilişkilerine varıncaya kadar insan üzerinde etkisi var. Mesela bakın ibadetlerle ilgili olarak bunu Peygamber Efendimiz hadis-i şeriflerinde söylüyor. Sa'd bin Ebi Vakkas diye bir sahabi var, bir arkadaşı Peygamberimizin. Ona diyor ki, ya Resulallah bana dua et, duam kabul olsun. Peygamberlerin duaları makbuldür. O da diyor ki bana dua et, duam kabul olsun. Hazreti Peygamber'in ona tavsiyesi şu, ya Sa'd, atıp matlamek tecib musebet dave. Yediğin içtiğin tayyibattan olsun, duan kabul görür diyor. Yine örnek veriyor Peygamberimiz. Biraz önce okuduğum ayetler, bütün insanlara, bütün peygamberlere, bütün müminlere helal ve tayyibattan yiyin diye emrettiği ayetleri okuyor Hazreti Peygamber. Sonra bir adamı örnek veriyor. Bu adam uzun bir yoldan gelmiş. Sümme zekera racule yutulü sefara eş'ase ve ağbara diye anlatıyor. Uzun bir yoldan gelmiş, yüzü gözü toz toprak içerisinde, saçı başı dağılmış, belli ki meşakkatli bir yoldan gelmiş. Ama bu yolculuk ibadet niteliğiyle yaptığı bir yolculuk. Mesela hacca gitmiş. Mesela ülke savunmasına gitmiş, gazi olmuş gelmiş, sıla-i rahim yapmış. Bunlar büyük ibadetler, büyük taatlar. Ve sümme yemut diyedehi ile semai, sonra ellerini semaya açmış, diyor ki ya Rabbi, ya Rabbi, ya Rabbi bu ibadetlerimi kabul eyle diyor. Peygamber Efendimiz diyor ki mat'amuhu haram, meşrabuhu haram, melbesuhu haram ve guziyebil haram fe enne yüstecabil zalik. Adamın yediği haram, içtiği haram, giydiği haram. Böylelerin Allah dua niyazını niye kabul etsin diyor. Niye kabul etsin? Şimdi bir hadis-i şerif var. Mesela diyor ki Hazreti Peygamber makbul bir haccın karşılığı cennettir. Ama haccın makbul mü değil mi şuna bakacaksın diyor. Oraya helal kazançla mı geldin? Mesela lebbeyk Allahümme lebbeyk dediği umreci veya hacı dediğinde Allah ona cevap verir. Helal parayla geldiyse lebbeyk ve saadeyk. Mutluluklar sana. Ne iyi ettin de geldin. Dön ananın evine, anandan doğduğun gibi tertemiz ailene der, ona cevap verir diyor. Ama haram parayla geldiyse la lebbeyk ve la saadeyk. Al haccını başına çal. Defol huzurumdan, kabul etmiyorum seni der, kovar diyor. Kovar. Mesela çok ilginç bir hadis var. Men iştera seven bir aşret derahime diye bir hadis var. Bir kimse 10 dirheme bir elbise satın alsa, içinde 1 dirhem haram para olsa, onunla kıldığı namazı Allah kabul etmez diyor Peygamberimiz. Onunla kıldığı Allah namazı kabul etmez. O yüzden helal kazancın ibadetlerin kabulünde etkisi var. Yani kazancı helal olmayanın ibadetini Allah kabul etmiyor. Şimdi bu işin bir boyutu. Bir başka boyutu, şimdi bizim Sufi gelenek içerisinde, irfan geleneğimizde şöyle bir anlayış var. Derler ki, insanlar aldıkları gıdalardan, özetliyorum şimdi, aldıkları gıdalardan elde ettikleri enerjiyle hareketlerini sağlarlar. Yediğimiz, içtiğimiz şeylerden enerji elde ediyoruz, onunla hareketimizi sağlıyoruz. Eğer insanın yediği, içtiği şeyler tayyibattan ise, yani hem fıkhi olarak hem vicdani olarak helal ise, o onu iyiye yönlendirir. Çünkü temiz enerji açığa çıkar. Ama yediği, içtiği haram ise, kazancı haram yoldan gelmişse, ondan pis bir enerji ortaya çıkar, habis bir enerji ortaya çıkar ve onu kötülüğe yönlendirir diyorlar. Bununla ilgili birçok şey var burada anlatılıyor ama zamanımız yok. Onları burada okumuyorum sadece. Sadece bu kadarını söyleyeyim. O yüzden Kur'an-ı Kerim'de Cenab-ı Hak diyor ki vel beledut tayyibu yahrucu nebatuhu bi izni rabbihi vellezî habuse la yahrucu illa nekide. Temiz toprağın bitkisi de temiz olur. Ürünü de verimli olur. Tıpkı insan vücuduna benzetirseniz aldığınız enerjinin ürünü, hareketleri, davranışları, onun meyveleri de temiz, düzgün olur. Ama toprak kirli, pis ve çoraksa ondan bir şey çıkmaz. Çıksa da bir işe yaramaz diyor ayet-i kerimede. Şimdi kazancın çok olması önemli değil. Tayyibattan olması önemli, az olması önemli, bereketli olması önemli. Bereket nedir? Bereketin de 2 unsuru var. Kaynaklarda bahsediliyor. El-Okyanusul Basit fi tercümetil kamusil muhit diye bir Asım Efendi'nin bir tercümesi var. Kamus tercümesi var. Orada bunu anlatıyor. Diyor ki maddi anlamda bolluk, manevi anlamda verdiği mutluluk. O yüzden tayyibattan olan kazanç insana mutluluk verir. Bu önemli bir şey. O yüzden bizim alimlerimizin şöyle benzetmesi vardır. Mesela bir bardak temiz su mudur? Bir bardak şunda tertemiz su mudur? Yoksa içine, çok özür dilerim, bir damla idrar düşmüş 1 ton su mudur? Hangisi daha değerlidir? İnsan fıtratı bunu almaya gider. Onun içinde bir damla idrar bulunduğu için onu kirletir ve onu almak istemez. Bunu söylüyor. O yüzden az olsun, temiz olsun. Anlayış bu. Ve o bir bereket getiriyor. Bereket de bu demek.
Sevgili hocam, 2 dakikamız kaldı.
2 dakikada özetliyorum. Peygamberimiz Mekke'den Medine'ye hicret ederken yolda Mutaffifin suresi nazil oluyor. Niye yolda nazil oluyor Mutaffifin suresi? Sebebi şu. Peygamberimiz Medine'ye gittiğinde Medine pazarını kuruyor. Bugün hacca umreye gidenler Mescid-i Nebevi'nin güney tarafında burayı görürler. Oraya işaretlemişler. Medine pazarının olduğu yer. Bu anlayış üzerine kuruyor. Mutaffifleri anlatıyor Cenab-ı Hak. Veylün lil mutaffifin ellezine izektelu alen nasi yestefun ve izâ kâluhum evvezenuhum yuksirun. Diyor ki kınıyorum mutaffifleri. Yazıklar olsun onlara. Kimdir mutaffifler? İnsanlara bir şey verecekleri zaman ince ince kıyısından köşesinden hesap yaparlar, çalarlar. Yani insanların peşine düşmeyeceği basit haklarda hile yapanlar. Yani 100 kilo bir şey alıyorsunuz 5 gram çalıyor. 100 metre bir şey alıyorsunuz 2 santim çalıyor. İşte şu binaya diyelim 1000 torba çimento atmanız lazım 3 torba çalıyor. Haberiniz oluyor ya önemli değil diyorsunuz. Cenab-ı Hak diyor ki ben bunlar için büyük bir mahkeme kuracağım ahiret yurdunda ve onların bu çaldıkları şeyleri rakam rakam yazıyorum diyor. Kella inne kitabel füccari lefî siccin ve mâ edrake mâ siccin kitabın merkum. Rakam rakam yazılmış kara kaplı defter diye bir laf var Anadolu irfanında. O defterde bunlar yazılıdır. Bunların hesabını soracağım diyor Cenab-ı Hak. O yüzden son bir şey söylüyorum. Bunları geçiyorum. Bitirmiş olacağım bununla. Peygamberimiz diyor ki küllün nâsi yâdû febâ'un nefsehu femûtikuhâ ev mübikuhâ. Sabah herkes evinden çıkar. Akşamı evlerine dönerler. Ya nefsini satmış olarak dönerler ya nefsine satılmış olarak dönerler. Nefsini satmış olanlar haramlar karşısında helalleri alanlardır. Haramlar var, helaller var. Haramları bırakır, helalleri alır. Nefsine satılmış olanlar helalleri bırakır, haramları alırlar. O yüzden bu şekilde döner. Peygamber Efendimizin dediği şey şu, o zaman muhasebenizi yapın, helaldan kazandıysanız onunla daim olun, haramdan kazandıysanız Allah haklarına girdiyseniz tevbe edin, kul haklarına girdiyseniz gidin helallik alın diyor. Burada son bir şey söyleyeceğim. Hazreti Ömer'in bir sözü var. Diyor ki Allah neyi emretmişse ona giden yolu kolaylaştırmıştır ve haram kıldığı şeylerin de ona ihtiyaç bırakmayacak alternatif helallerini yaratmıştır. Onu bulmak gerekir diyor. Onu bulmak gerekir. George Simmel'ın bir sözü var. George Simmel önemli bir araştırmacı. 1937'de vefat etmiş. El insanu harisun ala mâmini'a. İnsan yasaklanan şeye karşı hırslılık gösteriyor. Haramın bir cazibesi var. Yasağın bir cazibesi var. George Simmel diyor ki insanlar hiçbir zaman hazlarını, ihtiyaçlarını haram yoldan, gayrimeşru yoldan karşılayamazlar. Çünkü hazlı yaşamaya başladığında sonrakini düşünmeye başlar. Hazların tatmin yolu meşruiyettir diyor. Bunu bilmek gerekiyor. Evet böylece tabii söylemek istediğim bir iki şey daha vardı. Ama Peygamberimizin şu hadisini hatırlatıp bitiriyorum. Diyor ki şu 4 şey sende varsa dünyada kaybettiğin bir şey yoktur. 1. Doğru sözlüysen. 2. Emanet ehli isen yani güvenilir insan isen ve o güveni boşa çıkarmıyorsan. 3. Güzel ahlak sahibiysen hüsnül huluk. 4. yiyip içtiklerinde helal tayyibattan duyarlılığın varsa. Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Hocamıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz değerli konuşmalarından ötürü. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite, we are connecting to US now. I would like to invite Miss Yvonne Maffei, the founder of My Halal Kitchen. Yvonne Maffei is a food researcher and writer, cookbook author, e-commerce entrepreneur, public speaker, food industry consultant, marketer, and expert in halal cooking, and the founder of the first website on halal food and cooking, myhalalkitchen.com. She is the first consultant to first ever all halal campus dining facility at New York University in Manhattan. Welcome on stage, ma'am.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. I'm so happy to be here. I think we're having a little difficulty getting. Is there any way to get it on? Hello?
Hear you. We can hear you.
Yes. Is there any way you can see my presentation?
No, we cannot see your presentation. Can you share again, please?
Sure. Been doing that. It's not coming up for some reason. And no one has it there. It's just not allowing me to share it for some reason. I don't know why it's not giving me permission to do it. So. It's just not letting me. Oh, here we go. Maybe that's it. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. We can.
You can see my screen. Okay, great. Let me. Okay, let me go to the presentation. Just hold on one second. Don't know why it's doing that. Technical difficulty, but okay. Now that is coming on top of it, but there. Okay. Are we all good? We're good now?
No. You can start. By the way, I prepare your presentation.
Okay. So you can't see my screen. You can't see my presentation. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll just get started anyway. And do you have a copy of the PowerPoint there? Is it open?
Yes, I am preparing your presentation. Just a few minutes. But by the way, you can start.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for that technical issue. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wa salatu wa salam wa alaikum, my dear brothers and sisters. It's my honor and pleasure to be here with you today through the blessing of this virtual technology, even though I have a little blip here. It brings us together from around the globe, which is fantastic and fascinating. Thank you so much to the organizers of World Halal Society from the United States to talk about why I think the entire world needs halal and tayyib foods and goods right now. And after hearing the previous speakers' presentations, I think this is even more important, especially after hearing Dr. Barber's talk about what's happening in Europe. Each one of us here listening, presenting, and organizing this program is here because we care about halal and we want to promote and uphold it. But there is so much work that needs to be done in the industry among the brightest minds we are blessed to have amongst us. Now more than ever before, there's so much work to be done to improve the quality of halal, to equate it with what is healthy, and to unify our perception on the standard of halal as healthy. And because of COVID-19, we actually have an opportunity that we've never had before to make halal truly shine in the world that goes way beyond just the halal consumer. And why is that? Because there's so much demand for good quality, natural, organic, clean, and conscious foods and businesses. The organic market, for example, is projected to be worth $272 billion by 2020. Lie beyond the Muslim world and even beyond the traditional halal consumer. But Islam gives us a framework that offers so much good. And in my presentation, what I want to talk to you about is how we need to rise to the challenge of effectively improving, and then positioning and marketing in ways that reach the masses. So is my presentation up now?
Yes, we have shared your presentation. You can
Okay.
see.
Can you, maybe you can move it to the slide, the second slide on the outline? Thank you. Second slide. I will discuss how COVID-19 changed everything and where the opportunities for halal businesses and Muslim governments are, why halal and tayyib is the answer, and provide some sample solutions and suggestions. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So to start, a good reminder for all of us, and I know previous speakers have mentioned it, but we can never get enough reminders. Allah says in Surah Baqarah, "Oh, you people,
Miss,
eat from
we
earth."
we cannot see your slides. It's stuck on first slide.
Okay, that's fine. Oh,
all right.
Halal and tayyib slide. Allah says, "O you people, eat from the earth what is halal and tayyib, and follow not the footsteps of shaitan." So here, tayyib is loosely translated as pure, wholesome, or organic. Could you go to the next slide, please? Maybe it's stuck? It shouldn't be. Oh, there, perfect. So the most popular question that people have been asking in recent years about food is, what is in our food? They are concerned with things like chemical preservatives, artificial flavors, questionable ingredients, things they can't even pronounce, GMOs, animal products, and the list goes on and on and on. They're simply overwhelmed, and increasing information over the internet where everybody's reading everything, cumbersome package labeling, the increase in allergies and food intolerance, all leaves consumers really confused. But now the question is bigger and beyond and even broader than all of that. So because COVID changed everything for us. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So while consumers were starting to question the cleanliness of products, they were becoming more conscious about the brands they buy from. So for example, fair trade business, eco-friendly, low carbon footprint. But COVID-19 even disrupted a lot of that. And in many countries disrupted supply chain. Many countries started to see more of a reliance on local food sources, which frankly isn't easy. And I've experienced that even in the United States, where local farmers markets were closed due to low, sparse food offerings, which is really strange for a place like California. But during COVID, we had a block in supply chain even here. So due to the pandemic, much of the concern has now shifted towards health and wellness like never before, and consuming organic, fresh, and good for you types of produce, immune boosting foods, wellness products, anti-inflammatory foods. All of these things are in super high demand right now. But that provides the halal industry with a huge opportunity to step in and provide high quality halal products to the masses. And after hearing about what's going on in Europe, I think this is the time to really think about how that can happen, because if we don't, there's a good chance that all of this could be stopped. But because we have the framework within halal, within Islam, we have the tools to do that. So in order to do that, though, however, we need to redefine the halal identity as a whole. We need to align with high quality, natural, non-toxic, fair trade, clean, organic, and tayyib. So if you could go on to the next slide, please. Okay, that's kind of the wrong slide, but that's okay. I think there's a little bit of an issue with that. I'm going to talk about clean labeling now. Clean labeling is something of a labeling that's emerging as the new consumer demand. And what better fit than halal? Halal is something that in the entire Muslim Ummah we see as clean through and through. So it's not a question for us, but this is a question of marketing this and making the rest of the world really understand that truly halal is clean, fair trade, all of those things, all of those catchphrases is already within the halal standard. So I have one slide, but you can't see it now, but I'm going to read off the quote to you. And it's from a market research agency, Mintel. And they said, "The clean label trend is evolving. Tomorrow's consumers will not just seek out clean labels, but will want to buy from brands with a clean conscience." So again, halal and tayyib foods and consumer goods are uniquely positioned to fit this paradigm. So Islam, again, is a holistic religion, and halal has this framework to provide foods, not just meats, okay? Also consumer goods that fall into all of these consumer demands. And I think right now, one of those examples are vaccines. I get a lot of questions from people about, why do we even need to have a halal vaccine? Well, the brains in our community, the bright-minded people who have studied this stuff for years can really answer those questions, not just for Muslims, but for the whole world. A good example are those vaccines. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have to step up to the plate and give the world what it needs, because to uphold the integrity of halal would mean that it is offered to the masses at the best quality and not just within ourselves or for ourselves. And I think GIMDES, the halal certification agency in Turkey, is a wonderful example of this, because they provide halal certified stores that offer consumables, not just food, but like shampoos and baby products. And that fits their whole paradigm is halal and tayyib. So that's a really interesting start. And I think it's an example that many other countries could follow, many other certifiers could even follow. So what are the opportunities for us to grow and improve? What we need to do is to start by agreeing on a halal and tayyib standard as a whole, and we need to provide labeling that shows consumers that something is not just permissible, but it's also pure, organic, and wholesome. In other words, we need to merge halal standards with organic or tayyib and label those accordingly. Otherwise, consumers, including Muslims, will, and they do, go to organic, quote unquote, certified meat products. For example, I've seen this in the US.
You have 2 minutes left.
Great, thank you. They go to purchase gas-stunned poultry because but they don't really understand that, but they buy it because it's labeled organic. So we need to do a better job as a whole of marketing the qualities of halal and tayyib to the world. So clearer packaging, easy to understand, transparency. We need to make our companies more transparent and open about what makes food halal. We need better explanations on our website, social media. We need to train each other on how to do this. And in this day and age, people are still equating halal with just a brand. They're not equating it with the entire meaning of it. So that job is for us to fix. And I guess I only have a minute left, so I'm going to slip through all of this and say, in conclusion, the infrastructure of the Islamic framework is there for us to work with, but we have to continuously edit, improve, align our values, and implement these things into the products and services we provide. That means being on the same page as an ummah, that halal is the highest and best quality, and to hold one another to that standard. Being unified in that effort, and then working with the brightest marketers, branding professionals, and public relations experts to make those messages clear and effective is super important. This will surely create massive change, inshallah. And the world really could use our best kept secret, which is halal and tayyib. So I hope we can make that happen, inshallah. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much for your valuable speech, Ms. Yvonne. Now, we are going to connect with Malaysia again. I would like to invite Dato Seri Mohamed Rizal, CEO from Yasmin Holdings, Malaysia. Dato Seri Mohamed Rizal is the group chairman for the group of companies under Euro Yasmin Holdings Sarhande Berhad. Currently, he is expanding his business with his partners in building hotels and resorts with the concept of Muslim-friendly eco-resort at 5 islands in Indonesia, Malaysia, and international countries. Dato, selamat datang. Welcome on stage.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum and very good evening to everyone who are present today. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and also SMIC for giving me the opportunity as a speaker for this year World Halal Summit. Today, the subject that I'll be presenting about is halal in all aspects, from production to consumptions, global halal lifestyle. Introduction about there'll be introduction about 4 subjects about halal lifestyle aspects, production sectors covered, and also conclusions. The introduction will be telling what lifestyles bring the meaning to one way of life that incorporates varieties of aspects to their standard of living. Nowadays, people's lifestyle have changed tremendously due to the effect of COVID-19. They are now begins to take concern about hygiene and food safety, which in turn preferring to halal lifestyle. Thus, halal lifestyle will now encompass the different I will be covering in today's presentation. Halal lifestyle aspects. We talk about halal food. With increase of awareness in halal lifestyle, it is expected that there will be an increase in the demand for halal food related products in the future. Many food economists are confident with the statement and believe that halal will be a major market force in the near future, as halal has been the complete system to offer, especially in terms of its safety and hygiene. The rising of halal consumer power as a market force are growing tremendously with the demand of Muslim population and widespread increased disposable income. This is also due to the increase of awareness, as it can be seen from the rapid rise by huge demand in halal food products annual sales throughout the world. What I can say is during this time, during the pandemic period, and I believe so after this, the changes over the lifestyle will be done tremendously and huge by all the Muslim and also non-Muslim all over the world. It's also about the halal pharmaceutical health products. Currently, the demand of halal pharmaceutical and health products are increasing very huge, and it is expected to continue either during this pandemic or near future. Since the information of coronavirus comes from animals, both Muslim and non-Muslim have started to consume halal certified pharmaceutical products, which is already proved to be safe to use or consume. And we know very well at this moment, all over the world are talking about the vaccine. Also, they want to see whether the vaccines are halal and non-halal. And I think there are countries already start looking into the vaccine to see the stage of halal inside the vaccine. We come to the halal clothes and wears. Because I'm be covering, because it's only 12 minutes given, so my presentation will be more summary. In this pandemic period, people also worries on the material of their clothing. Their ways of everyday, their way of everyday dressing have changed and now follows the much cleaner and safe, which indirectly related to halal lifestyle. In halal lifestyle, the coverage of material and purchase aspect is considered very important. And we all know as Muslim what is halal and what is haram. Coverage is especially utilized by everyone, as we can see that men now have started to cover the area between the navel and knees, while women covers their bodies except for their eyes, including everybody wearing masks throughout the world nowadays. Without masks, they don't want to go out anywhere. Then we come to eco-Muslim friendly traveling. Travel industry is the most affected during this pandemic since only local travels are allowed now. However, this actually increases the local eco travel where people starts to travel to the local attractive places. It is commonly defined that the tourism industry does not cover much activities related to travel where the person intend to stay in their destination for a longer period. For example, now we see the expatriates and long-term international students and also the people who are working and staying for a long term in a place are now technically classified as tourists, local tourists. Actually, tourism offers a wide range of benefits such as countries' economic gains, especially in their local businesses. Also providing jobs for people who works in the transportation and hospitality industries. There's a need to develop a halal eco-traveling in order to cater the needs of the Muslim tourists to be interested in this sector. Muslims who travel for their Hajj and Umrah will surely choose the packages that includes halal tourism records. The tourism shows, and the record shows that there are many Muslims extended their visit during this time of period to other place, either whether they finish their Umrah or before the Umrah. And this is the best part, the online e-commerce. This pandemic has changed the behavior of people all around the world, where the lifestyle in which they now practice the e-commerce online purchasing. Digital platform is now the new norm, and halal-related platform is one of the popular preferences. And everybody now said, if you go to any platform, they will ask whether this platform, they all sell halal foods, halal products, or how. Business through e-commerce have increased tremendously during this pandemic. This shows that people are conscious about the health and safety issues, and it's believed that this trend will continue in the near future. And we will know with this pandemic, now people are very concerned. What about the future? About this, after from March until now, we all been saying here, I believe very strongly that people will take more steps to be very careful. Now is the best time for halal manufacturers and business providers to start promoting aggressively through all type of media platform, as it is most powerful promotion platform that is used by consumers around the world.
Sir,
it is already shown.
You have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
The halal sector is growing in terms of sales that presents and expected to grow for the future. Since many giant online companies have recorded a high turnover in their sales during this pandemic. So this is my last conclusion. To conclude, once we have understand and accept halal lifestyle, we will find satisfaction and it will start to decrease the negative thoughts among the people. Additionally, maintaining a halal lifestyle also acts as a safeguard for ourselves and belief. Therefore, halal is right for every Muslim, but also a privilege for non-Muslim. People now have accepted the existence and role of halal in their life. Therefore, now is the best time for all of the halal practices to promote the halal concepts through digital platform aggressively. It is believed that halal will be the new priority for the consumers present and the future. This is because halal plays a major role during this pandemic, and this is proven to be safe to practice and consume. Therefore, Muslim and non-Muslim should take halal lifestyle seriously and look forward to its growth. That's all. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih and selamat jalan. Thank you so much for being with us here today at this station. Now, I would like to invite all of our speakers, and I would like to invite Mr. Yunus Ete, the President of World Halal Summit Council, to give their plaques to our speakers. Mr. Ete, the stage is yours. Can we have you on stage? As you like.
Thank you very much for your coming. How are you?
Dear Rep friends, can we assist? Yeah. Yeah. We would like to thank all of our speakers for this session. We are honored for your presence here today at World Halal Summit. Profesörümüze teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you, Dr. Emine Akın. Thanks, Ms. Barbara from Spain, Halal Instituto. and our session ends. Thank you so much for coming. Now, we have Selam Gateway is hosting State of Global Islamic Economy Report 2020 and 21 Turkey lunch events. So the stage is yours.
presentation of last one.
Okay.
I have
Thank you very much for your speech. It was nice. I need to ask you a favor. A big bag.
Gmail, right?
Gmail.com.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, it's okay.
Inshallah.
I just thought maybe you can have some bags here. Yeah, she wants an interview and I have a meeting with her. Okay.
Thank you very much. Let's go. Okay. Bir daha anons yapıyorum. Anons yap, aynen. Saat kaçta geliyor bir de? Ha, report devam edecek. Report devam edecek. İkinci oturumda anons yapmama gerek var mı? Yok. Kaçta geleceğiz buraya? 2'de. Tamam. Now, Selam Gateway is hosting State of Global Islamic Economy Report 2020 and 2021 Turkey Launch Event. The stage is yours.
Tamam, bir saniye Saycan Hanım. Duyuru yaptı sanki kendi.
Okay.
By the World Halal Summit. I am your host, Iman Ali, research analyst at Dinar Standard, and one of the report authors leading the special features on Gen Z views, women entrepreneurs, and successful tech case studies. Okay, so let me run you through the agenda for today. We have with us prestige speakers to enlighten on the global and Turkey state of the global Islamic economy. To begin with, we'll have a keynote address by Ms. Wabha, Director of Strategy and Planning at Dubai Islamic Economy Development Center, followed by the State of the Global Islamic Economy 2020-21 Key Insights and Turkey Context by Mr. Rafiuddin Shiko, and Mr. Yaqub. Mr. Rafiuddin Shiko, CEO and Managing Director at Dinar Standard, and Mr. Yaqub, Research Analyst at Dinar Standard. And finally, we'll have a panel discussion on the Islamic economy moderated by Ms. Simin Mirza, Senior Manager at Dinar Standard. And we have with us our dear panelist, Ms. Rabia, CEO and Creative Director at Rabia Z, Chief Associate at Dinar Standard, and finally, Mr. Yaqub, Research Analyst at Dinar Standard. You have direct access to the panel. For those joining us on Zoom, please do use the Q&A bar to ask any questions should you have. And for all others who are using the YouTube channel, you could ask questions through comments. And of course, our dear audience who are present live can also access the panel. So to begin with today's proceedings, we are delighted to have a keynote address by Ms. Wadha Al-Ghafli, Director of Strategy and Planning at Dubai Islamic Economy Development Center. The recorded message of Ms. Wadha to be played. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am pleased to join you today on behalf of Dubai Islamic Economy Development Center at the Istanbul launch of the State of the Global Islamic Economy Report 2020-2021, alongside our strategic partners Dinar Standards and Salam Gateway, as well as our host for this afternoon, the World Halal Summit. The decision to have Istanbul be one of the select cities around the world to host a launch event of this kind was a decision that was well thought out and one that reinforced the opportunities that are present within the Turkish market for the Islamic economy sectors. Furthermore, the city of Istanbul has played a fundamental role throughout history in connecting countries and cultures, and with the Islamic economy continuing to achieve global impact, it was only appropriate for Istanbul to be hosting this event. Before I discuss this year's State of the Global Islamic Economy Report, allow me to briefly introduce the Islamic Economy Development Center. In 2013, the Dubai Capital of Islamic Economy Initiatives was launched with the objective of positioning Dubai as the global capital of Islamic economy, and with it, the establishment of the Dubai Islamic Economy Development Center that works with its strategic partners on the rollout of projects under the umbrella initiative and oversees its progress. A key component of the center strategy is the annual State of Global Islamic Economy Report, which has become the global reference point for all Islamic economy stakeholders. In its 8th edition, the report estimates that 1.9 billion consumers spent around 2.02 trillion US dollar on the halal food, beverages, pharmaceuticals, and lifestyle sectors in 2019. In the same year, Islamic finance assets are reported to have reached 2.88 trillion US dollar. As countries across the globe implement measures to mitigate the spread of coronavirus, economies are experiencing repercussions. Some of the top exporting countries in the world have been severely affected by COVID-19, with manufacturing, productions, and logistics being disrupted and shaking up the global supply chain. Ladies and gentlemen, forecasts are shifting as a result of the pandemic, and the Islamic economy is not immune. While the figures I highlighted earlier reflects 3.2% year-on-year growth, expenditure in 2020 is expected to shrink approximately by 8% due to the economic impact of COVID-19. Nonetheless, we have complete confidence in the resilience and competitiveness of the Islamic economy system that is founded on the ethical principles of Sharia. However, we cannot expand the reach of Islamic economy and boost its sectors in isolation. We need to work together not only with our local strategic partners, but also with international industry stakeholders to ensure that Islamic economy can truly serve as a more ethical ecosystem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank again our strategic partners, Dinar Standards and Salam Gateway, and our host, the World Halal Summit.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wadha. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have Mr. Rafiuddin Shiko and Mr. Yaqub Kojaman present the State of the Global Islamic Economy Report 2020 and 21 key insights, and the UK context. Mr. Rafiuddin and Mr. Yaqub, welcome and over to you.
Thank you very much, Iman, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakat to all those in Istanbul and all around the world watching. I'd like to begin sharing the key insights from this year's report by presenting a small summary video of the findings. So if I can have the organizers play the summary video, please.
And peace be upon all of you. The 8th edition of the State of the Global Islamic Economy report estimates $2.02 trillion of Muslim consumer spending across halal food, pharma, cosmetics, travel, apparel, and media in 2019. Islamic finance assets, meanwhile, stood at $2.88 trillion.
In the week of the COVID-19 pandemic, the report forecasts an 8% drop in global Muslim spending in 2020, with the travel sector being hit the worst and halal food faring the best. Spending is forecasted to rebound and reach $2.3 trillion in 2024.
The report covers special features on Gen Z views in the Islamic economy, successful women entrepreneurs, and 7 tech case studies accelerating digital transformation in the new normal.
The report's country benchmarking tool, the GID indicator, ranks the most developed Islamic economy ecosystems. Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Indonesia lead the rankings among the 81 countries covered this year.
Investments in the Islamic economy totaled $11.8 billion in 2019-20, a decline of 13% over the previous period. At 54%, over half of total investments were in halal products, while Islamic finance drew another 42%.
Amidst the pandemic, our analysis shows that the Islamic economy is thriving in uncertainty. The report has identified 33 key signals of opportunities. In the lifestyle sectors, travel, tech, and online entertainment are the key signals.
In Islamic finance, while the sector struggles to bring back its double-digit growth days, accelerate digital transformation, and social finance and ESG aspects are driving key opportunities. These key signals include tokenization of sukuk and Islamic social finance.
In 2019, the global trade of halal food, pharma, and cosmetics was estimated at $200 billion, and the key opportunities area include food security investments, agri and food tech, and healthy food.
So with this, I'd like to go through some key findings. Again, I just want to confirm you can see my presentation now. Okay. So on behalf of the 16 team members that worked on this year's State of the Global Islamic Economy report, I'd like to thank DIEDC, Salam Gateway, our design team, and especially our Turkey launch host, the World Halal Summit, for hosting this launch. We also have many strategic partners from across the Islamic economies and worldwide, in fact, who have supported this report, and you'll find their views in the report as well. This year, we're launching in 12 different countries, ladies and gentlemen, showing the importance, growing importance of the Islamic economy throughout the world. And I will not spend too much time given, I'd like my colleague Yaqub to talk about how does this year's report reflect on Turkey's prominence and its opportunities. So quickly, a couple of things from the report. The first is the country level benchmark, we call the GI indicator. This year continues to be led by Malaysia, followed by Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Indonesia. And as you can see this year, Turkey is number 12 in the ranking. One thing to mention about this ranking is it is its purpose is to show which countries are strongest in the Islamic economy ecosystem, which not only includes financial impact, the size of the financial impact, but also regulatory environment, how strong is its awareness and education, and social impact. There are 49 metrics that go into it. And the important also thing is that it's weighted heavily, 56% on Islamic finance, 24% on food, and then the rest based on the size of the sectors. So overall, this is an indicator that shows how strong a country is doing relative to their size and relative to the size of these sectors. The report covers an extensive analysis on investment activity, and we see certainly a lot of investments happening from Turkey as well. And finally, from my side, wanted to highlight that the report, given the impact of the pandemic, as you heard from our colleagues, the severe impact on tourism, the most, and then the least on food, we identified 33 signals of opportunities led by opportunities around food security investments that have disrupted the food supply chain. And our colleague, Dr. Muhammad, you will hear from him later in the panel discussion, to the role of digitization, acceleration of digitization across Islamic finance, as well as media and other value chains as in terms of retail and online shopping, on fashion and other sectors. So with this, I'll pass it to my colleague, Yaqub, to share with you Turkey's context.
Thank you very much, Rafiti. It's very nice to attend this event. So this year, Global Islamic Economy Report has been released from Istanbul to the world. So Turkey's domestic halal economy proposition has been Turkey's Muslim consumer spend in 2019 has totaled to 152 billion US dollar as Muslim lifestyle spend. This is included sectors like food, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, travel, apparel, clothing, media and recreation, and also Turkey's finance sector, which is quite a good level at 63 billion US dollar in financial assets. And Turkey this year has ranked 12th in the Global Islamic Economy Index, as Rafiuddin mentioned before. So the current figures, when we look to the details, Turkey's Muslim consumer spend in food is the leading sector, and 78.3 billion US dollar, and clothing also 27.6 billion US dollar, which is the second highest sector in the OIC countries, among OIC. And the media recreation sector is has been a tremendous increase in last a couple of years, especially, as you know, TV series from Turkey to the world, especially to the OIC countries. They are the most watched TV series exported from Turkey, which is almost 30 billion US dollar. And Turkey's pharmaceutical and the halal cosmetic space also getting high momentum. And due to the Turkey is also leading first place in the tourism industry. Almost 6.4 million Muslim tourists flows Turkey each year. And as 2020 has been a pandemic year, so tourism industry has been hit of Turkey. But after pandemic era, this will be covered shortly, we expect. And in terms of Turkey's halal export proposition, Turkey has been ranked actually 21st in the world in terms of top 20 halal product suppliers to OIC countries in 2019. Actually, Turkey's food export, including agricultural and animal meat products, totaled normally to the 25 billion US dollar each year, but the export to Organization of Islamic Countries limited to 7.3 billion US dollars. So actually, this shows that maybe we will discuss these figures in the panel session. But Turkish companies maybe needs more halal certification processes. Actually, Turkish Standard Institutes and GIMDES, like these companies, provides halal certification in Turkey. But in terms of global arena, Turkey should compete with even USA, India, Brazil, France, and Russia, and even with China. So in Turkey's some specific companies from Turkey, there has been good developments, in modest developments, we can say, in 2019. In Islamic Team Media and Recreation, TRT, which Turkey's leading TV channel, provided globally watched hundreds of million viewers has watched the Dirilish Ertuğrul, the famous series. It is exported by TRT, and the companies like Modernisa, Sefa Merve, and Armine, their export to the world has been was quite important in 2020, and also a Muslim-friendly travel among Turkic countries as a Silk Road program. So there will be a visa ease between Turkic countries. So this means that Turkey is making a steady and consistent growth in terms of halal space. Thank you very much, Rafiuddin. I gave you the microphone. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Yaqub. And to conclude, before we go into the panel discussion, I encourage everyone to go to salamgateway.com to download the report. I also want to highlight this year, from the website, you can actually go to an interactive dashboard we have created this year, where you can navigate and see how Turkey and any other country is performing across the halal exports market, and where the trade happening, how are they performing across the indicators that we have shared with you. So this is the first year we're introducing an interactive dashboard. We hope you'll find it useful. And with this, again, thank you very much, and back to you, Iman. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, Iman, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Rafiuddin and Mr. Yaqub. Ladies and gentlemen, moving straight on, your panel is now ready. A gentle reminder to all, you have direct access to the panel. So for those who are joining us from Zoom, kindly use the Q&A chat box to ask your questions. For those viewing us online on YouTube, you could ask us questions through comments. And of course, our live attendees at World Halal Summit, please feel free to ask questions through the microphone, perhaps. Thanks a lot. And Samin, the screen is yours.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and a good afternoon to all of you. I'm Samin Mirza, Senior Manager at Dinar Standard, the lead author of the SDI report, and your moderator for today's session. It's an honor to host all of you this afternoon. The SDI report shows that the Islamic economy continues to grow stronger despite the pandemic, and there are opportunities waiting to be tapped. We hope that today's panel discussion will shed light on Turkey's role in the Islamic economy and spark discussions and action that will continue to build the Islamic economy, not only in Turkey, but also beyond. We also welcome your questions for the panelists, and we'll take them as the time and context allows. I'd like to begin with calling on Ms. Rabia Zargarpur. Ms. Zargarpur is an award-winning fashion designer and founder of the iconic Rabia Z brand that 19 years ago helped set up the modesty movement in today's global fashion industry. She has consistently ranked in the top 500 Islamic economy leaders on the Islamika 500. And besides being the first Emirati sustainable fashion designer, also runs the Modest Fashion Academy, the world's first modest fashion focused mentorship program. Welcome, Ms. Rabia.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here.
Our next guest is Dr. Muhammad Ali. Dr. Ali is an associate partner at Dinar Standard and is an expert in the agri-food sector, having worked in the F&B industry for the past 17 years. In his last position, he was in charge of food security strategy at Emirates Business Group and is a member of many think tanks and task forces revolving around the future of food in the MENA region. Welcome, Dr. Ali.
Thank you very much, Simin. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Next, we welcome Mr. Ufuk Seçkin, Chief Marketing Officer at Halal Booking. Halal Booking is the world's leading search and booking website for halal-friendly travel. In 2019, Halal Booking was recognized as the fastest growing company in the travel sector in the UK and the 8th fastest growing company in the European travel sector. Mr. Seçkin is also a National Council member of the Muslim Council of Britain. Welcome, Mr. Ufuk.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Alaikum assalam. And finally, we would like to welcome Mr. Yaqub Kocaman, who you met just before this. Yaqub serves as, Mr. Kocaman serves as Dinar Standard's Turkey and Central Asia Market Research Associate. His expertise lying in the Turkish tourism, food and energy sectors, as well as the Hajj and Umrah markets. Prior to joining Dinar Standard, Yaqub worked at Tur Capital as well as Beam. Before starting his entrepreneurship career in the digital marketing sector, Mr. Kocaman was also a business editor at Yeni Safak daily newspaper in Turkey. He received his education in journalism from Istanbul University and also holds an MBA from Marmara University. And with this introduction, I'd like to get started with the panel, and I'll begin with Ms. Zargarpur. We'd like to talk about the fashion business. COVID-19 has had a serious impact on the fashion business, from shutting down fashion shows to brick and mortar stores and drastically affecting production. From your perspective as a business owner and an entrepreneur, how have business models and operations of modest fashion businesses changed? And how do you see consumer preferences changing globally and in Turkey, who is also a leader in this industry? How do you think this is going to play out in the coming year, in 2021?
Thank you, Samin. Well, I think we all can agree that 2020 will go down in history as one of the most challenging for the global fashion industry, with shifting customer behavior, of course, disrupted supply chains and declining sales, and both revenues and margins hugely under pressure. I would say, though, that the gap also has enlarged between the best performing companies and the rest. And I'm speaking both not just in modest fashion industry, but also in the mainstream industry. And we have seen many players already bankrupt and others just keeping their heads above water by government subsidies. But on a better note, the pandemic has certainly highlighted the demand for all things digital, which has facilitated innovation, efficiency, and new ways for businesses to scale up. Research does suggest that the shift is permanent, but and hopefully it should continue to create opportunities. The crisis, I would say, also has highlighted the need to move to more sustainable and responsible ways of working in all areas of the value chain, as you would agree. In terms of shopping preferences, I think more consumers have certainly shifted online, for shopping online, and sales have shown a trend in an increased demand for loungewear and athleisure. I can certainly vouch for that. And I believe that shopping for seasonal trends will decrease, and there will be a rise in conscious shoppers looking for better quality and more timeless pieces for their wardrobe. And I think that goes for Turkey and the whole world. As for, of course, 2021, well, it will certainly be a rocky road with partial recovery, I think, but the digital space is where the biggest opportunity lies, in my opinion. So,
thank you so much. That is very enlightening, because we're going to see obviously the pandemic still play out in 2021. So it's good to know
Yes.
how the modest fashion industry is going to change. Still, just keeping to the COVID-19 impact, Mr. Setkin, if we could hear from you. We've covered in the report how the travel industry is pivoting towards domestic travel. How has the ratio between international and domestic travel changed for your business? What are some of the implications this has had on your business operations and marketing?
Thank you. Yes, obviously, COVID has had a massive impact on the travel industry, and obviously also the halal travel industry in particular. With travel restrictions coming in, lockdowns almost everywhere globally, we had to quickly adapt to the changing environment and launched to state about 70,000 new properties on our website. A lot of them are city hotels to meet basically demand for more local travel destinations. So traditionally, we would have had more sun beach type of resorts in the Mediterranean location, in the Southeast Asia area like Maldives, Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey. But a lot of our customers, obviously not being able to travel far, we offered them more local solutions. So the big cities like London, Rome, Paris, etc. But also other destinations as well. And that was one of the things we had to do as a travel company to adjust to the new situation. And it was a success. We had a lot of customers who actually appreciated the opportunities they could see on our website. The difference between us and other travel OTAs is that we actually provide the halal information. So obviously, with this rapid change, we haven't caught up yet, but you can find already 10,000 properties on our website which have got halal data. So be it from the halal food information to facilities for ladies only in the indoor pool of a city hotel, for example, to alcohol policy. So our mission is basically to provide for all properties globally, all halal facility and service data. So for halal conscious travelers, they have got the opportunity to choose the halal filters and go into a destination, to a property or to a hotel which meets their needs.
That's great to know, and it's good to see that you found a way to because I'm sure people are also feeling the fatigue of the pandemic. So I'm sure it's appreciated by everybody to have these options available.
And we saw after the first lockdown a huge demand in travel. So as a fast growing company, we had double growth annually. Then obviously from March till June, there was zero sales because of the lockdown situation. But then we had a very fast recovery. So we saw 120% growth rate, for example, in September. In August, we had more than 100%. In October was 100%. Now, obviously, it's coming down again because of the new restrictions coming into force. But it shows that there is demand, and if you adjust as a travel company to the new situation, you can capitalize on it.
That's great to know. I'm sure that gives hope to the people who are watching, because travel has definitely been bearing the impact, the strongest impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Moving on to exports, I wanted to ask Mr. Kocaman, Turkey is one of the world's leading agricultural exporters. How has the pandemic impacted Turkey's food exports, and what has been the impact on the product mix that's exported?
Yes, as we look at the data provided by Turkish government and the Turkish Exporters Assembly, in 2019, in the first 11 months of 2019, Turkey's agricultural products export, including animal products and meat, was 25 billion US dollar. And 25 billion US dollar in last year, 2019. and this year's in the first 11 months, it's been as 23 billion US dollar. So it means that actually there is no decrease in the COVID area of Turkey's food manufacturing and export because there is a huge demand both in Turkey and as well as around the globe, and as the agricultural production level was at good level in this year in Turkey, so it reflected to the export level. In terms of animal products and meat exports, in the last 11 months of last year, it was 2.2 billion US dollar, sorry, 2.3 billion US dollar, and this year's 11 month, it's been 2.2 billion US dollars. So it means that Turkey's animal products and meat exports remain steady in the COVID area. So this is good for the food exports of the company. So it shows that an import demand of world and OIC countries from Turkey has been steady. And Turkey, as you know, has a huge place for the agricultural products, as Turkey is becoming or making more modern its agricultural production levels. So yeah, that's what in a short I can say for food export.
Thank you. I want to follow up with the same topic with Dr. Ali. The COVID-19 pandemic has made food security a critical issue, and we're seeing that wheat continues to be something that countries are still continuing to buy and hold. So it's also a very critical issue for the OIC, where many countries are highly import dependent. So what areas do you think should be prioritized to strengthen intra-OIC trade?
Thank you very much for this question, Simin. Definitely, COVID-19 had a big impact on the food supply chain globally. And this is due to the interconnectivity of the global economy. The food system itself is built in a way that we produce raw material in one region and we process it in a final product in another region. And even inside a same country, and by locking down the economies, transport of goods was disrupted. So it caused a very big disruption of the supply chain. Coming back to your question on food security, particularly, the OIC countries, this topic has become an urgent issue to tackle by OIC government mainly. The government should put a clear strategy and roadmap to enhance their food security. I can say that the main sector, as per our analysis on the global trade and the OIC trade in particular, we find out that there are 9 sectors, and we can summarize this in 3 big sectors, which are the plant products, which are fruit, vegetable, cereal, pulses, oil and fat, and so on. Another layer, which is livestock product, which is cattle meat, sheep and goat, poultry, dairy product, eggs as well. And the last one is the fishery. So these are the main domain and the main sectors where the food security should focus on in terms of strategy from the government. Back to you, Simin.
Thank you. I actually have a follow-up question for you, Dr. Ali. The SGI report analyzes key players in the Islamic economy, ranking them across the 7 core sectors, as we showed in the presentation. How can Turkey contribute and benefit more from the halal industry?
Turkey, as Jakub was mentioning, Turkey is present in all the 7 sectors and the 7 core sectors that this report is analyzing. This gives Turkey an advantage vis-à-vis the rest of the OIC countries, because when we see other countries, they are very specialized in 1 or 2 or 3 areas. While Turkey is present in halal food, in media recreation, in modest fashion, and so on. Turkey, for example, it has the biggest MNCs in food industry, such as Nestle, Unilever, together with local group as well. I would mention here Ulker, for example, the big name. So all this makes Turkey having an advantage to reach out the trade globally in the OIC countries. Yes, Turkey is an important player in the Islamic economy. It has a dynamic halal industry, particularly in food industry. You know, Turkey is a very big supplier of fruit and vegetable when it comes to nuts, for example, dairy product, and also for processed food. Turkey can benefit more from halal trade. It has already a good ecosystem, okay? But this ecosystem should be in line with what happened in all OIC countries. And Turkey should coordinate more with other countries like Malaysia, UAE, and so on, Indonesia maybe, to have the same halal ecosystem and halal protocol, I would say. We need also a clear strategy and a roadmap to make Turkey as a hub and to enhance the halal trade with the OIC countries. Back to you, Simi.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. That was very insightful. I'll follow up with Mr. Zargarpur back to modest fashion. We see that modest fashion businesses could greatly benefit from greater support both from the public and the private sector. What do you think are the most important areas where governments can offer modest fashion businesses support?
Well, certainly many areas that the government can help support. That includes changing the existing small business ecosystem to better support entrepreneurs. I think funding is certainly a big one. Funding SMEs with, say, like interest-free loans, which Dubai SME does. We need more governments in major cities doing that too. America is very big on that with the SBA, that's the Small Business Administration. And during the pandemic, they hugely helped a lot of the small businesses. But then outside of the pandemic, the only issue is that the loan is interest-based, which, you know, for brands like mine, that doesn't work. So an interest-free loan would be really amazing. Also, governments can additionally help by getting involved, ensuring social sustainability and fair wages in the industry, which would ensure ethical production. I think intellectual property is a huge one as well, I would say globally, but I think Turkey certainly has that challenge. So we do need better IP laws for SMEs that are, you know, affected by knockoffs of designs and names and stuff. One that I'm most passionate about is a big one, which I believe that if we had a 100% virtual accelerator, especially to support women and minority-run businesses, that would be, you know, really amazing. It should be a non-for-profit accelerator, and I think one that could connect small business owners and entrepreneurs to the resources they need to grow, to protect themselves, to professionalize their brands and scale their companies, regardless of geography, capitalization, prior experience, or any cultural constraints. You know, that's one I'm very, very passionate about. Turkey, as we know, is a huge production nation with unbelievable resources, mashallah, including textile and manufacturing, and not to mention amazing talent, right? But how many original major brands have come out of Turkey into the global fashion scene? Not as many as we would like. And I think such an accelerator can help build and scale more professional global brands with purpose.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to mention that this has come up even during our interviews, and this is presented in the report, that many times some Muslim women entrepreneurs have felt that their needs, the funding needs, have not been taken seriously by investors. So this is definitely a challenge for fashion businesses. They also need mentorship, not just the funds, which you're
Absolutely.
doing, but obviously it would be a public-private partnership with mentorship arranged for small businesses would definitely, I'm sure, be a boost to the sector.
Yes, yes, indeed it would. I agree. Absolutely agree.
Okay, and I'm just going on this topic of funding, and to you, Mr. Kocaman, how do you see what has been holding back Turkey's Islamic finance industry? Because we've seen that while Turkey leads many of the Islamic economy sectors in the OIC, this is one area that it looks like there are some challenges in the industry is facing.
Certainly, Turkey has strict challenges in finance, Islamic finance space. As I can describe it as Turkey is in a closed circuit in its borders in Islamic finance industry. Turkey's Islamic finance industry, actually, as I've seen, there are two major problems with Turkey's Islamic finance space. First one is the rates are quite high. I mean, the funding rates for businesses coming from the Islamic finance space is higher than the traditional banks. This is the major problem holding back Turkey's Islamic banks below average growth. It means that I think in the last 20 years, Turkey's Islamic finance industry's percentage in the total of countries' finance space has been 5% or 6%, no more than 7%. So it doesn't getting a gain from the traditional banks. So that's why the first problem is high rates of funding. So as I know that for instance, in Malaysia, businesses can get funded quite low level with the traditional banks. They can compete easily, but in Turkey, there is a huge demand side is very huge, but the supply side is very limited. Only 5 Islamic banks are operating in Turkey. Can you imagine? Normally about 60 traditional banks operating in Turkey, permitted by the government, but only 5 Islamic banks, and 2 of them is the government Islamic banks. They are newly entered the space. And this is the second, it brings us to the second problem, which is low competition, one of the reasons. So more Islamic banks and finance companies from Malaysia, from the Gulf, from even USA should come to Turkey to compete with this huge demand. I mean, to a huge sector. And even with these challenges, Turkey's finance industries is more than 60 billion US dollar. So as we are talking about small percentages, but in terms of figures, quite high. It's more than 60 billion US dollar industry, which is a promising and fast growing in numbers, but not percentages. Yeah, um, uh, that's the two problems of Turkey's finance industry, Simin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
My next question is for Mr. Seth again. It's actually quite when I came across this, it made me feel hopeful for what's coming next year. We've learned also, you've mentioned that halal booking sales have gone back to 100%, and you also have not lost any staff to this pandemic. How have you been able to recover, and what are the reasons lying behind this success? What can other travel companies learn from your recovery in this area?
I think there are multiple reasons for this. One is the halal travel sector is a fast-growing sector in general. So we are not operating in the general travel industry. This is a particular section which is fast-growing. If you look at Turkey in particular, Turkey is actually the flag bearer of halal-friendly beach holidays. So the Antalya region is the #1 destination for halal-friendly beach holidays. And we have been working with these hotels in that area for the last 10 years. So, and we have advertised it widely, and more customers are who have experienced this type of holiday, they come back to us and are very loyal to us, and we have got huge potential in attracting new customers. So that's one reason, that the product is unique in terms of halal-friendly beach holidays, particularly in Turkey, but also now expanding to other destinations as well. And therefore, the demand is vastly outweighing the supply. The other reason is we are a technology company at our heart. So we quickly implemented some technology projects, such as, for example, book now, pay later. So you can make a booking for a lot of the properties on our website without having to pay until very close to the actual check-in date. So especially during times of uncertainty, when people are not sure if they will be able to travel, that's an attractive way of attracting customers to make a reservation. Worst case, it will be cancelled free of charge, no payments taken from the credit card of the customers. So these type of technology projects we implemented, we widened our portfolio, and we are in general a lean company. So we operate with a small number of people. We're about 50 people worldwide. And technology is our focus. So that way we were able to avoid redundancies and actually have a fast recovery. Obviously, external factors also played a big role. So Turkey's tourism ministry and also foreign ministry and health ministry were very active in making sure that Turkey was ready for the summer season with the safe tourism program, which they launched, where any hotels, tourism operators, travel agencies, taxis, etc., had to be COVID safe. And we were one of the first to go to Turkey to make videos and share it with our customers so they could see how safe it actually is. Actually, it's still an enjoyable holiday. It's not just going to some sort of hospital type of environment. You are still able to enjoy a holiday and in a very safe environment, and that's why I think we were successful in recovering so fast.
MashaAllah, that's really good to know, and I think that's heartening for people watching, for people in the travel industry. I'm sure there's a lot to learn from your success, and I hope that the technology focus will grow for companies as well, because we've seen that the Islamic economy or Muslim-friendly travel companies are actually lagging behind when it comes to the mainstream sector in their adoption of technology. So it's good to know that this has played a role in the recovery of your business. So thank you very much. And I see we have a few questions. I'm going to take a look at this and see. We have a question on halal friendly versus Muslim friendly. This is a question from Mr. Feroz Holiday. His question is halal friendly versus Muslim friendly. Something is either halal or haram. So how do we put this narrative of what we sell? I guess his question is, How do, I mean, maybe it's about the uptake, whether you say halal friendly versus Muslim friendly. Do you see any difference, or how do you market it? If you could answer, Mr. Setkin.
So halal friendly travel, Muslim friendly travel, obviously we are not a certifier. We are not certifying hotels in terms of their halal friendliness. What we expose is the halal friendly services and facilities which a hotel provides. So the consumer can choose if they are very keen on going to a beach holiday and the ladies want to swim in their own environment in an outdoor pool, or even have access to a beach which is 100% private, where no one can overlook, and no men are allowed to enter that environment, then you can find that on our website. But at the same time, that same hotel might play music. So for some people, this might be not so okay. It might not be halal to have music in a hotel. We're basically just providing the information, and the customers can then choose what they want. Hotels then also have the opportunity to market themselves as halal friendly by getting maybe halal certified. And there are a lot of halal certifiers out there. There is no one global standard for halal friendly hotels, but there are many certifiers who have got certain criteria, and if the property meets those criteria, they get certified, and we're happily displaying those certificates on the website as well. So customers again can choose if they want to go to a particular hotel which has got this particular certification from one certifier or not. It's more or less the same like when you live in a non-Muslim country and you go to halal butchers. Everyone is writing halal food, but who do you trust? So you probably go along with the certificates which are being provided. And our job is basically provide all the halal friendly data, be it the halal foods, non-alcohol policy. Is the whole property completely alcohol banned, or is it only being removed from the minibar of the guest room? Maybe the hotel has got three restaurants, 2 of them are without alcohol, etc., etc. So whatever the halal service is, we display it on the website. It might be the spa facilities. It might be men only certain hours, women only certain hours. It might be mixed. It might be private use. So whatever it is, we provide that information, and customers can then make their choices. And there are certain hotels which are catering solely for Muslim customers, and there are hotels which cater for the whole market, but they also say, I would like to attract more Muslim travelers as well, and therefore I provide on the menu a couple of halal food options, certain hours, the spa is just open for ladies only, etc. And that way they cater for all of the customer segments. So it's up to the hotel owners how they want to run their business.
Thank you so much. I have one last question for Ms. Zargarpur. Do you think sustainability is just a temporary fashion word, or is it going to become a big concept for the future? This will be our last question because we are running out of time. Ms. Rabia People.
Yes, certainly sustainability is not a temporary fashion word in the global fashion industry, at least. It is the future of fashion. I think what is temporary and won't last long is when brands and labels just loosely use the term without fully practicing sustainability in their brands. I think that's something that will die down because, authentic brands will rise and shine to sustainability, and ones that are not authentic and don't believe in that will eventually let it go. But in terms of innovation in tech and fabrics, so much is really geared towards creating fabrics from, fabrics that are sustainable. And I think the amazing tech, like I said, tech space and how far it's come, we're going to see some mind-blowing sustainable fabrics in the very near future. So no, I don't agree that it's a temporary fashion word.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to all our panelists. It's been great having you with us. We look forward to meeting you again, inshallah. With this, I'll conclude the panel discussion and back to you, Iman. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Simin, and our panelists, Ms. Rabia, Mr. Ufuk, Dr. Muhammad Ali, and Mr. Yaqub Kojaman for such an informative discussion. Also, thank you to Ms. Wadha for her earlier keynote address, and Mr. Rafiuddin Shiko and Mr. Yaqub for the key report insights and the Turkey context. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed and found this Turkey launch of the State of the Global Islamic Economy Report 2020-21 informative. And if you did, we are back with a series of virtual and hybrid launch events, so do register on Salam Gateway. That's it from my side, Iman Ali and the rest of the team. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Iman Ali. We are pleased to have you on the stage of World Halal Summit today. Thank you for all the speakers and participants. Dear guests, we are going to have 10 minutes break now. We are apologizing for this delay. Thank you for being patient with us. We will be here after 10 minutes. Değerli konuklar, şimdi 10 dakika bir ara vereceğiz. Özür diliyoruz, birazcık aksama oldu. 10 dakika sonra burada buluşacağız. Kimse yok. Dear valuable guests, we are starting session 3. We are inviting you to the hall. Section 6, second day, session 3, for second day, session 3. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Salam Alaikum. My name is Sajide Tuba Bakcin, and I am the founder of Halal Travel Style. I was here speaker on this stage last year, and I'm really excited to announce this session because I'm really excited to see different places I'm sure most of you are interested in. I would like to announce our speakers. Okay, I'm waiting for hall to be, full, get full, no one is around. Okay, I'm announcing the speakers of the session. We are going to have three virtual speakers and 2 physically here. We are going to have Ms. Elif Balcı Füsunoğlu, Deputy General Manager from Turkey Tourism Promotion Development Agency, Mr. Yasin Zülfikaroğlu, Secretary of CIMIC Standardization Management Center, Ms. Hacer Sucuoğlu Adıgüzel, the founder of tesettüryakası.net. You can come here, Ms. Hacer. Yeah. And we will have Ms. Sumaya Hamdi from Halal Travel Guide UK. And we will have Mr. Süleyman Bulbiya, co-founder of and director of Barbados Halal Experiences. I would like to invite our speakers on stage. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Elif Balcı Füsunoğlu, the Deputy General Manager to Turkey Tourism Promotion and Development Agency, on stage. Ms. Elif Balcı Füsunoğlu, appointed as the Deputy General Manager of TGA in charge with business events and tourism and product development of Turkey. She spent 20 years in various positions, media, advertising, meeting and hospitality industries in Turkey and Europe. Ms. Elif, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Selamun Alaikum, good afternoon and merhaba. TGA is a national destination marketing organization established to contribute significantly to the enhancement of tourism in Turkey. TGA plays an important role in communication of rich cultural heritage, natural attractions and tourism assets of Turkey through diverse worldwide marketing activities. I would like to start my speech with a thank to Halal Summit and Expo for their tremendous work to organize this important event as hybrid this year in Turkey. We're so glad to join and introduce our beautiful destination, Turkey, to all of you. Welcome. Turkey Tourism Promotion and Development Agency was founded in July 2019 as a private entity of Ministry of Culture and Tourism and is subject to special legal provisions. TGA is led by a board of directors. The board of directors consists of 15 selected members of tourism industry gathered under the chairmanship of the Minister of Culture and Tourism, Mr. Mehmet Nuri Ersoy. Our mission is to deliver Turkey as a brand in both domestic and international tourism markets, discover, develop, and promote tourism and cultural assets, boost the tourism capacity of Turkey, increase the rate of tourism investments in the national economy, and raise the quality of service with short, medium, and long-term communication and activities. At the beginning of the pandemic, we focused on the Safe Tourism campaign, which shows the precautions taken in Turkey. I will tell you about the Safe Tourism certification later during my presentation. At the same time, we started to promote our destinations and tourism pillars, such as Turkish museums, gastronomy, Patara, and many more. To shortly show you some numbers of the TGA communication, which has been done till today, We produced TV commercials in 17 different countries and launched 64 digital ad campaigns in 82 countries with over 7 billion impressions and nearly 1.5 billion views. All our Go Turkey special media platforms have reached in total of 6.7 million followers. During the time of the pandemic and with the need of the digitalization, we have created Turkey's first and only digital experience platform. We like to call it a 360-degree Turkey experiences platform. You will find information on all 7 regions and 81 cities with a description of touching all the 5 senses. Thanks to the advanced modern design and technological infrastructure, Turkey stands above the competition and has built the first online tourism destination platform. The platform has been built for tourists who want to explore this country and want to know more about it. Along with its cultural and touristic elements, you can find all under one roof. Please enjoy our short introduction video.
Elif Hanım, bilgisayarın sesini paylaşabilirseniz herkes duysun efendim.
Efendim?
Bilgisayarın sesini paylaşabilirseniz. Share computer sound.
Bitti zaten, kusura bakmayın. Covering all destinations and experiences Turkey has to offer, halal tourism is an important tourism topic for us, which we will promote on the Go Turkey platform. Launching in January 2021, we will have a dedicated page for halal tourism and what Turkey has to offer. It will cover all the topics like halal food, halal concept accommodation, must-see places, and what to expect on a halal concept holiday in Turkey as a Muslim traveler. Information on Ramadan and Ramadan feasts, Kurban and Ramadan Bayrams in Turkey, and of course, information on prayer and mosques. Turkey is a globally known and popular tourism destination with a captivating blend of historic offerings from East and West, and halal tourism numbers in Turkey are increasing every year, and all regions have their own characteristics and options, which offers culture, history, nature, hospitality, and gastronomy. Turkey is a high in-demand destination for halal tourism. Turkey was ranked among the top 3 destinations in the world and #1 in Europe, conforming to Islamic guidelines in 2019 by the Global Muslim Travel Index. Halal Muslim-friendly tourism as a destination with its services, facilities, and its culture. Turkey offers unique experiences with its geography, culture, history, and people. Halal food and drink. Halal food is far the most important service that a Muslim traveler is looking for when traveling. Turkey has no problem to offer all these to travelers. Gender-related nuances, recreational facilities and services with privacy, swimming pools and gyms that are either segregated or provide different timings for males and females. The same accurate for family activities like sport, animations, and entertainment activities. And religious practices, rituals. Prayer is one of the central elements of an Islamic practice. In Turkey, services and facilities that are frequently visited by Muslim travelers are equipped with prayer rooms, most of them with separate space for both males and females. Special aid programs. For Muslims who travel during the month of Ramadan, Turkey has no problem to be able to cater to the special needs during the fasting month. Local Islamic experiences are widely available, as already mentioned in the religious routes. Turkey offers a wide selection of sightseeing, shopping, and also theme parks. High-class countryside and seaside hotels with halal concept make it more than welcoming for the halal traveler to come to Turkey. Thanks to the hospitality, halal tourism in Turkey has witnessed a remarkable boom in the recent years. Due to the highest international standards at affordable prices for holidays, in a favorable environment. Also, an important point is Turkey's geostrategic position in regard to the global Muslim population. 400 million Muslims living outside of Turkey are in a 5-hour flight distance. Turkey has an also geostrategic advantage in all trade areas. Within this flight radius, 31 million Muslims are living in EU countries and 44 million Muslims living in the Gulf countries. Turkey is accessible from all parts of the world thanks to Turkish Airlines, serving to more than 300 international airlines also, where you can continue to local destinations. Our official airlines, Turkish Airlines, flies to more countries in the world than any other airline. And 6 years in a row, Turkish Airlines was named the best airline in Europe, with halal concept also in place. Turkey is a captivating nation embracing the Muslim traveler. It's not only a perfect destination for halal tourism, but also a unique destination as being home to the important masterpieces of Muslim history, gastronomy, and culture. The most preferred destinations in Turkey are Istanbul, Antalya, Bodrum, Cappadocia, and many others. There are many potential places for an unforgettable vacation in Turkey. Starting with the magnificent masterpieces of Ottoman architecture, we have also the religious roots in Turkey for Muslim travelers to enjoy, witnessing the precious sacred relics, knowing the Mevlana, the 13th century Sufi poet, also known as Jalaluddin Rumi, the city of Şanlıurfa, which welcomes believers of different faiths and known as the city of prophets, located on the cultural and trade routes from Mesopotamia to Anatolia. The Selçukyan and Ottoman wooden mosques of Anatolia, which are rare examples of religious architecture, also can be visited during a visit in Turkey. And the halal restaurants and Turkish gastronomy. In Turkey, you can find the taste of the best local flavors at the hotels and individual restaurants that are they have experience in serving the tasty halal food. And also from antiques to chic designer boutiques and malls and historic bazaars, Turkey is an also shopper's paradise with also Islamic art and culture products. Turkey is full of surprises when it comes to the halal traveler, with so much to offer to spend a great holiday without any trouble at all. Renting a private boat is also an option. Turkey has also become a role model with its fight against COVID-19 and with the launch of the Safe Tourism Certification Program. Turkey's Safe Tourism Certification Program defines and advises an extensive series of measures to be taken with regards to transportation and accommodation of all Turkish citizens, international visitors who will spend their holidays in Turkey, as well as well-being, the health conditions of passengers, guests, and employees working at the touristic facilities. One of the first of its kind, the Safe Tourism Certification Program, was led by the Ministry of
Ms. Elif, we have 2 minutes left.
Okay, yeah,
Thank you.
I'm almost finished. And has been developed with the contributions of the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and in cooperation with all stakeholders. In addition to the certification, Turkey has launched also a health insurance package covering COVID-19 treatment for all visitors coming to Turkey. And we have independent certification companies who are issuing the certificates for the individual tourism facilities. We have 6 main titles: accommodation facilities, food and beverage facilities, culture and congress centers, sea tourism facilities, marinas, theme parks, tour and transfer vehicles. And at the moment, you are all enjoying the facilities of Pullman Hotel, which is an also certified hotel under the Safe Tourism Certification Program. We started announcing the Safe Tourism certified facilities as of June 1st, 2020, and we have now over 6,250 facilities and vehicles that have received the certificates. And the certification at the moment is mandatory for any accommodation facility with 50 and more rooms, And as of 1st of January, it will be compulsory for any accommodation facility with 30 and more rooms. Before finishing my presentation, also I would like to thank you very much again for all being in Turkey physically and virtually. And we hope to welcome you at the nearest opportunity, face to face. Enjoy the rest of the program and welcome to Turkey again. If you have any further questions, I will be very happy to reply. Thank you. Allah'a ısmarladık.
Thank you so much for your presence. We are great to have you here today, Ms. Elif.
Thank you. Şükran. Teşekkürler.
Now, I would like to invite Mr. Yasin Zülfikaroğlu, the Secretary of CIMIC's Standardization Management Council. Mr. Yasin currently works at CIMIC as specialist since 2011, and he follows up the technical work of the CIMIC technical committees. Mr. Yasin, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I hope we will have a good presentation now. Okay. My name is Yasin Zülfikaroğlu. I'm a specialist in CIMIC General Secretariat since 2011. Our topic today is regarding, as a part of the tourism session, regarding CIMIC standard, OIC CIMIC 9, halal tourism services general requirements standard, which was produced in 2019 in CIMIC TC1. Okay, I think it's not comfortable, so I take it off. Okay, today I will talk about the general approach of OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, on halal tourism or Islamic tourism or Muslim-friendly tourism, whatever you call, issues. And then I will speak about our studies in halal tourism services area. Okay, as a reminder, yesterday my Secretary General, Mr. Isanovit, talked in details about CIMIC. CIMIC Standards and Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries is a regional intergovernmental organization in standardization area. We are based in Istanbul, and since 2010 we are running our activities in standardization, metrology, and accreditation area. And we are not a conformity assessment body, which means that we do not perform any certification. We issue the rules and regulations. Okay, an Organization of Islamic Cooperation, it's the defined as the common voice of all Muslims all around the world with 57 member states. Headquarters, Secretariat, General Secretariat based in Jeddah and established in 1969. So as CIMIC, we are affiliated to Organization of Islamic Cooperation, like other sub-organs and specialized institutions of OIC. So let's have a close look on our recently developed standard, OIC CIMIC 9. Okay, first of all, I would like to talk about the general challenges in the global halal tourism industry, why we needed this standard and what urged CIMIC to issue this standard, because it is, our standards are requested by the industry stakeholders, our members, and this, in this standard request came from OIC itself. So this is, in this way, a unique standard, we can say. So, as you know, when we travel, we, especially for halal tourism services, we see many different practices for the same subject. We see, when we travel to a country A, we see the Qibla locator in our room, but different shape. Or we see halal logos, certifies, halal certification, practiced by, depending on different documents. Even by private sector, sometimes they are using not standards, their own documents, which differs from one place to other place. So this is one challenge. Too many documents, and the confusion arrives because of this crowded documents. And also reliability of halal certification. This is one challenge. As we explained yesterday, we have a committee on conformity assessment. We issue the standards for accreditation and certification bodies as well. So this brings the confidence to the certification activities. So this is one challenge. Also defining halal tourism services. What services can be defined as halal tourism? This is one challenge as well. And sometimes we see that it is called halal tourism. Some call it halal friendly tourism, Muslim friendly tourism, or Islamic tourism. Basically, all are the same subject, but defined differently. In CIMIC, we prefer to define it, our technical committee, member states, as halal tourism services, because halal, rather than its dictionary meaning, and it is a brand now, so wherever you go, when you say halal, even non-Muslims will recognize it. So this is the reason the committee, the reason we selected halal tourism services when we issued this standard. And categorization of the accommodation premises. Yes, this is quite a challenge, because this is a big industry, tourism industry, okay? As Muslim travelers, we cannot expect all industry to convert into halal tourism services, but we can expect at some level the hotels can provide us some basic requirements, some basic needs as a Muslim traveler. It's like if I travel to Europe, if the hotel can provide us a sajjada upon request, or Quran Kareem upon request, this is something. If the minimum services that they can give is defined in our categorization. So this categorization is a challenge also. So how to define the categories, classification was a challenge for us. And also raising awareness on halal tourism. Also, it's a challenge because we need to make people believe that if we request, those services can be provided. And we see good examples in that terms in OIC countries, as well as some non-OIC countries as well. The fully halal compliant hotels we see, or at least some, even when we talk about tourism, don't think about only the hotels, also the airports, there are prayer rooms, those kind of things. They are coming with the raising awareness of people on halal issues. So this was a challenge as well. Okay. So in OIC, what happened? We have those challenges. As an example, there are many other things. OIC has councils. One of them is the Islamic Council for Tourism Ministers. It's a ministerial level council. In the 9th meeting, it was in Niamey, I guess, maybe I'm wrong, the ministers decided to establish a working group to create a roadmap in Islamic tourism, or halal tourism, we can say. So CIMIC was a part of this group. Also CESRIC is an education institution of OIC. Also, as a member state, Indonesia was there. So this working group come out with a document. This was drafted by CESRIC. That document is strategic roadmap for OIC countries in Islamic tourism. This was adopted in the 10th meeting of Islamic Council of Tourism Ministers. So what was written in this was the task given to CIMIC in this strategic roadmap to issue harmonized and unified standard for halal tourism issues. So upon this request, we already had our studies in the our technical committees in halal tourism issues, we urged the committee to publish the standard as soon as possible. So in that terms, we can say that CIMIC was mandated by OIC to develop OIC CIMIC standards that can be implemented internationally and also in OIC member states. So this is the story of this standard, how we came and decided to establish and decided to produce this standard. So it was just a story, how we come up. So in CIMIC, the standards are not established, are not published by CIMIC General Secretariat. We, as the General Secretariat, are the platform that coordinates the efforts of the member states to produce standards. So our standards produced in the technical committees.
Dear sir, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay,
thank you.
So this was issued in the Technical Committee 5 with 19 member states, okay? So now you see the contents of this standard. Every standard, we have a structure which are the same with the others, like scope, requirements they have to have. So as you see, there is scope, normative reference, requirements, halal requirements, and also management system requirements for accommodation premises. It is all exist in the standard. So this is the scope of the standard that defines the limits. So this standard is applicable by any type of organization in halal tourism industry. And also it is addressed to, firstly, the accommodation premises, tour operators, tourist guides, and other tourism facilities like recreational or healthcare and wellness facilities. So this is the, that shows the limits of the document in which areas it can be implemented. And we have normative reference, which means that you will need, there are reference to other standards which was published by CIMIC. This is OIC CIMIC 1 and 4. One is halal food, which is very basic need in halal tourism services, and the other is for cosmetic issues, especially cleansing materials needed in the hotels. We have terms and definitions given, which refers to the tourism services terminology, as well as the terminology of OIC CIMIC 1 and 4. And this is important, I would like to highlight again. What makes this standard unique is the categorization of the accommodation premises, okay? As you see, we have category A, accommodation premises with halal tourism advanced scale services, moderate, medium scale services, and basic scale services. So with this standard, you can address any type of hotel, okay, legally established in a country. Any type of hotel can provide halal tourism services at certain levels, basic, medium, and advanced. So this is the thing that makes this standard unique, different than the others. So, which means that if you travel, for example, if you go to Saudi Arabia, the hotels should be in compliance with the category A, because they can fully comply with the requirements of this standard, okay? And if you go to a secular OIC country, for example, the hotels can provide medium scale services. If you go to Europe, for example, the basic services can be provided by the hotel. So at this level, the hotels can be certified A, B, C, and the list they provide, the list of the services they provide will be easily accessible by the customers. So this is like that. In general, we have the requirements, general requirements, which we define all the things needed for halal tourism services, like providing halal food and beverages, cleansing materials, halal cleansing materials, and also specific rules for accommodation services, just adequate space in the rooms for prayer or public prayer room if you are category A hotel. And also we are giving the rules for tour services, because in some countries there are tours which call that halal respected tours. So even the tour services and the requirements for tourist guides, which guides the Muslim travelers, it's also given our standard. And also halal management system requirements and also the staff requirements are also given in this standard. You see here the list of the categories, okay? If the hotel or accommodation premises fulfills the requirements of the standard, it is category A. And if they give the certain services listed in category B, it can be certified as the category B hotel. And also category C is given the basic services, like upon request, if they can provide you Sejjade or Quran Karim, or direction to local mosques. This kind of services, if they can provide, it is defined as category C. And also requirements for other facilities, as an example given in the annex of the standard. So this standard, basically, briefly saying, I'm closing now, can be used in non-OIC countries with limited halal tourism services, okay? OIC countries with moderate halal tourism services, medium, and OIC countries with advanced halal tourism services. So this is, as I said many times in my presentation, what makes this standard unique. Thank you for the listening. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Yasin Zülfikaroğlu, for being here with us. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Hacer Sucuoğlu Adıgüzel, from the founder, from the tesettüryakası.net, Turkey. Ms. Hacer is the founder of tesettüryakası.net. Stage is yours.
Selamünaleyküm saygıdeğer dinleyiciler. Konuşmamda sizlere Müslümanların helal turizmden beklentilerinden bahsedeceğim. Ülkemizde helal turizm denildiğinde akıllara alkolsüz, kadın erkek ayrı havuzda olan aile oteli konsepti geliyor. Bu konseptte tatil yapanların ortak beklentilerinin giderilmesini, bir kesim muhafazakarların muhafazakar olmayan seçeneklere yönelme sebeplerini, helal veya İslami konsepte olmasına rağmen bir kesim tarafından güven duyulmadığından tercih edilmeyen seçeneklere ve en önemlisi de helal turizmin daha geniş bir perspektifte değerlendirilerek tüketiciye alternatifler sunulmasının gerekliliğini sizlerle paylaşmak istiyorum. İslami konseptteki otellere güvenmeyen büyük bir kesimin rotasını, İslami olanların fiyatlarının diğerlerine oranla çok fazla olmasının da etkisiyle alkollü otellere çevirdiğini görüyoruz. Bunun önüne geçmek adına aynı standartlarda olan İslami koşulları sağlayan ve sağlamayan oteller arasında fiyat dengesinin bu denli farklı olmaması gerekir. Elbette helal şartların uygulanmasının ekonomik anlamda diğer otellere kıyasla fazla olduğunu biliyoruz. Ama diğer otellerde de ciddi bir alkol masrafı olduğunu da düşünürsek, bu derece açık ara fark olması güven dengesine de bakıldığında seçimleri etkiliyor. Sahada ve sosyal medyada yaptığımız çalışmalarda muhafazakar kesimin tercihlerini helal konseptteki otellerde kullanmamalarının ardından gelen olumsuz yorumlar ise bize helal kavramının turizm sektöründeki günümüzdeki uygulamadan çok daha yönlü düşünülmesi gerektiğini gösteriyor. Helal kavramını sadece yiyecek, içecek ve kadın erkek ayrı olmak gibi algılamak yanlış bir bakış açısıdır. Örneğin otellerdeki gıda israfı oldukça irite ediyor ziyaretçiyi. Bu noktada çalışmaların yapılması, israfın önüne geçilmesi, gıda atıklarının belli bir alanda değerlendirilmesi ve gerekli kısmının hayvan barınaklarına yönlendirilmesi zorunlu hale getirilmelidir. Aynı hassasiyetin geri dönüştürebilen materyallerin değerlendirilmesi konusunda da uygulanması mühim bir meseledir. Bu noktada yönlendirme ve yaptırımların her otelde olması gerekli olsa da helal konsepti üzerinde değerlendirilmesi tatilin helal olması anlamında önemlidir. Otellerde, spalarda ve banyolarda kullanılan şampuan, krem gibi kişisel bakım materyallerinin, temizlik ürünlerinin de helal olması helal tüketim anlamında önemlidir. Alkolsüz bir otelde gıda, kozmetik gibi tüm maddelerin de aynı zamanda helal olduğunu gösteren bir imgenin olması tüketiciyi olumlu anlamda etkileyebilir. Minibardaki içeceklerden tutun da çocuk oyun alanındaki eğlenceli atıştırmalıklara kadar helal sertifikalı seçenekler kullanılmalı ve bunlar tüketiciye şeffaf bir şekilde sunulmalıdır. Bir başka beklenti de aile ve çocuk etkinliklerinin de belli bir hassasiyete oturtulmasının gerekliliği. Elbette İslami hassasiyetleri bir kalıba koymak ve herkesin beklentilerini aynı düzeyde karşılamak çok zor bir durumdur. Bu işin bir takva boyutu vardır. İslami hassasiyet oranı maksimumdur ki bunun helal turizm anlayışıyla karşılanması neredeyse imkansız gibidir. Helal turizm işletmecilik esaslarında ortaya konmaya çalışan standartlar ancak asgari ölçütleri yani ilahiyat tabiriyle tek fetvayı oluşturabilir. Asgari boyutta da olsa bu noktada iyileştirmeler yapılabilir, daha kaliteli içerikler sunulup tatiller olgunlaştırılabilir. Muhafazakar otel konseptlerinin bazılarında kadın erkek ortak havuz ve deniz kısmında mahremiyetin korunamaması, kadınlara özel alanların görünür olması endişesi de tercih edilmemesi ya da beklentiler anlamında diğer bir etkendir. Burada güvenilir ve tek bir kurum üzerinden belirli periyotlarla yapılacak denetimler sonucu otellere verilecek raporlar ziyaretçiyi rahatlatacak ve güveni artıracaktır. Buraya kadar olan endişelerin turizmcilik kategorisinde ulaşım, restoran gibi alanlarda da giderilmesi önemlidir. Özellikle yolculuk süreçlerinde sunulan gıdaların temiz içerikte olması, sadece helal kesim etten ziyade kullanılan kremalara, yağlara, renklendiricilere kadar tüm yiyeceklerde hassas davranılması önemlidir. Helal vurgusu tatilin tüm süreçlerine dahil edilmeli ve bunlar güvenilir tek bir kurumun denetimine bağlı olmalı. Yine tek sertifikasyon ile tüketiciye sunulmalı, kafaları karıştırılmamalıdır. Dünyadaki Müslüman nüfusa ve globalleşen dünya düzenine baktığımızda helal turizmi mevcut alkolsüz otellere indirgemek oldukça sığ kalır. Bu sebeple ülkemizde de turizm açısından popüler olan helal tatilleri daha geniş bir açıdan ele almak çok önemli. Helal konseptteki otellerin salt deniz, kaplıca gibi formatlardan çıkıp tarih ve kültür gezileriyle birleştireceği uygulamalar yaparak ülkemize yabancı Müslüman ve muhafazakar gayrimüslim turistleri de çekmek muhtemeldir. Aynı uygulama seyahatsever dünya Müslümanlarının da tüm turizm ülkelerinden ortak beklentisidir. Bugün sadece denize girmek için binlerce kilometre yol yapmaktan imtina eden kitleyi gastronomi, tarih gibi ekstra gezi uygulamaları ile otelcilik tatilini birleştirerek helal turizme çekmek mümkündür. Özellikle ülkemizde helal turizmi muhafazakar otellerin konumlandığı Akdeniz'e indirgememek de helal turizme yapılacak en büyük yatırım olsa gerek. Yurt içinden, Avrupa'dan, Orta Doğu'dan gelen turist popülasyonunu yılın sadece 3 ayı Akdeniz'e çekmekten ziyade 4 mevsim turizm argümanları ile ortak değerlendirmeli ve gastronomi anlamında Güneydoğu'ya, doğa turizmi için Karadeniz'e, Kapadokya'ya, tarih ve kültür turizmi için Bursa'ya, Erzurum'a yönlendirecek otel turizmiyle birleştiren rotalar, turlar oluşturulmalıdır. Burada gezginlerin, seyahatseverlerin ana beklentisi gezeyim ama yemek kaygım olmasın, valizime bir dünya yiyecek sokuşturup da yola çıkmayayım düşüncesidir. Bu anlamda güveni artıracak açılımlar yapılması gerektiğini düşünüyor ve bunu globale yayan ülke konumunda olmayı da önemsiyorum. Özellikle Türkiye'de üretim yapanların genel bir hassasiyetinin olduğu aşikar ama şeffaflık noktasında tüketicinin endişesini ortadan kaldıracak etiketlemeyi önemsiyor ve helal sertifikasının yaygınlaştırılması adına üreticilere teşvikler gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Aynı zamanda helal turizm noktasında globaldeki payımızı artırmak adına muhafazakar, İslami, alkolsüz başlıkları altında hizmet veren otelleri, tatil köylerini ve restoranları içerikleri bakımından değerlendirip yeşil yıldızlı hale getirmeyi gerekli buluyorum. İsminin başına muhafazakar, İslami, helal, alkolsüz gibi başlıkları, etiketleri koyabilen kötü niyetli bazı girişimcilerin ruhsatlandırılması da yine aynı kurumlar tarafından yapılmalı ki her yıl farklı isimlerde oteller açıp muhafazakar kesimi suistimal edip kaçıp gidemesinler. Tatil rezervasyonu yapılan sitelerde helal booking örneğinde olduğu gibi filtreleme yöntemleriyle alkolsüz otel, tüm yiyeceklerde helal gibi seçimler yapılıp aranan özelliklerinin olduğu oteller listelenebilmelidir. Böylelikle tüketici daha net bir tablo ile karşılaşacak ve güvenle rezervasyon yaptırabilecektir. Bazı sitelerde bu uygulama var ama maalesef doğru çalışmıyor. Pek çok kez telefon ile teyit ederken aslında otelin alkollü olduğu ile karşılaşıyoruz. Konukların özellikle uzun mesafeden gelip böyle bir tablo ile karşılaşmaması adına önemli bir çalışma olacağını düşünüyorum. Aynı durum restoranlar için de geçerli. Bu anlamda kapsamlı bir site hali hazırda yok. Ben elimden geldiği kadar kendi blogumda yazmaya çalışıyorum ama restoranlara özel uygulama ve sitelerde aldatıcı bilgi maalesef çok fazla. Aldatıcılık noktasında restoranların menülerine domuz eti ve katkısı eklediklerinde menüde belirtme zorunlulukları var. Ama yemek satış uygulamalarına yaptıkları üyeliklerde bunu belirtme zorunlulukları yok. Bunun örneğini İstanbul'da pek çok restoran için verebilirim. Alkolsüz veya alkollü seçeneği olduğu gibi domuz eti ve katkıları seçeneğinin de olması tüketicinin o restorana gitmesini ya da gittiğinde seçimlerini daha dikkatli yapmasını etkileyecektir. Nüfusun %25'inin Müslüman olduğu dünyamızda helal turizm halkasının yakın geçmişe dayandığını görüyoruz. Günümüzde her ne kadar turizm profesyonelleri bu noktaya yönelse de bunu otelcilerin, acentaların vicdanına bırakılmayacak hassasiyette olduğuna inanıyor ve tek elden etiketlemenin, yeşil yıldızlamanın yapılmasını, akredite edilmesini gerekli görüyorum. Müslüman turistlerin dünya ekonomisine katkısının 2020 yılına kadar 220 milyar dolara ulaşması beklenirken ve dünyanın en hızlı büyüyen dininin İslam olduğu göz önünde bulundurulduğunda Müslüman turistler kesinlikle seyahat pazarındaki en önemli müşterilerden olacak. Güvenlik endişelerinin ve temel helal gerekliliklerinin karşılandığı yerlerde Müslüman turizmi hızlı büyümeye devam edecektir. Herkesin ortak derdinin İslam ve helal olduğu bir platformda bizleri buluşturan İslami Ticareti Geliştirme Merkezi ve İslam Ülkeleri Standartlar ve Metroloji Enstitüsü'ne şükranlarımı sunarım. Saygılarımla.
Thank you, Ms. Hajar, for your valuable speech. Now we are connecting to UK. I would like to invite dear Sumaya Hamdi, the founder of Halal Travel Guide. Ms. Sumaya Hamdi is the director and the founder of Halal Travel Guide, a travel company that connects people through immersive travel experiences. Based in London, Sumaya founded Halal Travel Guide in 2015, and Halal Travel Guide began offering boutique experiences to Bosnia in 2018, adding Uzbekistan in 2019, and now Cappadocia in 2020. Sumaya is now working on producing the first report into British Muslim travel preferences, with a special focus on millennials, Generation Z, and the influence of Muslim women in decision-making. Welcome, Sumaya. It's glad to see you here. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Jazakallah khairan. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. And I'd like to extend my thanks to the organizing committee and everybody who's helped make this event possible, especially to our Sister Dilek. And a huge thank you to everyone who's joining us at the venue, and also everyone at home who's tuning in. Maybe you can give me like a virtual wave or something, just so I know that you're still listening. So thank you very much. And a special thanks to our Sajda Abla. I promise you, I will do my best to stick within my time frame. So, inshallah, we'll run on time. Okay, bismillah. I am going to go ahead and share my screen. Oh, okay. I guess you guys are going to share my PowerPoint. I can't share my screen. Is it going up?
Yes, please, you can share. You are a co-host now.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
It would not be Zoom if we didn't have a couple of technical issues. So, bismillah. Let's see. All right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. So today, as you know from the title, I'm here to talk to you about why the Muslim travel market, the halal travel market, can and should be a force for good. It's really nice that we've been able to hear about the progress that's taken place in halal tourism over the last few years, with the growth in the provision of services and that sort of thing. So I'm not going to talk on that. I'm going to talk about a bit more about the vision of halal tourism for us here at Halal Travel Guide. So just a little bit about what we do. I'm not going to In fact, let me minimize this because I feel like you guys can see that too. I'm not going to tell you about what you can see on the screen already because you can read it for yourself. But essentially, our vision here at Halal Travel Guide is to facilitate the reconnection of Muslim communities through travel. And the reason why we're focusing on this is because we truly believe that halal tourism and the halal economy overall can be a force for good. It's within the framework of Islam. It's within the framework of everything that halal stands for. Because we know that there are technical things like halal food and, you know, kind of standards and this kind of thing. But overall, it's about bringing the ummah together and bringing people together to enjoy what Allah has made halal for us in a way that benefits communities. So why is this relevant? Well, you know, this year we've had the experience of the COVID pandemic. It's resulted in a lot of people spending more time at home and thinking more about what it is that matters. We're seeing consumers are more concerned about the decisions they're making, whether it's the products they're buying, whether it's the services they're using. And this isn't just a trend. And I think actually I will be echoing what Yvonne said earlier in the halal food segment, what Dr. Barbara said earlier, when we're looking at this rise in being able to utilize halal as something that can be a force for good. And we've seen over the last decade or so, in fact, 2 decades, the rise in corporate social responsibility, right? That companies, international brands in the global market want to be able to show that they are doing good, that they support a charity, that they have set up a fund to plant trees or to help orphans and so on. And the reason why this is taking place is because in the current design of the global market, doing things for the goodness of communities actually is not on feature. Now, why is any of this relevant to halal tourism? Well, it's because the halal economy and halal tourism already have the framework built within them to be a force for good. So we believe here at Halal Travel Guide that responsible business and the halal economy go hand in hand. And I'll give you an example. Imam Abu Hanifa, there's an occasion where he went into the market and he wanted to buy a dress from a woman who was selling dresses, and she gave him a price that was actually a fifth of its value, and he refused to buy it until she offered the price at 5 times her original price. Meaning what? He wanted to buy it at the value that it was actually worth, so that he would not cause unnecessary harm to her, so that he would be able to support her without just looking at his own interest of being able to get a bargain. Likewise, we know an occasion where he was selling dresses, and after he had made the profit that he needed to, he sold a dress to a woman who was not very rich, did not have much money, at a fraction of its value, so that she would be able to afford it, because he had already made the profit he needed to, and she would not otherwise be able to make that purchase. And it's the idea that Islam already provides the framework that we need to conduct business in a responsible way. And that's not something that we see in the global economy at all. So we really have a huge advantage to be able to bring something not just to the halal economy, but also to the global economy. So we know already that millennials, Gen Z, they're becoming more concerned about the products they buy, and they want to see that companies are taking this seriously, and that there are not just token acts of interest, but that it forms a holistic part of their vision. So I'm not going to go into the halal economy too much. I'm going to stick to what I know, which is halal tourism. So why is it important then to kind of focus on the youth Muslim travel market? We already know that they're worth a lot of money, 300 billion by 2026, and there's 60% of the global Muslim population are under the age of 30. So we're seeing the largest segment of the Muslim travel market are concerned about responsible business, and they want to see the economy and the halal economy taking this seriously. And while we've had huge leaps and strides in halal tourism, I think we still have a long way to go in terms of really focusing a bit more on how we can travel responsibly, but also share a framework in practice. And that's why at Halal Travel Guide, what we focus on more is bringing communities together and connecting communities with locals. So when we run trips, we run it with local hosts, so that it's the local who directs us and guides us into experiences that we should take our guests on, and things that will benefit them, but also take us away from experiences that might be harmful to the local environment. But one of the key things that I haven't touched on yet is actually building that connection with our heritage as Muslims, because one of the beauties of being a Muslim, of course, is that no matter where you go, whether you go to Ghana, whether you go to Uzbekistan, Sri Lanka, you are able to build a connection immediately with a local Muslim by virtue of your shared faith. Now, back in 2018, I came to World Halal Summit, and I shared these findings. And if you look at the bottom statistic, you'll see it says 96% agreed with the statement that discovering Islamic heritage through travel is inspiring. So we did a survey specifically with reference to Dirilish Ertuğrul. I'm sure some of you may remember if you saw it 2 years ago, where we basically identified that the rise in popularity of Ertuğrul, the rise in popularity of the stories of Ertuğrul, of this powerful figure who is proud of being Muslim and makes people proud of being Muslim, would provide an opportunity for Turkey to tap into a new tourism opportunity. And it gave Turkey the chance to build on this notion of Islamic heritage as being a way to draw more Muslims, more of the Muslim travel market to their destinations. Now, 1 year later, 2019, the statistics came through and it showed that over the last couple of years, as a result of Dirilish Ertuğrul, people were visiting Sogut so much more than they had ever seen. And I think they quoted like a taxi driver and a local museum curator who both said that they were seeing something like 5 times the number of tourists. But there had not been any investment or any focus by the local tourism board on this opportunity. So we're missing opportunities here. This is something that, had there been more hotels built, had there been more services made available, people would be able to stay longer and to have a longer stay. So today I'd like to share with you a new framework for being able to develop halal tourism products, with this notion that we are building a holistic framework of halal tourism. So it is about having the essentials of halal food, having the essentials of prayer facilities and so on. But there's so much more that we can do. And if we're maybe a bit more ambitious, I think, we'll find that we're able to build halal tourism products that are not only useful to Muslims, but are beneficial for the travel market as a whole. Like I said already, we're seeing this wave, this rising interest in sustainability, in responsible consumerism. Halal tourism already provides the framework for that. So we've got the 4, I'm not going to read it out to you because you can see it, but we've got faith, community, sustainable, and digital. These are all key elements of being able to develop new halal tourism products. I'll give you an example. Uzbekistan is now like a rising star maybe in halal tourism. And there's a huge opportunity there to build new halal tourism products that will be of benefit to the local community and to the traveler. So it won't just be about how can we build a package that makes people come. We'll make the price as low as we can to encourage more tourists. And that's that, because we already have seen in places like Spain, in places like on the Aegean coast of Turkey, that this doesn't actually benefit the local economy that much. It doesn't encourage the preservation of heritage, and it doesn't build those connections that encourage people to come back and to, to come again and to tell these stories to their friends and to their family. So if we're able to incorporate stories like the story of Al-Biruni and Ibn Sina in Uzbekistan, these two heavy Islamic thinking and kind of studies and this kind of thing, if we're able to share these stories that Muslims don't know, because they have a heritage in Uzbekistan, in places like Andalusia, in places like Turkey, that they just don't know about, because we don't know our heritage, we don't know our stories. So if we're able, through really powerful storytelling, to bring to life this heritage that we have all over the world, especially in OIC countries where we have established Muslim communities, what we'll find is that halal tourism really can be a force for good, because it will be bringing people together, bringing Muslims together, building those connections, supporting local economies, and doing this all in a way that is sustainable, that is responsible, and that is within the framework of the Islamic economy. And that brings me to my last slide.
You have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, that's it. I'm done. I'm wrapping up.
Thank you.
So hopefully you found something useful from this. I hope that we've been able to share our vision with you. If you want to get in touch, you can get in touch with our contact details there. Thank you again for having me. It's an honor to be here. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Somaya, for your presence here. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Suleyman Bulbulya, co-founder and director of Barbados Halal Experience. Suleyman Bulbulya is the co-founder and director of Barbados Halal Experience, a halal tourism service provider on the island of Barbados and consultancy for halal tourism and related products and services in Caribbean. Mr. Suleiman, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let me begin by thanking the organizers of the World Halal Summit for this wonderful opportunity to be here with you, even though we are here virtually, and to present this program and to my presentation. My topic, the slides will be up, technical people. Okay, I'm just waiting for my slides.
Yes, it's coming. Just a moment.
Thank you. Thank you. My topic this morning, this forum is the Caribbean, a new opportunity for halal tourism. Let me introduce, next slide. Yes. My outline of what I'm going to speak to you about is the Caribbean. It encompasses 7,000 individual islands in a region of approximately 1 million square miles. And in this region, we benefit from a tropical climate year-round. We have beach vacation temperatures. So it's one of the most coveted tourist destinations in the world. Now, what we have recognized is that in the last 10 years, the leaders in the halal tourism market have primarily been Muslim-majority countries. But this market dominance is beginning to shift a little bit, because what we are finding is that many Muslims who have traveled to one destination, a number of times they want to look for a new destination. So we're seeing that they are looking outside of the OIC destinations for options. So I want to explore that today in looking at the Caribbean as a potential opportunity for halal tourism. Next slide, please. So where is the Caribbean? The Caribbean is located, as many of you may be aware, between North and South America. We are a group of islands spanning from the south of North America to the north of South America. Very beautiful region. I believe it's one of the most beautiful regions in the world. And it is, next slide, please. And it has many different islands, and it includes Cuba in the north, and we can go as far south as Trinidad. Some of the islands are larger than the others. We speak several languages. So some countries speak English, some speak French, some speak Dutch, and many speak Spanish as well. And it comprises Bahamas as well, a number of islands. Next slide, please. Because, as I mentioned, of its climate and year-round sunshine, it is one of the most coveted tourist destinations in the world. And it's on the bucket list of many persons who want to go and have a tourist experience, and they love the experience. So we know that many people across the globe are very interested in visiting the Caribbean, even though it's just once in a lifetime opportunity. The infrastructure, so the Caribbean tourism, next slide. The tourism is one of the Caribbean's major economic sectors. So the Caribbean relies very heavily on tourism. And we see from its figures, 30 million visitors contributing $59 billion in the area's gross domestic product in 2019. So we are heavily reliant on tourism. And this reliance represents 30% in relation to 2010. So we see the growth of tourism in this part of the world, and the necessity for it in the countries of the region benefiting. It is often said that the Caribbean is the most tourism-dependent region in the world, and that is perhaps true. That we're very, very dependent. We don't have much resources, and many of the islands rely just strictly on tourism. Next slide, please. And the infrastructure of the region is almost set up exclusively to cater to the needs of visitors and tourists. So most of the islands in the region will have the infrastructure set up that caters towards tourists and visitors. Hotels, necessary tourism services. And this is what we have been doing for more than 50 years almost, catering to tourists. So we recognize and we understand what it means to have tourists in our places, what is required of us as communities, as nations, as countries, to service the needs of tourists and visitors, because we rely heavily on them. So the region is tourism dependent and tourism ready. What many travelers do not recognize, Muslim travelers that is the presence of Muslims in the region. And this is very important as we look at halal tourism. Next slide, please. So what we find in the region that travelers do not realize that they are Muslims, and we have had Muslims here for a very long time, and we have a presence. And in that presence in the region, we have the necessary masajid, we have the institutions, we have halal food, we have all what is necessary, the ingredients necessary for halal tourism to make it smart in this part of the world. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, the presence of Muslims stretches far back many centuries. And Abdullah Hakim Quick, in his book, Deeper Roots, he makes the point. The history of Islam and Muslim people in the Caribbean stretches back over 1,000 years, predating European contact by over 6 centuries. So we have a historical connection to this region, going back many centuries, and that is part of the heritage Muslim tourism that has been mentioned before, that we can discuss and that we can have as part of our packaging as we look at halal tourism in this region. So Muslims have been here for many years. It has been part of the community, and we are part and parcel. Muslims are integral. Next slide, please. Muslims are integral part of the development of Caribbean regions and communities, and we are found on all the major islands in the region. So you have a higher Muslim population in some islands like Trinidad, in some countries like Guyana, where 10 to 15% of the population are Muslim. And then in the smaller islands like the one I'm from, Barbados, we are about 1 to 2% and so on. But we do have the necessary infrastructures like mosque and halal food and so on. Next slide, please. So the availability of halal food, hijab-friendly and amenities, prayer facilities, it makes it easier and more enjoyable for Muslims to travel to the region. So as I had mentioned before, many Muslim travelers are not aware of the presence of Muslims in the region, or even the availability of halal food, of masajids, of Muslims here. But we do have it, and we do have a friendly, enabling environment for Muslims in the region that would allow for halal tourism to make it smart in this part of the world. Next slide, please. We have at the summit in 2018, and the previous speaker just before me, Sister Sumaya Hamdi, she made a very interesting point, and I have repeated it here. The Muslim travel market is predicted to reach 156 million travelers and be worth 200 billion by 2020, according to industry specialists' present rating. She made the point. She said that over the last 10 years, the leaders in this market has primarily been Muslim majority countries that are already able to serve the basic needs of Muslim travelers. So we recognize that. We've seen that Turkey has been doing this very well. Malaysia has been doing this very well. Other countries in the Middle East have been able to do this. But she made the point that this market dominance has, however, started to shift, with more OIC destinations beginning to provide competition. And that shift is happening. And the Caribbean is one of those regions that can provide for options, for opportunities, for halal tourism. And as I mentioned before, we have the necessary facilities, amenities. And what is happening is that many Muslim travelers and tourists, because they have been to a destination once, twice, or 3 times, they want to look for new destinations to come to, new experiences, new places to go. And because the Caribbean is on the bucket list of many persons, many travelers, the Caribbean provides for the Muslim traveler as well the opportunity. And that's what we are about. That's what we are aiming to achieve in this region. Next slide, please.
Sir, you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Thank you. So in the current COVID-19 pandemic, the Caribbean tourism has suffered significantly, but there are recovery signs, and that is heartening. And Caribbean governments and tourism stakeholders are already planning for post-COVID. In fact, during this COVID period, the government of Barbados came up with a very novel idea, and it's called the Welcome Stamp Program. And it has invited persons who work from home in other parts of the world to come and work from home in Barbados. So they will give you the right to stay here for up to a year. You can work from home. And many persons have taken advantage of that, because now in this COVID environment, you're working from home. Why not work from home in a beautiful environment like the Caribbean? So that is happening. And halal tourism for this region can be considered as one of those extremely successful and favorite champions for recovering lost revenue. So a focused effort coupled with more investment in the halal brand will make the Caribbean an attractive destination. Next slide, please. So to wrap up my presentation, let us look at the opportunities for halal tourism in the region. So we have the Caribbean, its unspoiled beauty and attractiveness. We have the tourism infrastructure, which has been going for many years and which is tested, proven, and has worked for the communities. We have a Muslim-friendly and enabling environment. The people of the Caribbean, of this region, welcome different faiths, different groups, and we welcome and are welcoming to Muslims. The Muslims do practice their faith freely in this part of the world with no problems or so on. We have easy availability of halal options. These are readily available. Halal foods, local cuisine, from a halal point of view, is there. What the Caribbean is also offering is new experiences. So you're accustomed going to other parts of the world. Now you can come to the region and still have your halal services. We have sea, sun, but we also have heritage. As the sister spoke before of what is the connection of our faith in this part of the world. And there is a history, and there is a story to be told of the history of Muslims in this part of the world. We have ecotourism. People who are interested in ecotourism, we have that. There are also investment opportunities. People who want to invest in halal tourism can come to this part of the world. And finally, as was mentioned before, Caribbean Muslim communities can benefit from more Muslim tourists coming into the region. How do we benefit? We benefit from providing the services, but we also benefit from giving back to our communities that rely heavily on tourism. So if we can show that our communities are contributing to the development of the region through halal tourism, this will bring benefit to our Muslim communities in this part of the world. I thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and may Allah bless us all.
Thank you, Mr. Sulaiman, for joining us here at the World Halal Summit. Thank you. Now we are connecting to US. I would like to invite Mr. Zain Haq, the founder of Muslim Travelers. So, Mr. Zain, the stage is yours. We have a technical problem. We are asking for your patience for a few minutes, please. We are sorry to announce that, unfortunately, the problem is ongoing, and we canceled this speaker. Mr. Zain Haq is not available right now. So, As we ended the session right now, I would like to invite Mr. Tayyip Habib from Halal Portugal to give a plaque ceremony, for the plaque ceremony. Can we have you on the stage, please? Thank you. Gracias. We would like to thank our speakers who joined session 4, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Yusuf, for showing your presence here today at World Halal Summit stage. Ms. Hajar, we would like to thank you for being here with us on World Halal Summit stage. Thank you, Mr. Now we ended the session. We are giving 10 minutes break and we will be back with the new session. Thank you.
Dear valuable guests, our session is about to start. We are inviting you to the hall. Değerli misafirlerimiz, oturumumuz başlamak üzeredir. Hepinizi salona davet ediyoruz. Kıymetli misafirlerimiz, oturumumuz başlamak üzeredir. Hepinizi salona davet ediyoruz. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Now, I would like to start session 7, the recent developments in halal technology. For this session, I would like to invite our speakers, starting from Professor Dr. Hasan Yetim, is from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Turkey. Professor, can we have you on the stage? Mr. Kemal Peyza, Head of Business Operations and Globalization, Insha Fintech from Germany. Mr. Naim Shahid, Halal Jurisprudence and faculty member of specializing in Islamic Jurisprudence, Jamiatur Rashid from Karachi, Pakistan. Mr. Selçuk Bulat, Chairperson of CIMIC TC4 and TC13, Turkey. Mr. Tayyip Habib, CEO, Euro Halal Portugal from Portugal. Ms. Diana Sabrain, CEO and co-founder of One Agrix Singapore. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Hasan Yetim from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University on stage. Professor Dr. Hasan Yetim is currently Director of Halal Food and Research Center and Chair of Food Engineering Department at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University in Turkey. He is currently working as member of University Senate, Director of Halal Food and Research Development Center, Department Chair of Food Engineering, and member of Executive Board of Faculty of Engineering at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University since 2018. Professor, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I would like to thank to the organizing committee and the entities for giving us this opportunity to give our speech. You know that the halal industry needs technical developments to secure the halalness and the authenticity of the food and food products. Scientists already have been working on the food safety issues to secure the safety of the products and also to increase the nutritional quality of the products with the technology. So why not we benefit from these technological developments? In the outline of the speech, I think the presentation is not on. I'm sorry, I didn't know that I'm going to go on in here. Okay, today we are going to talk about the artificial intelligence in the food applications and the halal product certification and controlling the services. You know that the halal is lawful and permitted in accordance with the Islamic rules. Halal foods that are allowed according to the Islamic dietary laws that the Muslims must ensure to search, find, and consume the halal foods and avoid from the prohibited counterparts. Because we know that's what the halal means for the Muslims. Halal food must be prepared from farm to fork in accordance with the Islamic rules. For this reason, all the production stages of the food should be considered to be free from the components that are prohibited, and they must be in the halal way of slaughter, and the halal production, halal packaging, halal transport, and the storage and the other services. Artificial intelligence plays a significant role in the developments of science and technology in recent years. We started to see already the effects of the artificial intelligence in our daily life, especially when we use the cell phone and their applications. They have been already using this technology. Artificial intelligence can be defined as a computer's ability to learn and perform specific tasks that commonly associated with intelligent beings, because they are doing things better than the humans. Today, AIE means that artificial intelligence-based methods in many research fields performing the tasks better than the classical methods, even from the humans. Recently, the use of artificial intelligence techniques in halal food applications has been increasing. The Muslim population needs to secure their foods for the consumption and need to start use the technology to provide the authenticity of these products. So the consumers need the halal food information and use the technology and the verification of their foods they consume, and the use of technology in communication and the halal certification with the consumers is also is being tried to use nowadays. Consumers' access to the accurate information and they share the information among themselves is very important. So the artificial intelligence technology is being one of our lives that's it will be indispensable. In the halal certification process that covers all the production stages, the consumer goods, starting from the raw material to the final product, it needs to be monitored by the humans or instead of the technology. It is the real-time inspector is the possible with the computer technology that 7 days a week and 24 hours a day. So no human power can do such a request. It at the same time it warns, records, and sends the signal to the authorities that if there is anything wrong in the critical stage, that whether the raw materials, ingredients, and additives accordingly following the Islamic rules and dietary laws. The one example is the Sharia compliance automated chicken processing system auditing the slaughtered chicken's production line, the halalness in the slaughterhouse. By the way, personally, we are not approving the machine slaughtering the chickens. Of course, it is not the issue of today's talk, so we may talk in the other courses. This system developed to ensure the trachea and the esophagus that's been incised by the machines slaughtered chicken and wholly cut all the arteries necessary for the halal slaughter. Researchers have developed their systems over the years by proposing the new techniques and different computer visions inspecting the technologies. So in here, that's the images collected by the computer and processed, then send it to the requiring persons. In this work, the scientists discovered the computer vision and the machine learning techniques to discover the complete slaughter of the animals. This algorithm finds the esophagus in the real time, approximately in the in here. That's they discover the trachea is being cut or not, and in 50 milliseconds they process the data and send it to the computer. For the food inspection, if a human inspects the product, the decision can be influenced with a lot of variables. For instance, what they think might be defective in the food material once decide, it might be all right for a dead piece in the next time. But the machines don't do this type of decisions.
Sir, you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Well, that's, it is at the beginning of my presentation.
Sorry.
The machines that will perform the task in the best human ability with the consistently 24 hours and 7 days without failing and fatigue. The halal integrity depends on the halal food chain, so it is important to ensure the the products remain halal until they consume. All the participants in the supply chain must be protected, the halal food products, from intentional or unintentional cross-contamination to comply with the halal requirements. So we need a computer help in the monitoring this happening or not. Especially the recently discovered new technology, blockchain technology, it allows to user to evaluate the transactions simultaneously in real time with increasing transparency and authenticity and the auditability. So along with the blockchain technology, the Internet of Things and the artificial intelligence allow get the high quality information needed to make more informed choices from the farm to fork in the production sites. The halal food identification and verification is significant issues for the Muslims. So radio frequency application, RFID technology and the neural network system can help in this issue also to monitor the quality and the authenticity of the halal products. Especially the mobile phones transformed from the simple communication device into the essential part of our daily life. So smartphones and the mobile applications have become easily accessible tools for today. In the morning session, the one speaker gives an example that around 95% of the consumers are carrying the mobile phones, but not doing what they required in the other ways. So the mobile applications can be used to recognize the halal logos and the ingredients in the packaging system and give the more better information by reading the barcodes, provide the necessary information that's queried by the consumers. Especially the one study and one application, My Mobi Halal, scan the barcodes and on the food packaging shows the information and necessary information to the consumers. One of the researchers also proposed the mobile computer vision system to detect the non-halal ingredients on the packaging by using the convolutional neural network system that first read the lines, words segmented, then the characters cropped, then each character recognized by the neural network system, then combined materials detected that the non-halal ingredient and send it the information. Again, the social media allows the user for any communication, interaction, and the collaboration with the sharing information. Billions of the people around the world can communicate, share the documents with the system that enable the researcher to find the data to analyze their perception against the halal foods and the marketing services. For example, a study in the random sample, 100,000 TVs dealing with the halal food usage, they collected the data and analyzed by the artificial intelligence system, and they found that the consumers generally positive against the halal food and services. Another study made during the 4 years, they posted on the halal foods, and the results showed that generally they have a concern about the halalness of the product and the animal welfare with the help of artificial intelligence. The TVs, again, related to the halal tourism and the cosmetics with the 10 years span in English and the Malay languages, and they analyzed the documents, and in the results they found that halal cosmetics sentiment score is the higher than halal tourism and the other consumer products that analyzed in the postings. Again, between the 10 years, halal cosmetic in English and Malay languages, the TVETs analyzed, and the popularity of the halal products according to the countries and the products brands given at the end of the results. So this is the last one of the last presentation slides that I'm going to talk about. We believe that the machine learning and artificial intelligence technique will increase the halal food and services inspection and the monitoring systems in the coming years. So the industry can benefit from these technological advances, especially the artificial intelligence integrated Internet of Things technology will show a new era in the halal food production and the monitoring system 24 hours a day, 7 days a week without failure and the fatigue. So this technology solutions with the augmented reality, human-computer interaction, remote control tourists will have the significant impact on the halal industry. Again, in the conclusion, halal concept has increased interest and popularity in the world. This increasing demand for the halal food and consumer supplies and the halal certified services is gaining the popularity. Again, there has been an increasing interest to confirm the halal food in the inspection and the certification. So artificial intelligence-based technologies may play an important role in the helping consumers for the authenticity of the halalness of the product. The technological advances, inventions such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, and augmented reality are the digital innovations can make significant contributions to the establishment of the halal world. So we expect research from the Muslim computer science to develop the applications and the programs to assist the establishing this system. Okay, I am thankful for your patience. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor, for your valuable speech. I think we are using that applications. Nowadays, we have like numbers of Muslim halal finder, Qibla finder, halal food finder applications on our phones that when we travel to abroad, we usually use them. So thank you for your speech. Now, we are connecting to Germany. I would like to invite Mr. Kemal Peyza, the head of business operations and globalization, Insha Fintech from Germany. Mr. Kemal, the stage is yours.
Can you open your sound? Unmute, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to such a prestigious event and to talk about the Insha's story in a very prestigious event. Thank you very much. To introduce myself, this is Kemal. I'm responsible for business operations and globalization of Insha, which is the first interest-free banking service in Europe. Let me start with the Insha's story, if you want. The industry of interest-free banking is worth almost $3 million. However, ethical banking in digital doesn't exist in Europe, although it's a very attractive market. In 2017, as Albaraka Türk Participation Bank in Turkey, we began this adventure to offer the best service for the people who live in Europe and need ethical and sustainable banking. According to research, the global neobanking market is approximately $80 billion, and it's expected to reach $500 billion in 2027. When it comes to Europe, we see that the fully digital banks have 50 million customers in Europe in 2018. Now, it's expected to reach 85 million in 2023. So the numbers are very crazy, and it was very important for us to take place in this trend. According to a search, AT Kearney, the retail banks, the customer number decreased by 2 million. So in 2018, we launched Insha in Germany as a pioneer of ethical digital banking. Let me go to the next slide. What we are offering, actually, it's the first thing, the feeling and the trust of the for the people they are using an ethical banking service. They are investing they are not investing to the industries that is harmful to the planet, harmful to the human. So independent from the physical location, anyone can become the Insha customers in just a few minutes by using their identity and with their smartphone. In just as I mentioned, using a MasterCard, having a MasterCard sending to their address. What we are offering in Germany, the no interest nor hidden fees, the lowest possible cost, and the dynamic services. So why Europe? Actually, the demographic, the with to over 20 million Muslims Europe offers a good and stable basis for launching a financial product based on Islamic values. So there are approximately 20 million Muslim people living in Europe. However, especially through the added value of Islamic banking and digitalization, this target group can be easily scaled up and expanded many times over. Of course, there are many competitors, especially in the fintech sector. Nevertheless, Insha offers an interesting interface of European appearance, digitally optimized processes, and the valuable knowledge and long-term experience. This synergy of such different qualities is the unique selling point of Insha. Furthermore, we have observed that an Islamic and at the same time fully digital banking service finds conception also with numerous non-Muslims. The business model of Insha is based on principle of ethical and sustainable banking. Values like transparency, innovation, social responsibility, or sharing are global cross-cultural pillars on which we build Insha. Especially in times of increased sensitivity in the areas of sustainability, Insha is establishing itself more and more as the face of digital and young target group. It's of course also exciting to observe how we're taking up of the problems like interest rates and socially destructive industries move people to become more sensitive. The people's trust in the capitalist financial system has been shaken by numerous crises in the last decades. Many are therefore hopefully waiting for alternatives. As Insha, we offer these people a strong alternative in terms of sustainable banking. Our product portfolio, for example, offers many investment opportunities not previously known on the market. Fully digital gold buying and selling, opportunities saving accounts and participation accounts are milestone in the European fintech industry as a new products in the market. Every process, every step is rethought and optimized at Insha. This is how we live in the innovative startup culture and open the doors a sustainable market. The current situation in Europe should be evaluated from two aspects. On the one hand, the existing problem of the rising number of right-wing extremist actors is a serious problem. The increasing radicalization of individual groups in Europe is since trust in financial institutions and state has fallen dramatically. Because of that, we're using the ethical banking, first our main branding, and our experience of the last 2 years, especially in the last 6 months, has shown that Islamic finance has become a more sensitive topic, especially in Europe. It's very interesting that the majority of our existing clients are non-Muslims, and it's exactly these non-Muslims who, in addition to interest in Insha, so also express a general interest in the services offered by Islamic finance. So we are offering interest-free banking service, but also non-Muslim customers are interested in our services. What we are offering with Insha as a fintech in Europe and as a fintech trying to expand to different geographies, we're offering the free checking account in minutes with an IBAN number, with a MasterCard. Our customer can send money to the 28 European countries with IBAN number or email. So we just set up a system between Germany and Turkey to send instant money transfer. We are helping our customers to save money and to buy something instead of to have loans from different banks. We're encouraging our customers to save money for a target, and we're sending to the mails, notifications, and something else to encourage within their target. And we're sending the physical MasterCard to our customers, and they can use this card in anywhere of the world. And it's most important thing that we're just added charities and organizations to our app. Customers directly can donate to the charities and organizations via Insha app. In a nutshell, we are trying to build a sustainable banking in Germany. Now we are in Germany, but we're planning to different countries in 2021. The more people will hear more about Insha in different countries. We can say Netherlands, Belgium, France, UK. So the Insha is growing as a pioneer in the ethical banking in European market. So we're working in the partners. We're working with as an affiliate of Al Baraka, pioneer banking, Islamic banking pioneer in Turkey, and we're working a German partner to able to offer our services in Germany, and now we are expanding to different geographies. So it's a very, very important vision for Insha, but not only vision, as a mission, we are trying to reach to different countries to bring our product and services. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kemal, for your valuable speech. We are pleased to have you today. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Naim Shahid, the head of Department of Halal Jurisprudence and faculty member of specializations in Islamic Jurisprudence, Jamiatul Rashid from Karachi, Pakistan. The stage is yours, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala khatimil anbiya wal mursaleen. First of all, I'm thankful to the organizer of this. There's no doubt this is the world large platform which conducted in every year, and this is the 6th World Halal Summit. And I appreciate the organizers of this, not only to organize this kind of summit, but also who are organizing the expo. And the first virtual expo, there's no doubt, which is very excellent way which has been prepared and developed. So as you know that there are some kind of activities nowadays, we have to face a lot of difficulties just because of the pandemic issues. And each and every part of the life has been disturbed. When we talk about that different areas, then it's mean the halal areas is also disturbed. So there's some areas which we will discuss in this in my presentation, and inshallah I will try my best to provide the solutions of in this such situation, which is maybe very alarming situation for the humankind. In fact, this is an extraordinary event. The mean of the extraordinary event is an occurrence beyond the control of the organization, commonly referred to as an act of God or force majeure. Example of extraordinary events as natural disaster, earthquake, tsunami, hurricane, flooding, volcanic eruptions, pandemic, etc. And nowadays, as you know that this is the pandemic area. Examples of the man-made disaster, as well as the nature makes some disaster, the man-made also disasters are also in the world, like war, strike, riot, political instability, geopolitical tensions, terrorism, crimes, malicious computer hacking, and unfortunately, just some hours before, I also faced such kind of issue. So in fact, there are 3 options to conduct the audits. One option, when there is no travel or health restrictions, then the audit or assessment can be conducted normally. But if there are some kind of restrictions about the health and the travel, then the remote audit can be conducted. But a remote audit witness may not be practicable for some scopes. For example, field testing or inspection or witnessing at the client side. And the last one, the third option is that if it is not possible or technically practicable to have a remote assessment, for example, for IT issues, or if the employees cannot access their offices, the halal audit or assessment will be postponed for period determined by the accreditation body or the certification body, and the situation revised before the end of the decided period. So the question, why conduct a remote assessment? In fact, when an extraordinary event or situation arises which doesn't allow or prevents conductance of an on-site assessment, then the conductor of our remote assessment or the audit is necessary. And it is possible that the remote assessment becomes a norm after the current situation cannot be ruled out. So there is a question raised, remote audit assessment methods. Is it new? No. In fact, in ISO 19011 in 2011, it was introduced in the first time, which was called Guidelines for Auditing Management System in the second edition. And it was updated in 2018. And as well as remote assessments are referenced in International Accreditation Forum informative document number 12, which was released in 2015, Principles on Remote Assessment, which is used for accreditation body assessments of the CABs, and further defined in International Accreditation Forum document number 4, which was released in 2018, which was highlighted or which was nominated by the use of information and communication technology for auditing assessment purposes, which is applicable for its use in relation to the ISO 17021-1 and ISO 17065. So what is the remote assessment or remote audit? In fact, the remote audit or assessment could be a good solution to acclimatize with the constraints linked to the closing of borders, travel restrictions, social isolation, and quarantine measures imposed by the governmental authorities of different countries to combat extraordinary events, for example, pandemic. And you know that nowadays we are facing such kind of issue. But this must be done by taking into consideration the specificity of the halal certification or accreditation, which beyond the technical aspects linked to health and safety, involves a very important aspect, which is the close link with Islamic religion. To conduct the remote assessment, the basic requirement or the basic need is information and communication technology. So information and communication technology, the use of technology for gathering, storing, retrieving, processing, analyzing, and transforming information. It includes software like Yahoo, Gmail, MS Office, Zoom, MS Teams, Google Meets, etc., and hardware such as smartphones, handheld devices, laptops, desktop computers, drones, video cameras, wearable technologies, artificial intelligence, as it has been discussed in detail by Dr. Hassan. The information and communication technology have excelled and become part of one's daily life. You know that nowadays, during the pandemic, a lot of people, they realize that without the information and communication technology, they were unable to do anything, and the work from the home or the office has been converted into the home, and the home has been converted into the office. So this is happened only just because of the ICT. I'm sorry. As ICT becomes more sophisticated, it is important to be able to use ICT to optimize halal audit assessments, effectiveness, and efficiency. ICT can support and maintain the integrity of halal audit or assessment process, particularly during the unforeseen situation, extraordinary events, or even in a normal process. The example of the use of the ICT during audit assessments may include, but not limited to, meetings. You know very well, a lot of people have arranged meetings in online with Zoom, with MS Teams, with Google Meets, and other programs. and as well as audit or assessments of documents and records by means of the remote access, either synchronously in real time. At the time during the audit, they can demand any document, and the auditee can provide such kind of document, and or asynchronously when applicable, when they need after that, maybe sometime after some time they requested to provide such kind of document which can be help to the process of the certification, then they can provide. And as well as recording of information and evidences by means of still pictures, still videos or audio recordings, as well as providing visual audio access to remote or potentially hazardous locations. No doubt, we have to face a lot of good things and a lot of bad things, as well as the using of the information and communication tools. We have to face a lot of areas, we have to face a lot of problems, and some are here. You know that there are sometimes electronic failures. It not happened maybe in the developed country, but underdeveloped countries, they have a lot of issues like this. And the disruptions, poor connectivity, this is the common. Assessor or audit expert not used to it. Mind compatibility. Some people who are working with the CBs or the ABs, or maybe some other organization, they don't have compatibility to the such kind of ICT tool. So this is also a problem. And some activities cannot be witnessed, like slaughtering or the other kind of other things which cannot be conducted with the remote assessment. There, the presence of the someone should be there. It is necessary.
Sir, you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, inshallah, I will cover it. And the parallel witnessing may not be possible. Some, maybe two people, one from Sharia, one from the technical, they both go for the witness, but the parallel cannot be act like this, because someone is, maybe the camera is focusing on some area which is maybe the technical area, and the Sharia expert may not be focused on such area, so he can lose. So it is also the problem. And the one and more problem which is called, we can say that, different time zone. It may be possible the auditee started its activities at 9 a.m. in its own country, and the auditor or the assessor, maybe he is in such country where that will be the time of the 9 p.m. So time zone is also a problem. So as well as the pros, increase safety of the personnel, in particular of assessment or audit team, cost effective for the client. They are many happy because they have reduced this kind of clients, cost, and free of logistic obligation. There's no need of traveling, there's no need of visa, there's no need of accommodation and transportation. And somewhat it is at better level of comfort and confidence, because they know that no one can disturb them. When using ICT, auditors, assessors, and other involved persons, for example, drone pilots, technical experts, shall have the competency and ability to understand and utilize the information and communication technologies employed to achieve the desired results of halal audit or assessments. Because if they are not aware, and they don't have ability to tackle such kind of activities, then it may be possible they missed some very important areas. Remote audit or assessment eligibility, there are two options. Number one, follow the process to perform a remote assessment or audit, or allow the halal certificate to lapse. Because when an on-site audit is due and the organization did not accept to be remotely audited, the HCB or HAB shall apply the certification suspension and withdrawal procedure, because they don't have the responsibility to for any kind of problem which can be erased after the time, which will be ended of the certificate time. I'm passing my slides just because of, yeah. The most important area is the risk assessment. In case of the extraordinary events, a risk assessment is required to determine the risk of the continuing certification. The risk assessment shall include the ability of the organization to receive a remote audit, including to what extent has operations been affected, whether the organization remains operational. In the case an organization is not operational, a remote audit is not an option. They will never ever do a remote audit if the organization has been closed. Availability of the staff for remote audit activities during the extraordinary events. If the staff is available, then the remote audit can be conducted. If the staff is not available, the remote audit can never ever be conducted. Will the organization need to use alternative manufacturing and or distribution sites? If yes, then is it under the scope of the certification or accreditation? If that is under the scope of certification or accreditation, then it may be possible. But if that is not under the scope of the certification, then it may be possible. It will have to, again, to evaluate such kind of sites or the such kind of areas. As well as, are there issues around supply of raw materials, including packaging material? If they have a sufficient quantity of such kind of materials, then it is okay. If they don't have, then it may be possible remote audit cannot be conducted. Another, ensure remote interviews can be conducted in critical departments, because without conducting the interviews, the auditee can never judge the depth of the ability of the assessor or the ability of the auditee, and as well as availability of documentation records in electronic form. If they don't have the electronic form availability of the documents, then it may be possible when they demand some kind of documents, they will the auditee cannot provide such kind of document on to online, because the assessor or the auditor, they can check each and everything online. If they don't have the capacity or they don't have the ability to show the documents online, then it may be possible the remote assessment or the remote audit cannot be successful. As well as activities needed to verify implementation of halal assurance system. And this system can be judged just because of the audits or the internal audits, inspection or products testing, etc. Access to the IT system, that both will be able to use, not only for the certification body, but as well as for the auditee or for the assessment body. As well as the capability of the organization staff to utilize technologies used remote audit techniques. If the staff cannot aware or not capable to use the technology, then it may be possible they cannot conduct the remote audit in the good form. Only 3 slides. Yeah. Which ICT to be used in remote audit? This is a more important area. Use adequate ICTs or information and communication technology solutions as agreed by its clients. Without the agreed of the client, it will not be applicable. The selected ICT should be tested prior to the audit or assessment between the client and the audit team. Because it may be possible, when we started the program or starting the remote assessment, it may be possible the technology or the instruments which are using for the such kind of the assessment or the audit, they may be not working. So as well as prior to the remote assessment or the audit, risk assessment is done by information security and data privacy. The ICB need to establish a policy on recording the remote audit in accordance with the local law or personal information privacy, because nowadays it is clearly defined that the privacy is the most important part of this remote assessment. There may be different types of ICT that may be more applicable to some industry sectors. These may include seasonal productions, like drones for the farm audits. Such remote access could complement an on-site audit to confirm continued implementation of good agriculture practice or good farming practice, as well as smartphone or wearable videos technology for manufacturing process. This can allow confirmation of continued implementation of good hygiene practice and PRPs and allows observation of the practice. For audit of the documentation and records, meetings held using video conferencing and online meeting platform, which are easily accessible and most often utilized. Which audit assessment can be done remotely? There are 4 basic. 1, stage 1 audit. Number 2, surveillance audit. Number 3, recertification audit. Number 4, follow-up audit. But this does not mean the HCB or the AB will not accept new applications or scope extension requests. Indeed, new application and scope remotely extensions requests can be accepted, and stage 1 audit can be done remotely except for application in category C, D, E, F, L, M, and N, which shall be done on site. And but it is for the certification body. For the accreditation body, it can accept the scope extension of the certification body in such categories. In the remote assessment, it cannot definitely be performed for halal certification of meat in category C, because which requires the presence of supervisors belonging to the HCB to supervise the whole manufacturing process, because the animal, the slaughtering, the cutting, packaging, labeling, and storing, each and every area should be determined clearly. And the last one, in fact, the remote assessment or any activity which is belong to the halal, it is the responsibility of the effective application of remote halal audit or assessment methods for any given halal audit or assessment is with the halal AB or HCB planning. This is the main thing, the planning, and the audit and the halal lead audit assessor, because these are the responsible of the remote assessment. Thank you so much. Jazakumullahu khairan.
Shukriya O Sahib in Urdu. Thank you so much for being here with us on World Halal Summit stage. Now I would like to invite Mr. Tayyip Habib, CEO for Euro Halal Portugal from Portugal. Mr. Tayyip Habib is an electronics engineer with industrial processing experience and has been involved in Islamic matters since young age. He is highly interested in transparency in halal in practical terms, having actively introduced innovative technical solutions such as halal QR code system for traceability of halal certificates. Mr. Tayyip Habib, the stage is yours.
Auzu billahi minesh-shaytanir-rajim. Bismillahir-rahmanir-rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Why certification? We have learned, principally now with the coronavirus, that certification is becoming more important. We need to basically certify this place, otherwise we could not have meetings. We have to follow certain rules. Also, it gives assurance. Certification is important for everyone, not only for Muslims, for everyone, to guarantee the integrity, whatever is presented. Halal market size, I will not spend a lot of time on it because it has been already discussed, but we represent a Muslim population which is 20% of the world population. And lots of these Muslims are concentrated also in non-Muslim countries where it's becoming more and more important. One of the countries we recently hear quite a lot is India, where Muslims are about 200 million, more than many Muslim countries, and they suffer a lot of oppression there. How can we be sure that the halal is halal when it comes from a country where Muslims are oppressed? The size of a halal product market, food and beverage, it's about $1.4 trillion, Then we have the pharmaceuticals, 506 billion, and so on. In total, $2.3 trillion of halal market. Now, this is a lot, and we should, as Muslims, demand that whatever we consume, whatever is presented to us is according to our religious beliefs and according to the Sharia. As I said, halal meat comes from basically non-Muslim countries. They are the big producers. They have seen the opportunity. We unfortunately haven't seen it. Muslim countries haven't seen it. But the non-Muslim countries know that it's important. Why halal certification? Halal certification, why? Because there's been a lot of frauds, some of very important ones. We regularly see it. I personally saw it recently where somebody was selling meat saying that it was halal and it was not halal. And it was done by us, but we didn't do that meat. Didn't have our batch number, didn't have our certificate number. And you will see why our certificate number ensures that what we provide is the correct one, and that's the product which is being certified by us. So if we look at ranking, this is the source is Salam Gateway. Brazil is on top, then is Australia, then India, which I talked about, and recently we have been here about France and what's happening to that country, and they are fourth ranked in this halal market. China, where we have the issue of our people from Eastern Turkestan, again, known by them by Xinjiang. Again, we see they are the big producers of halal. So, as I said, the risk of fraud is very important. We saw a recent case in Malaysia where a big chain of cold frozen meat were labeling non-halal meat as halal. We in Europe have seen also horse meat and donkey meat and whatever. So how can we be sure that this is not going into halal market? So certification is very important, and that will give assurance that we are eating the right thing. Securing halal certificates. There is an easy way of securing halal certificates by labeling them with hologram. That's very difficult to copy, can be costly, and it's big use. For instance, in Malaysia for milk products, they take a hologram label, as you can see from there on the left. We, EU Halal, use a QR code. I will explain later how this system works, and that's the principal purpose of my presentation. And a mix of both. Why not halal, the QR code mixed with hologram? And then that certificate is not really easy to be copied. Normally, I am in halal groups. We get brothers and sisters sending a certificate and saying, is this halal? Is this a non-certificate company? They don't know who they are. There's no clear indication who they are. Sometimes it seems very shadowy. So if the certificates are duly traceable, people will, anybody will be able to check if that certificate is right. And why not with QR code, as I explained? QR code, as I will explain later in forward, is easy for me as a programmer engineer, that it will be safe. If you have iPhones and the new latest Android phones, your camera application has also QR code enabled. So whenever you find a QR code, it will open a web page or indication or information about that place. So QR code is used a lot. We see it now in the airports everywhere, including here, information about this exhibition and the conference. It's all with QR code. So basically, my work for 5 years has been to bring some technology into halal certification and halal, bring about halal unity. Muslims are fed up with the different standards which cost them a lot of money. Believe me, I have heard sometime 150,000, 200,000 just to be accredited to a country. And poor smaller countries like Portugal, we cannot afford to pay so much money to be accredited. And we produce halal also. So why not make it easier and cheaper by uniting the standards? Then if I'm SMIC certified, SMIC is not certified, but a certification, but TSC is and other entities here, and I can use that to export to any Muslim country, and it will be easier and less costly, and it will improve the economy, also the halal economy. So our certificate, if you point towards it, you will see it has a UUID, Universal Unified Unique Identity. It's unique. It's generated by our server, and it's unique. It's very long. If you see official government documents, normally they are traceable through UUID, a bit longer. I could make it even more harder, but I think that's very difficult to check. Why? Because one of prominent brothers, Haji Habib Ghanim from USA, he said to me, the way you're doing, anybody can do data scraping and data mining. At that time, we were just doing by certificate number. So we had to think hard, technically, and we then introduced UUID, which makes it, each certificate have its own UUID, no way of doing falsification. That means if somebody wants to find out a halal producer, how many tons he's doing per year, he will not, through this method, find out, unless he can hack into our database. So if you point at the UUID, which is inbred into that QR code, it will open a simple presentation, which could be dietary requirements, like people who suffer from diabetes, if there is sugar content in it or whatever, in this case is meat, who is the producer, when it was produced, and then a GIF with the link below of the certificate. And that certificate can be then opened and seen online, and it's seen that it is secure, signed certificate.
Sir, you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Our certificate contains also that secure sign system, which is I use it with our Portuguese identity card, which allows to certify a document. How we did it? We use a lean system called Kanban, where we actually developed the whole project and software for this system. Kanban is used in Japan for industry, production lines, for cost saving, and a lean system. So this is a read-only page, which anybody who from halal certification company wants to have halal this system, we will allow them to see the read-only Kanban, where you can see the whole development of the project, including who has already done it. In this case, we have only 3 companies, halal certifiers, one in Azerbaijan, one in Japan, ourselves. The only 3 companies which have used this system. We do open source so that anybody can check it. There is no hidden agenda in it. There is no backdoors. There is nothing. We also create a support group on Telegram to support whoever has doubts about it and what can be done. We did research to find out from these 80 or so members who will implement this system. 23 said yes, 1 said no, and the rest didn't bother to answer. But still, we couldn't attract people to create the system. Luckily, I've seen recently HFA from UK, they implemented similar system without using our code. They must have designed their own code, and it works the same way. So where we see beyond the QR code, we could have it on products. Anyone could check if Lay's is halal. I don't think it is, but if it is, it could be checked. It will open a page where they could present a certificate. There is also meats. On the meat, you could have a QR code. You can see when it was produced, if it is organic, all sorts of things. So really, the QR code could give a lot of information. By the way, in Dubai, the Dubai municipality have created a QR code system for restaurants. So if a restaurant is good, has got a certain category, if it has done something wrong in the past, and also to respond to some dietary condition. I haven't seen them using it for halal because I think everything is presumed to be halal in Dubai. But now with the new system where everybody's free to eat whatever he wants, probably there should be also indication whether that restaurant is halal. Conclusions. So if a producer, Muslim, non-Muslim, halal or non-halal, wants to gain market, he must certify itself. And certification costs money. You cannot do it without any control. Even with the remote assessment, you need to have experts to work for you. You have to have a lot of other things. Our brother there also mentioned about AI intelligence system and other automation in systems. So really, halal certification is important. Fraud is a big risk. And I will suggest one more thing. Halal accreditation bodies should make it compulsory to those who are their accredited certifiers to have a QR code on it which can identify the certificate if it is genuine or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear sir. It was a pleasure to have you here today. Now we are connecting to Singapore. Must be around 10 p.m. over there. I would like to invite Ms. Diana Sabrain, co-founder and CEO of One Agrix Singapore. Ms. Diana is an authority figure on topics of global trade, geoeconomics, and technology focusing on solving agri-food and halal food supply chain, food security, and food safety challenges. Ms. Diana Sabrain, Selamat Datang, welcome. We are happy to have you here. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Firstly, I want to thank CIMIC and ICDT for pushing through this summit, truly taking this crisis into a catalyst of halal for all. It is truly inspiring to see Turkey taking leadership together with the other OIC member state delegates, having the courage to address the issues of our Ummah. Thank you, His Excellency Ehsan Ovud, the CIMIC board committee members for accepting One Agrix paper. It is an honor to be presenting alongside my esteemed panelists and also the experienced halal stakeholders in the audience and also online who have been the guardians of the halal economy. my generation, your future, our Ummah, who's under the age of 35, who represents 60% of the Ummah, are really grateful for all your efforts, alhamdulillah. So today, in all Allah's grace and guidance, I'm here to share with you on the future of halal is here, inshallah. Now, I'm going to share my screen. So. Now, before I go to my next slide, I would like to say, in the interest of time, I would like to not talk about statistics and, you know, as fitting to this theme about the recent developments of halal. So for us and my team, we would present on food traceability in agricultural and halal, and showing towards the platform of the future, which is pretty much technology, digitalization, and digitization of the agriculture and halal sector. Now, this slide is an overview of how the global food supply chain is right now, the state of food fraud, the state of coronavirus, and a food crisis that's looming. Now, if you look at the global food supply chain, if this is the news that's going online to see, how about the halal sector? All the more with its sensitivity of our religious faith and the sensitivity of halal is a ticking time bomb. In fact, recently we have seen the increase of halal fraud scandals happening. Not naming names here, but it's public knowledge of how the halal sector needs to shape itself and to show leadership that, hey, you know, us in the Islamic world, we are able to also take care of the affairs of halal in the food supply chain. Now, for us here at One Agrics, and what I'll be sharing with you today in terms of technology is like how the first speaker, Professor Hassan, he actually spoke about how technology would empower, literally would empower humanity. And for us, it will be for our ummah, and of course for greater humanity. And this is where we see that technology would empower. Now, it is not just blockchain. In fact, I've always advocated that if anyone tells you that blockchain solves trust and transparency issues, that is not true. In a technical perspective, it doesn't work that way. It has to be a marriage between artificial intelligence, IoT technology, machine learning, blockchain all at once. And as we know, this is where technology is inclusive. We hear in the West, people always talk about technology being disruptive. And this, in our conversation, when we spoke to halal certification bodies and we spoke to halal stakeholders, there's a sense of fear that, hey, would technology disrupt them? Would technology render them, jobless? The answer is not true. For us at One Agrics, what we do is we together with the numerous stakeholders and partners, we build an ecosystem together where we will, take care of the halal food chain. So I've heard during the last 2 days from the esteemed speakers on, the post-COVID-19 world, I hear a lot of the word trust, transparency, sustainability, and of course technology. Now, what we are doing this, while those are in theory, what One Agrics have done, and we are really, really humble and, to share this with you that the technology is already here in halal, and in the next few slides, I'll show you an example. Again, statistics, which all of us know, this is the big number, this is the big dream, but let's get them into reality. Now, if you look at the food resilience issue in the world for halal, it's not entirely a disruption, it's a resilience issue. There's costly middlemen in between, low margins for trading stakeholders, and if you talk about the 500 million farmers in the world, we see that majority of them are living below the poverty line. And a lot of them comes from the OIC countries as well, which is our Muslim brothers and sisters who are breaking up their backs in the fields, earning less than $1 a day, while all of us are comfortably eating. So that is one of the reasons why at One Agrics, we do have a solution where we bridge the gap and increase, elevating their economic status. Now, there's lack of trust in halal certification, which Brother Taib has brilliantly addressed with his QR code system. This is also where we see recent incidents with post-COVID-19 with COVID-19, not post yet, sorry, apologies, on the lack of trust, counterfeiting of halal certs, ISO certs, and we can use technology to actually solve this. Now, thirdly is the highly fragmented market and lack of digitization, which will result in food wastage and then higher supply chain costs. So food traceability, this is where we need to understand that there is a demand and a huge growing demand of the consumers wanting to know where their food comes from. If you talk in a B2B perspective, buyers are limited by the COVID-19 to travel. So how do they ascertain that food products are halal? And the one way is to actually tap on a mix of blockchain technology together with IoT and machine learning to have those data to be uploaded in an e-commerce environment. And why we say that is because when COVID-19 happened, we see a huge increase in people wanting to buy online. And that also includes in the B2B sector, where we see there's a white space, and there's an example, all of you know Alibaba, but if you talk about the halal sector, they wouldn't be well equipped to understand what is halal. So this is where, for One Agrix, what we do here and with our partners is to push food traceability in an e-commerce environment. So last year, I'm not sure whether any of you know this, but One Agrix was actually mentioned alongside Kerry Group and Cargill in the ComSec report as a solution for implementation and establishing an OIC-wide food provenance system. And this is really important because who's going to look after our food? And I've heard Dr. Barbara spoke just now about the affairs of of halal, the affairs of Europe and Islam, right? And food is one way that we can actually help our ummah be economically free. They are able to actually earn more income. And if we create an OIC-wide food provenance system, it also solves food security issues, and it also solves a food crisis. So this is an overview of what we did. So in an OIC-wide food provenance system, this is what we intend to do. And the first one is basically market access, bridging the gap between farmers, SMEs, and food manufacturers. And this is very, very important because, again, we have in the OIC countries and emerging countries, a lot of Muslim countries having lots of resources, but they do not know how to bridge that access. How do we export? What are the regulations? How do we trade online? This is where we, together as a team and as partners, would help. Now, then comes digital trade infrastructure, which we are very happy to share with you here, that in an end-to-end supply chain solution from escrow to mobile money. And I'm very happy to share that mobile money, we have an amazing partnership with an OIC member state, I will show you later, of mobile money that could help the unbanked in Africa, or the underbanked in Africa. So now we see farmers being able to trade within borders and being paid. So that's one. Logistics also, we have managed to solve it. I'll show you live later again. And then the only thing now is trade financing, which is also very important. And numerous speakers have spoken about this as well. And then comes traceability, which is important. We need to digitize the supply chain, meaning farmers and SMEs and food manufacturers should now go to store their data or their certificates or their receipts, their invoices online, and not rely on paper and pen, which is, there's a loss of data, and there's no way that you can be traceable if that happens. Now, with regard to all this, the main mission and the main thing is to champion the UN SDG goals. And when we do that, we actually will be able to touch on SDG 1, 2, and 12. No poverty, zero hunger, and responsible consumption, which I think is very, very important and critical, and COVID-19 has taught us this. So this is an example that happened this year at the onset of COVID-19. So what One Agrix does, we actually help distressed farmers, and there's a call from this distressed farmer with lots of eggs and poultry. So she was in a dilemma. She either throw the eggs away, waste it, which obviously is against our deen, we try not to waste food, or where does she donate the eggs to, or who's going to buy her eggs? But if she donates it, how on earth is she going to survive with a livelihood, right? So what we did, we used our platform to actually match them with donors who actually buy those eggs, and those eggs are being mapped to the nearest NGOs. So we have Sidika Foundation and Mama Moni Foundation, which both in total help to feed 400 men and women during Ramadan. So this is the way technology can be used for good as a digital platform. Now, okay, so going very quickly, this is what I mean by digitization and not digitalization. Digitization, the first step is to empower SMEs and farmers in the OIC countries to put their processes that they've been doing pen to paper online. And we made it really simple so that it is easy for them to manage. Their inventories, they can check for shipments, they can check for orders, they're able to also check for quotations, and they're able to message, direct message buyers.
Ms. Diana, you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Yes, no worries. So now this is how the buyers interact on our platform, which I think where trust and transparency is very important. And this is where we were supposed to show this live, presenting at Collision, the largest tech conference in Toronto last June, but it couldn't happen because it was COVID-19 to Silicon Valley investors. But we are really honored to show you here live for the first time that this is the future of e-commerce, where buyers do not guess anymore where the suppliers, whether the halal certificates are real or not. And this is similar to what Brother Taib has done. The only difference is we have actually saved this on the blockchain using DLT technology, where what we do is we save the original copy onto the blockchain so that it cannot be tampered with at the add to cart when consumers actually, or B2B buyers buy. So this is an example of how it would be in the future, and this is where we'll call for collaboration with all the halal certification bodies and standards. We need to work together because there's no competition here. We are all trying to help the Ummah verify their food. And this is very technical, so I'll just skip this slide. And this is how from farm to fork we'll trace. We have a wonderful partnership with Inexto, with Identigen, which is a DNA traceability kit, together with Swiss the Code, which is a DNA traceability kit as well. Sorry, my apologies for that. And this is where we are able to trace the food from farm to fork. So what I'm trying to say here is the technology of farm to fork, of verification and trust and transparency has arrived. We have actually built this ecosystem together. As mentioned, we have gone mainstream. We were the only startup of 100 in the Islamic economy that was mentioned in World Economic Forum Blockchain Deployment Toolkit. So this is an affordable way where we have actually built a minimal viable ecosystem, which I now call all of you here that, hey, the technology has arrived. Let's all work together. Let's improve the situation of our Ummah together. And I think, we all should try to work together. Yes, and this is my last slide. So this is where I want to show that public-private partnership is important, inclusive leadership and collaboration is important, and this is where we would really make a change in a society. And this reminds me of the Islamic Golden Age, where all the bright minds come together and they work together. And I'm really hopeful today with all of you here, who has way more experience than us, the young Ummah, us a technology startup, to guide us and say, hey, let's work together. Let's make halal certification more transparent. Let's introduce farm to fork into standards, traceability into standards. And yes, and that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diana. We are pleased to have you on World Halal Summit stage. And now I would like to invite His Excellency İhsan Övüt, Secretary General of CIMIC, for the plaque award ceremony. Mr. İhsan, we are waiting you here. Can we have you here on for We would like to thank all our speakers of this session for their valuable speech and for being with us here today on World Halal Summit stage. Mr. Tayyip from Halal, Portugal. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Naeem Shahid from Jamiatul Rashid from Karachi, Pakistan. Thank you, our professor, Dr. Hasan Yetim, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Turkey. And it's the end of today. Thank you for coming. Thanks for visiting here. We will be continued tomorrow with other stations. Have a good evening.